Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Awakens Triforce of Courage. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Zelda held out her hands, forming a triangle shape between her index fingers and thumbs. Golden light shot forward, freezing the monstrous form of Calamity Ganon in place. Link, are you sure? The blonde-haired boy glanced back at her and nodded once, before facing Ganon once more and drawing the sword from its scabbard on his back. Link dashed forward, brow furrowed in determination. Ganon roared, and a glowing golden seal formed on his underbelly. Link grunted, veering his course and sliding between Ganon's front hooves. The hero plunged the sword through the center of the seal, and Ganon screeched in pain, his malice oozing from his massive body. Suddenly, the light shattered, and a roar echoed throughout the area, not a pig-like squeal, but a shout of pain. A deep voice shouted, "This is not over, pesky goddess. My hatred will continue to pursue you and your kind, even if it must infect another being to do so." Unbidden, a memory flashed to the surface of Zelda's mind, a demon king, determined to conquer the world with the power of Hyrule's most sacred treasure. Several more memories flashed through her mind, each one of a similar scene, a battle with herself and Link against a Gerudo male, in slightly different appearances but consistent souls. With a force she didn't know she had, she spoke, "Mortals will no longer cower from your evil demise. They have grown courageous since our first battle all those centuries ago." Demise roared, and the malice exploded outwards, rushing over the nearby landscape and coating the grass. Zelda quickly clasped her hands together, and a golden dome formed over the area, containing herself and Link alongside the demonic ooze. As her skin began to burn, the back of her left hand glowed with a golden light. She raised her hands to her lips and whispered, "Goddesses, hear my prayer. Let the rest of the world live on, even if it means that I may perish." A hand fell on her shoulder, and she glanced up to look her champion in the eyes. Link stared at her, before nodding once, reassuring in his own silent way. She smiled, before closing her eyes, allowing the searing pain to fill her mind. "If this is the end for us, I may at least take solace knowing that the kingdom will continue in peace." Many millennia later, Izuku winced in pain, but forced himself to hold his fists up in a defensive position. "Not letting you hurt them." The older boy glared down at him, cracking his knuckles angrily. "Back off, Pipsqueak. There's no way you can stop me from showing that loser his place." Izuku's determination didn't waver. "I can't call myself a future hero if I didn't step in." The older boy shrugged. "Your funeral." There was a flash of pain, and then everything went dark. Momo hummed, liking her finger and turning the page. "Interesting. So a screen contains a multitude of lights, which can each shine one of 3 colors. The colors combine into many different colors which, when all put together, creates images." Mother poked her head into Momo's reading room. "Darling, are you feeling all right? The nurse told me that you haven't been out of your room very much recently." Momo glanced up and sent Mother a reassuring smile. "Just learning, Mother. Everything is so fascinating. I have to know." Mother hummed. "Well, just be sure to eat. I don't want you wasting away because you were too busy reading, all right?" Momo nodded, before turning back to her book. Katsuki grunted as he stared down at the BSR covered in burns and bruises. "Come on, you were talking hot sheet just a second ago. Where's all that confidence, huh? Or did you really get your butt laid out by a 6-year-old? The unconscious teenager didn't respond, and Katsuki grunted again, before turning on his heel and walking over to the nearby kid laying on his back by the fence. He leaned down and started quickly slapping the other boy's cheeks. "Oi, come on, wake up, you idiot." Deku's eyes shot open, and he bolted upright. "I won't let you hurt them." Katsuki scoffed, smacking Deku upside the back of the head like the old hag would do to him. "Keep it third. I beat up this while you were taking a nap over here." Deku sniffed, his eyes filling with tears. I'm sorry, Kaken. I promise, I tried to do something this time. But they were so much bigger and stronger than me. Katsuki huffed warmly. Yeah, I've heard it a dozen times. You really need to get some exercise, Deku. You can't be a hero if you're a thin twig. Deku winced and rubbed at his neck. I tried to sign up at the gym near our house. Really, I did. But the lady at the desk said they didn't serve quirkless people. Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance. That fingseeks. How are you gonna save anyone if you can't even get stronger? That does it. I'm getting you some exercise sheet for your birthday. Deku started waving his hands nervously. No, Kaken, you don't need to waste your allowance on me. I promise, I'll find a way to get stronger myself. Don't waste your time with me. Katsuki smacked Deku again. It's not a waste, idiot. I can't be saving your but all the DM in time, so you need to get stronger. Inko glanced up as the front door creaked open, and she gasped as Izuku and Katsuki walked in, covered in bruises. My goodness! What happened to you two? Izuku sniffed. There was a high schooler at the park picking on Tsubasa-kun, so I tried to get him to stop, but then he started hitting me. Katsuki grunted. I had to step in and kick the guys but so that Deku wouldn't die. I'm half convinced to stick by his side all the time so that he doesn't keep trying to fight people he knows are out of his league. Izuku huffed. Come on, Kaken, you know I can't help it. Whenever I see someone in trouble, I have to help. Inko sighed, all too familiar with the antics of her son and honorary nephew. And while that's a very nice attitude for a hero to have, it's a little dangerous for a 6-year-old who can barely lift a gallon of milk. Izuku pouted. It's not my fault the gym in town won't take quirkless people. Inko hummed, before patting her son on the head. Well, after I get you all cleaned up, let's see what we can do about finding somewhere better, alright? Izuku's eyes lit up, and he shot towards the bathroom, gibbering excitedly. Katsuki chuckled, before following after his honorary brother at a more reasonable pace. Inko giggled to herself at her son's excitement, before glancing at Katsuki's hand. It was still there, that odd marking on the back of his right hand. It had appeared out of nowhere on the blonde's 4th birthday, at the same time his quirk manifested. The doctors had no idea what it meant, or if it even meant anything at all. As far as they could tell, it was nothing more than an oddly shaped birthmark that appeared far later than usual. Though, odd, was an understatement, it wasn't often that a birthmark was a perfect equilateral triangle with lines connecting the midpoints of the sides. What was even more odd was that Izuku had an identical marking on the back of his own right hand. Shira glanced back at the door to Momo's study. Her daughter had been much more bookish than usual as of late. While she normally would have been happy about that fact, Shira was concerned that this mental change coincided with a physical one. For whatever reason, a couple of weeks ago, a strange marking appeared on the back of Momo's right hand, an equilateral triangle with lines connecting the midpoints of the sides. Ever since Momo had been spending more and more time reading, tearing through the mansion's expansive library, Shira was concerned that, perhaps, someone had used some kind of quirk on her daughter to fish for information. She had asked the head of security for the mansion, who had reviewed the tapes and reported that nobody out of the ordinary was present when the mark appeared. Still, there was no rational explanation that Shira could think of, even with her own quirk allowing her to memorize entire libraries of information. Still, there was always the chance that she was unconsciously overlooking certain possibilities. She needed to consult someone who she was certain was without any biases whatsoever when it came to theorizing. I wonder if Principal Nezu still owes me a favor. Nezu hummed curiously, poring over the snapshot that the Yaoyorozu matriarch had sent him. Supposedly, this strange symbol had appeared on her daughter's hand 2 weeks prior, and the girl had since been devouring any book she could find for knowledge. Shira-san was concerned that young Momo might be under the influence of some sort of quirk, and the woman had already exhausted her own avenues. Nezu loved a challenge. First and foremost, the result of a quirk? Most likely not. After a quick perusal of the quirk registry database, not one seemed to match the described effect on the 6-year-old girl. The next most likely event was brainwashing, but he quickly ruled that out as well. The symbol didn't belong to any cult that Nezu was aware of, and most instances of brainwashing with these effects usually targeted specific information, not the near-infinite range of topics young Momo was taking in on a regular basis. Well, if not that, then what about? After 15 minutes and several cups of tea, Nezu was forced to accept the truth. He had no solutions that fit the bill perfectly. Suddenly, the mammal sat upright in his office chair. Unless. He quickly hit a button on his desk that locked down his office, before tapping away at his keyboard and accessing his private files. A few clicks of the mouse brought him to a folder on the many ancient ruins spaced around Japan. These ruins all dated from around the same time PRD, and yet seemingly belonged to a myriad of cultures, based on the carvings lining the outer walls. Most surprising was how intact they were, and the fact that neither technology nor quirks had managed to pierce through to the inner corridors. Nezu brought up an image of the closest ruin, located in the forest outside the residential district of Mizudafu. His excitement grew as he scanned the photograph of the front doors, noticing that it seemed to feature the same symbol as the one on young Momo's hand. A triangle divided into 4 equal pieces. Though, the symbol on the ruins doors also sat above an odd shape that seemed to depict some kind of bird that didn't match any known modern species. How interesting! All for one hummed to himself as he approached the massive stone doors, his hands in his pockets. How interesting! Normally, I'd avoid the Tottori sand dunes like the plague, but this ruin is quite the curiosity. He placed one hand on the doors, and there was a flash of golden light, sending him stumbling back several paces. All for one stared down at it, as though it had betrayed him in some manner. Garaki glanced back at the centuries-old supervillain, worry etched into his face. Sir, are you all right? This is no ordinary ruin. My collection of durability quirks should be able to keep me rooted in place, even under the greatest impacts. Something is unnatural about this place, able to circumvent the power of hundreds of quirks. Garaki frowned. What do you suggest we do, sir? All for one huffed. Leave it. For now. This will warrant further study, but as things stand, I must make preparations for the 8th holder. Garaki bowed his head. As you wish, sir. As the two vanished through a cloud of black sludge, a mysterious figure rose out of the sand by the doors, surrounded by ethereal turquoise flames. How interesting. A mortal man, imbued with the same evil as the calamity. We may have reason to be wary. 9 years later. The bell rang, signaling the end of classes for the day. The teacher closed his textbook and walked out the door, and the class started packing up in preparation to go home. As usual, Katsuki was the first to be fully packed and the first out the door. Izuku grabbed his quirk analysis notebook, labeled number 13, and opened it to the section on his math teacher. He reached for his pen, but Yubi suddenly yanked the notebook off of Izuku's desk. The green-haired boy sighed, before turning in his seat to stare up at his classmate. Please give me back my notebook, Yubi. The other student chuckled darkly, gripping the book with both hands. What this? What's even the point, Deku? You're never gonna do anything, so why keep pretending that you're worth a DMN? Izuku sighed again, having already had this conversation several times before. Just give me my notebook, Yubi. I'm not doing anything that's hurting you, so you don't need to interrupt my hobby. Yubi smirked and stepped forward as if preparing to hand the notebook back, before suddenly ripping it in half along the spine. Oops. Sorry about that. Izuku stared at the other boy with completely dead eyes. You and I both know that you don't mean that. Have you had your fun by destroying my things? Can I go now? Yubi tossed the halves of the book out the window, before stepping closer and leaning down so that his face was filling Izuku's vision. Listen, you quirkless freak. You're never gonna be a hero, so do Bakugou a favor and don't apply to UA, yeah? The place doesn't need a Deku like you dragging it down. Matter of fact, why don't you do us all a favor and go take a swan dive off a building? Who knows, maybe you'll get lucky and get a quirk in your next life. The student and his buddies started laughing raucously, before all filing out of the classroom in short order. Izuku watched them all go, only letting his facade drop once he was alone. He slammed a fist into his desk, his eyebrows pinched. Damn it. Why do I force myself to just sit there and take it like a weakling? He zipped up his bag and made his way out of the room, quickly exiting the building and walking around to the koi pond in the back, the two halves of his notebook floating in the dirty water. He pulled them out, noting with anger that the ink was beginning to run. Sheet. I'm gonna have to transfer the notes to a new book. If he just ripped it in half, I could have taped it back together, but no, the JRK just had to throw it in the koi pond. Sighing, Izuku stuck the notebook halves in his bag and started walking home, taking the detour from his normal route that he knew would take him by a convenience store. As he walked into the underpass, he was already debating what color of notebook to get this time. He was so lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice the manhole cover shifting until it was too late. He was swept up in a wave of dark green slime, which surrounded him and lifted him off the ground. Two green-tinted eyes stared down at him from the top of the sludge, and a mouth with offset teeth formed. Man, you're a real lifesaver, kid. A medium-sized body, perfect for hiding from that guy. Izuku's eyes widened in fear, and he opened his mouth to scream, but the sludge suddenly started pouring in, cutting off his breath. Shit. What do I do? What do I do? The villain chuckled. Hey, stop squirming, kid. Just let it happen. Your brain's gonna shut off from lack of oxygen in just 45 seconds. Gotta say, you're my hero right now. Izuku's eyes widened even further. I can't let this happen. I promised Katsuki that I'd join him at the beach for practice today. Suddenly, a detail flashed into his mind. Wait a sec. His body is fluid sludge, but his eyes are still solid. And if I remember correctly, he quickly removed his right hand from the sludge by his mouth and stuck it into his pocket, grabbing his pen. He swung up and backwards, and the sludge guy screeched as the point jabbed into his right eye. Why, you little dash. The sludge started pouring in even faster, and Izuku cursed internally. Shit. I was sure that would help. It only made him angrier. Black spots started appearing in his vision, and his breathing became ill-bred. I can't die here. Not now. I can't die without becoming a hero. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light shone from the back of his right hand. The sludge villain hissed in pain, and the slime was forcibly ejected from Izuku's mouth. Izuku fell to the ground, coughing and breathing heavily. The manhole cover shot up, and a large figure jumped out from the sewers. My apologies, young man. The sewer system was much harder to navigate than I thought. But do not fear, for I am here. The sludge guy cursed under his breath and shifted towards the end of the underpass. Damn it. I can't get caught now. The sludge shot forward, but the massive figure pet its right fist. Texas smash. The slime was blown away, save for a small clump surrounding the eyes. It writhed around on the ground, and the figure strode forward quickly, ripping the eyes apart and stuffing each one into an empty soda bottle. As Izuku coughed out what felt like the last of the sludge, a massive hand entered his vision. Are you all right there, young man? Izuku glanced up, and he gasped. All Might? Indeed, there was the #1 hero in all his glory, wearing casual clothing and holding a plastic grocery bag. Indeed. I happened to be out on a grocery run when this villain started causing trouble. But enough about me. Are you feeling all right? Izuku turned away and coughed again, smacking his fist against his chest a couple times. Yeah, I think I'm all right. Most of the sludge got out of my lungs when you blew him away. You got him, right? Of course, young man. Rest assured, this criminal has been safely contained. As Izuku got to his feet, he suddenly remembered who he was talking to and quickly rifled around in his bag. Hang on a sec. Before you go, could you sign something for me? I'm a huge fan of yours. He pulled out the tattered second half of analysis notebook number 13 and held it out to the hero, who chuckled deeply. Why, of course. A hero always has time for his fans. All Might flipped through the notebook, stopping on the entry about Mount Lady. A fan of all heroes, I see. This art is quite good, I must say. Now, I'm ashamed to ask something of you, but do you have a pen on hand? Izuku blinked, before glancing down at the pen still clutched in his right hand. It was still covered in residual slime, and Izuku held back a GG. Give me a second. I don't think you'll want to use this one. He rifled around in his bag again, before pulling out one of his spare pens and holding it out to the man. Here. All Might took the pen and quickly scrawled out a signature on the page, before handing both items back to Izuku. There you go, young man. Now, before I take off, are you certain that you'll be all right? Your right hand looks peculiar. Izuku glanced at his hand, eyes widening when he saw that the back of it was shining with a golden light. He quickly stuffed it in his pocket and lied, it's related to my quirk. Honestly, I feel fine. You don't need to worry about me. All Might frowned for a couple awkward seconds, before grinning again. Well, if that's the case, then I must be off. These bottles will only contain this villain for so long, and I must be handing him off to the police. With that, the hero leaped away, a gust of wind blowing away the residual clumps of slime lining the underpass. Izuku stared at the sky, before pulling his hand out of his pocket and staring at the glowing symbol on the back of it. For years, he'd had that strange marking there, but this was the first time it had really done anything aside from existing. As he stared, the glow dimmed. Now, the lines of the marking were glowing a soft gold, and the triangle in the bottom right was also glowing. The top and bottom right triangles had a softer, less opaque glow, and the one in the middle was as blank as before. What is this? Katsuki grunted, taking a sip from the can of soda that he'd grabbed from a nearby vending machine. Where the hell is Deku? He promised to be here by now. Fingers scoffed from behind him. Betcha he ran home like the demon coward he is. Katsuki glared back at the other boy. Deku's a lot of things, but he isn't one to break promises. Fingers raised his hands in surrender and backed off. Whoa, geez, alright, chill. So he's running late? Big whoop. We can probably do sheet without the loser, anyways. Katsuki grunted, crushing the can in his grip and scorching it with an explosion. If you want to go off and do sheet, fine. But I'm gonna wait for Deku. He tossed the remains of the soda can into a nearby bin, because while he might have been an a-hole, he was an FANG litter, damn it. Fingers suddenly glanced up and frowned. Hey, what's that? Katsuki glanced up, humming as he noticed what looked like 2 soda bottles falling out of the sky. As they fell, he made out what looked like green sludge inside of them. Gross. Who the hell carries around swamp water in 2-liter bottles? The bottles hit the ground, and the lids popped off, clearly not having been screwed on tight. The sludge oozed out, before suddenly surging across the ground unnaturally. Katsuki's eyes narrowed, and he backed up a couple paces, curling his fingers into claws. The F is this? The slime surged upwards, and Katsuki made out 2 greenish eyes above a mouth of mismatched teeth. Curse that hero. But he made the mistake of thinking he had me contained. The eyes swiveled down to stare at Katsuki, and the fucker grinned. Hey, you're not a bad-looking skin suit kid. Certainly better than that other one I ran into. Man, I wish I could pay him back for stabbing my eye with that pen. Katsuki popped an explosion in his right hand as a warning. Don't try me, sewer breath. The guy's eyes widened. Hey, that's a pretty nifty quirk you got there. Perfect for keeping the cops off my tail. Come here. Toshinori grunted as he landed behind the police station. That landing was harder than usual. I'm getting weaker, aren't I? Well, good thing I was able to catch this guy quickly. He patted at his pocket, only to pause when he didn't feel the bottle that he'd used to contain one of the villain's eyes. He patted at his other pocket, realizing that it was also empty. He glanced around his feet, his panic growing. Wait, where'd he go? Suddenly, an explosion echoed from the other side of town, followed by several sirens going off. Toshinori glanced in that direction, before sighing, his body deflating in a puff of steam. Guess I'd better go check that out? Izuku hummed to himself as he walked down the street, transcribing his analyses into the new notebook he'd purchased at the convenience store. Could have done without that sludge villain trying to possess me or whatever, but I guess I just can't have a peaceful day. The sound of an explosion caught his attention, and he glanced up to see a crowd forming nearby. What's that? Another villain fight. He ran over to the crowd, noticing that Backdraft was holding the crowd back with a stream of water. Death Arms, Slugger, Airjet, and Kamui Woods were all standing nearby, seemingly doing nothing. As Izuku got closer, one of the bystanders shouted, "Aren't you gonna do anything?" Kamui Woods responded, "We can't get close because he's firing off those blasts. None of our quirks are suited to this. We've gotta wait for a hero with a better quirk to arrive." Blasts? Izuku cautiously pushed through the crowd, eventually getting to the front. He stared across the devastated area and gasped, recognizing the sludge villain that had attacked him earlier. He got free? But All Might said he was contained. Wait a minute, if he could make explosions, why didn't he do that when he was trying to possess me? The sludge thrashed around, and another explosion tore through the area. The force of the blast pushed back the slime a bit, and Izuku's heart leapt into his throat as he recognized the head of blonde hair currently writhing around in the sludge. Katsuki! Without thinking, he jumped over Backdraft's barrier and shot forward, ignoring the cries of the heroes behind him. As he approached, the sludge villain turned and cackled. "Man, what are the odds? Here I am, thinking about how I'd like to get back at you for what you did earlier, and then you show up to get in my way again. Well, too bad for you, but this kid's got a great quirk. How about you have a taste of it?" The sludge forced Katsuki's hand up at Izuku, and he immediately ducked to the side, just as an explosion tore through the air where he'd been standing. Izuku kept running forward, several thoughts running through his head at the same time. Backdraft is forced to put out the fires every time Katsuki's quirk goes off, which keeps him from attacking the villain directly. Kamui would get burned by the explosions, Airjet's bursts would get counteracted, Death Arms only knows close combat, and Slugger, well, Slugger's never been all that great. The main problem here is Katsuki. He's trying to force the sludge off of him with explosions, but they're hurting more than they're helping. If anyone's gonna do anything, Katsuki needs to get free. Katsuki forced his head up and to the side, and his eyes widened. "Deku, the F are you doing here? Get out, you can't beat this guy." Izuku's eyes narrowed, and the symbol on the back of his right hand glowed brighter. "I'm not leaving without you." He jumped forward, pulling out the sludge-covered pen from earlier. He landed on Katsuki's head and stabbed the pen into the villain's non-bleeding eye. The sludge villain screeched and reared back, unintentionally retracting some of the sludge covering Katsuki's chest. Izuku hopped back and landed on the ground, digging his hands into the slime and grabbing Katsuki's arms. The blonde's right hand shone with a golden light, and he was forcibly ejected from the slime as electricity coursed through it. Immediately, Backdraft shot away from the crowd, trapping the villain's eyes in a ball of water. The crowd started cheering, and Death Arms walked up, clapping Izuku on the shoulder. "Not bad, kid. In the future, though, try leaving things to the professionals, alright." Izuku glared at the hero and shrugged his hand off. "If the professionals would do their DMN jobs, then I wouldn't need to do anything. Clearly, none of you were going to do anything, and somebody had to step in. My suggestion would be to give yourself some kind of ranged attack." Death Arms blustered, "We were waiting dash." Izuku interrupted, "You couldn't wait." The villain was forcing himself into the hostage's mouth and suffocating them. "The guy attacked me before, so I can say with complete certainty that Katsuki only had a minute to live when he was first attacked. If I hadn't acted, he would be dead and the villain would have been able to puppet his corpse without any issues. Waiting was not an option. Do better." He stormed off, dragging Katsuki by the arm. Once they were away from the heroes and the flashing cameras, Izuku gently patted Katsuki's cheek a couple times. "Hey, you with me?" Katsuki's eyes fluttered open, before shooting wide as his cheeks bulged. Izuku quickly stepped to the side just before Katsuki started coughing up chunks of slime. Izuku gently patted his friend's back as he emptied his lungs. "God, that was FNG awful. The dude reeked of sewer sludge." Izuku grunted. "Considering he crawled out of a manhole when I first saw him, I'm not surprised." Katsuki glanced back at Izuku. "He attacked you earlier?" Izuku nodded. "In the underpass on the way to the convenience store. All Might showed up and blasted him with a Texas smash. Supposedly he contained the guy in a couple of soda bottles. Katsuki scoffed. Apparently not. The bottles holding the fucker fell into the alley where I was waiting for you. Guess now I know why you were late, huh? Izuku hummed. Guess so. Katsuki glanced at Izuku's right hand, where the symbol was shining brightly. The F is that? Izuku grunted. You know that marking I used to have on my right hand? The one identical to yours? When I got attacked and was about to pass out from oxygen deprivation, it flashed and forced the guy off of me. He pointed at Katsuki's right hand, which was also glowing. The same thing happened to you when I was trying to pull you out. Katsuki looked at the back of his right hand, before glancing back at Izuku's marking. There's a difference. On yours, the bottom right triangle is glowing the brightest. On mine, it's the top one. Izuku frowned and peered at his friend's hand. Sure enough, the topmost triangle in Katsuki's mark had the most opaque glow. On both of ours, the bottom left one is dimmer, and the center one is entirely clear. Makes me wonder if there's a third person somewhere with the same marking that'd have the bottom left one. Momo sneezed, wiping at her nose before returning to her book. Strange. I don't think anyone's gotten sick in the house recently enough for me to contract anything. She scratched at the back of her right hand. And what is this itch that won't go away? Izuku grunted as he hefted the broken microwave over his shoulder, before starting to walk towards the closest set of stairs that led down to the beach. Who the hell throws away a whole but microwave? Katsuki huffed, dragging a mostly intact shelf behind him. People with more money than sense. For some reason, rich idiots seem to think that it's easier to replace something than to get it fixed. It's dumb. Izuku sighed. Yeah. Then again, if people weren't dumb, we wouldn't have such a potent source of strength training. Katsuki huffed again. But on the other hand, if people weren't dumb, you'd be able to go to the gym like everyone else does. Izuku grunted and heaved the microwave into the dumpster sitting behind the railing, dusting his hands off as it crashed onto the pile of junk sitting inside. True. Ah well, gotta make do with the current circumstances. They paused at the sound of an engine, turning to face the incoming truck that was approaching the beach. The vehicle rolled to a stop, and a pink-haired woman in overalls hopped out. Oh, can't help but notice you kids are hauling off all those electronics. What are you doing with it? Stuff. Katsuki huffed. Taking it to the dump. Where it fucking should have gone in the first place instead of this beach. The woman tooted, but there was a humorous hint to her voice. Well, that's no fun. That stuff's not gonna do anyone any good just sitting in a landfill, and the owners aren't fond of people taking their junk, so how about I offer you kids a deal? Izuku frowned. What kind of deal? The woman vaulted over the fence and landed on the beach, dusting off her breathes and holding out a hand. Name's Hatsumpe. I run the scrap shop a few blocks down from here. I've also got a kid who's looking into support, and she wants to get a head start on her gear. Problem is, business has been poor, and she's been lacking in raw materials. So, here's the deal, you kids deliver the stuff from this beach to the shop, and I'll pay you like I would any other customers. The beach gets cleaned, you get paid, and Mayday gets her scrap. Win-win ya? Izuku hummed. Support gear, eh? Before we agree, how about we meet this Mayday of yours? Hatsum-san grinned. Works for me. Katsuki hummed to himself as he and Deku jogged along the street. Overalls had driven ahead in her truck, but had promised to keep the door to the shop unlocked. There a reason you wanted to meet with her kid before accepting the deal? Deku responded, UA allows hero examinees to bring one piece of gear with them, provided they fill out the proper forms. Most support distributors won't sell to unlicensed students, but if the gear is made by a kid and given to another kid, then it's legal. If this Mayday makes quality gear, then that's one more tool in my kit for the entrance exam. Katsuki grunted. You're already thinking that far ahead? The exam's not for 10 months, nerd. Deku fired back. Well, I'm always gonna be at a natural disadvantage, so I've gotta find ways to close that gap wherever I can. If that means planning really far ahead, so be it. They rounded the corner and slid to a stop in front of the payday scrap shop, which had the lights on as promised. Deku knocked on the door, and Overalls greeted them with a grin on her face. Well, You kids are just bundles of energy, huh? You don't look the slightest bit winded, even after running all the way here. Color me impressed. Katsuki grunted and crossed his arms. Can't be heroes if we get tired out from a little jog. Where's your brat? The woman chuckled and turned on her heel, cupping her hands around her mouth. Oi, Mayday. Got a couple kids your age, might be prospective clients. A pink blur shot down the stairs at the back of the shop, darting right up to Deku and materializing into a girl with pink dreadlocks and golden eyes. Heya. Hatsum May, future CEO of Hatsum Industries, at your service. What can I do for ya? To his credit, Deku was unfazed. Your mom said she'd pay us if we brought you scrap from the beach, but I'm looking for more than just cash. The Hero Course entrance exam allows participants to bring gear, but I'm not gonna get it from an official supplier. What ya got? The girl's eyes widened, and her face split into a massive grin. That depends. What are you in the market for? Deku glanced down at his right hand and flexed his fingers. For some reason, I've recently been wanting to try a sword. The girl waved her hand. Boring. A regular sword ain't even a challenge. Deku grinned. Then by all means, give it some bells and whistles. The girl squealed with delight and spun on her heel to face her mom. Ma, can I? Please? Overalls chuckled. Sure, Mayday. She glanced at Katsuki and Deku. I take it the deal is on? Katsuki grunted. Sure. You got something that we can dump the scrap in so you can pick it up. Nezu glanced up from the files on his desk as his computer pinged. His ears drew back as he recognized the specific tune that had been used. He quickly hit the button to lock down his office, before opening the update notification. On his screen, video footage played from a camera mounted in the forest outside of Mizudafu, overlooking one of the ancient ruins that the mammal was keeping tabs on. His attention was drawn to the front doors, where the once dark symbol containing the divided triangle was now glowing with a soft golden light. How interesting! In the footage, a squirrel scurried across the ground, coming close to the doors. There was a burst of golden light, and the squirrel dashed away from the ruins. As Nezu watched, an ethereal turquoise flame emerged from the doors, growing and taking on the form of a young girl with pointed ears, wearing a small green tunic. The girl spoke to herself, and Nezu's ears twitched as he failed to decipher the language used. Intriguing. A spirit of a long-dead civilization, guarding an ancient temple, speaking in a language lost to time. Suddenly, the spirit turned its head to face the camera, and Nezu froze, somehow feeling its gaze pierce through the screen and into his very soul. The girl spoke, this time in Japanese. I know not if you are friend or foe. But know that only the chosen hero may open these doors. The feed cut to static, and Nezu hummed to himself, shutting off the monitor and rubbing at his chin. The mystery deepens further. I wonder, who might this chosen hero be? 10 months later, Izuku glanced up at the massive building in front of him, feeling the anxiety wash over him. Kind of intimidating, isn't it? Katsuki grunted and shouldered his bag. Whatever. Let's just get moving. Together, they headed inside, following the signs to the testing hall for the written exam. Katsuki went inside immediately, but Izuku was halted by a clone of ectoplasm outside the doors. I apologize, but all gear must be left with a proctor during the written exam. It will be returned to you before the practical exam. Izuku nodded in understanding and removed the scabbard from his back, holding it out to the hero before heading into the exam hall. Alright, let's do this. Momo hummed to herself as she read through her acceptance letter. Good, I made it in. Oh, and Todoroki-kun was admitted as well? Pleasant surprise, to be sure. I was certain that the boy with the wind quirk had a better performance. Ah well. Mother poked her head into Momo's study. What were the results? Momo lifted her head and beamed. I got in, Mother. I will be in class 1A alongside Todoroki-kun. Mother smiled softly. That's wonderful, dear. Oh, by the way, I've noticed that you've taken to rubbing at your right hand lately. Is everything all right with that? Momo's smile wavered. It's fine, Mother. Just an itch. I'm certain I'll be able to put it aside once classes begin. Mother hummed worriedly. Well, if it persists, I'm certain that recovery girl will be more than willing to take a look at it. All right. Momo nodded. Of course, mother. Izuku cracked his knuckles as he left the exam hall, having finished the test a good half-hour before the end of the allotted PRD. He glanced up as a clone of ectoplasm approached, holding out his scabbard. Izuku took the proffered weapon and nodded his thanks, before heading towards the briefing auditorium for the practical exam. Should probably take some time to make sure they didn't tamper with it. They likely didn't, but it never hurts to be certain. He quickly found his assigned seat and sat down, drawing the sword and checking over the blade, sighing with relief. Good. Nothing's wrong. Especially since I don't have any tools on hand. He registered hurried footsteps and he glanced up. As a tall boy with blue hair walked up, chopping his hand furiously. Excuse me. It is against the rules to bring in outside equipment to the exam. Unless that is part of your quirk, I must insist that you get rid of it. Izuku gave the other boy a glare that sent him stumbling backwards. For your information, it is allowed as long as you fill out the paperwork ahead of time. Just because you didn't bring anything doesn't mean I can't. Now leave me alone, I need to make sure it's functional for the exam. He turned his attention back to the weapon, taking it by the hilt and hitting the button on the crossguard. The blade hummed, and several lines running along it lit up blue, filling the air with the crackle of electricity. Izuku hummed in satisfaction and hit the button again, turning off the taser system. A deep thumping drew his attention, and he glanced up to see Katsuki stomp into the room, storming up to Izuku's row and plopping in the seat next to him. That exam had no right to be that long. Why the hell was it necessary to have questions on first aid techniques? Izuku grunted. Pretty sure the written exam is the same for every course, so it's a more general assessment of knowledge. Also, knowing first aid is vital for a hero, since you can't always wait for the paramedics to show up. You of all people should know that. Katsuki huffed and slumped in his seat. Whatever. The lights dimmed, and Izuku resheathed his sword. A spotlight clicked on, illuminating the stage at the front and revealing present Mike standing by the microphone. Everybody say hi. Dead silence. What a refined audience. Anyway, welcome to the practical exam for UA's heroics course. Your task? Fighting villains. The massive screen behind the hero turned on, displaying 4 silhouettes of varying shapes, labeled with a 1, 2, 3, and you'll be released into our 7 fake cities to wreck as many robotic faux villains as you can. Each robot is worth 1, 2, or 3 points, but the more points it's worth, the harder it is to take down. The blue-haired boy from earlier shot up, his hand raised high. Sir, the handout clearly indicates that there are 4 types of robots. Surely a prestigious institution such as UA would not overlook such an important detail. Izuku groaned and smacked his palm into his forehead. Present Mike cleared his throat, before responding, "You're correct, listener, there are indeed 4 robot types. I was just getting to the last one. This guy is worth 0 points, designed to simulate an impossible obstacle. He rampages in close quarters, so if you see him, run in the other direction." The blue-haired guy nodded. "I see. Please excuse my interruption." Present Mike continued. "When the gates open, you'll have 10 minutes to gather as many points as you can. Attacking other examinees is unheroic and can seriously hurt your score, so don't do that. Remember, you're trying to be heroes. Plus ultra, and good luck suffering." As the group of examinees climbed off the bus and gathered by the entrance to Testing Ground B, Izuku drummed the fingers of his right hand against his leg. Glancing around, he quickly took stock of this bunch of applicants. His attention was drawn to a blonde boy with a shiny belt, a tall boy with white hair and 6 arms, a girl with brunette hair, and the blue-haired guy from the auditorium. Those 4 look like they've got the best chances. They're the only ones who look remotely nervous. If you're not nervous about something this big, then you're overconfident. Suddenly, the gates slammed open, and Present Mike shouted, "Go!" Immediately, Izuku shot forward, running past the other examinees and drawing his sword as he charged into the fake city. The others looked around in confusion, and the hero shouted, "What are you waiting for? There's no countdowns in real life. That kid's got the right idea." The die has been cast. Izuku barely paid the hero's shouting any mind, his attention locked onto the task ahead. In the back of his mind, he registered the others beginning to disperse into the city, but his focus was drawn to the cluster of green metal rounding the corner ahead. A mix of ones and twos, totaling 14 points. He sidestepped the barrage of, hopefully RBB, bullets and swung, cleaving the head off of the closest one-pointer. He hummed to himself. Definitely designed to be wrecked. Doesn't make their weapons any less dangerous, though. He shot into the air, just as the 4 two-pointers all sprayed fire towards where he'd been standing. With a few well-placed slashes, he cut through the remaining bots, grunting in satisfaction as they collapsed to the ground, their circuits sparking. Alright, that's 14. Not a bad start. Let's move. Nedu hummed to himself, scanning the various feeds from the different testing sites. Eraserhead walked up behind the mammal and grunted. Looking for someone? Indeed. I'm not sure yet who it is I'm looking for, but I'm certain I'll know them when I see them. The man sighed, running a hand through his unkempt black hair. I shouldn't have expected you to be any less cryptic. I don't suppose you'd be willing to bring me in on whatever it is you're hunting for? Nedu chuckled. Of course not. This is a personal project. I don't ask what you do in your free time, so don't ask me what I do in mine. Eraserhead grunted. Right. The man walked towards a dark corner of the observation room, immediately wrapping himself in his sleeping bag and laying down on the floor. Nedu paid him no attention, his eyes sweeping the monitors over and over again. Suddenly, a glint of golden light snagged his focus, and he lasered in on that screen, tapping at his keyboard and zeroing in on the source. A boy with an electrified sword, cutting through the faux villains like a hot knife through butter. And on the back of his right hand, the same symbol that young Yaoyorozu bore. Only his was glowing with the golden light that Nedu had seen on the doors of the ancient temple. Suddenly, there was another glint of light on a different screen. Nedu swiveled his gaze to see a boy with spiky blonde hair, blasting his way through his exam site. Once again, there was that symbol on his right hand, but with one key difference. On his, the upper triangle was glowing. With the sword wielder, it was the triangle on the bottom right. Eraserhead huffed, clearly having noticed his employer's reactions. Found what you were looking for? Nedu hummed excitedly. I do believe I have. He quickly turned to the stack of files on the desk before him and sifted through them, quickly finding the folders with the images of the boys he'd noticed. Interestingly enough, both were from the same school. Midoriya Izuku and Bakugou Katsuki. The two of you may just hold the answer to this peculiar riddle. Katsuki grunted, feeling his shoulders tingle from the recoil of his explosions. He punched a two-pointer in its snake-like face, smirking with satisfaction as the red lens cracked and went dark. That's 51. This is hardly a challenge. The symbol on the back of his right hand flashed for a second, and he glanced at it. You want to go harder? It flashed again as if it was responding to him. Katsuki felt his grin widen, and a rush of strength surged through his limbs. Well, why the hell not? He shot forward, almost flying across the street as he approached a clump of fake villains. They turned to face him, and he ped his fist, something welling up within his muscles. A purple aura surrounded his hand, and he slammed into the nearest robot, rupturing its side and sending the nearby automatons flying from the shockwave. The robot under his fist crumpled, before exploding in a burst of fire and electricity. Katsuki cackled madly, feeling power surge through his body. Now that's what I'm talking about. Suddenly, the ground shook, and Katsuki stumbled to the side, catching himself on a nearby fence. He glanced up as a shadow fell over him, and he paled at the sight of a massive robot towering over the nearby buildings. What the hell is that? Izuku's head shot up as the ground rumbled. He stood among the wreckage of a group of fake robots, all cut to shreds with his sword. That can't be good. He quickly deactivated the sword and sheathed it, before running through an alley and coming out onto a street lined with rubble and debris and filled with fleeing applicants. One of them shouted, I did not sign up to get crushed by a giant robot. Izuku glanced to his left, then looked up and paled at the sight of the enormous zero-pointer looming over the street. He stepped to his right to run, only to freeze when he heard a cry of pain. Tearing his gaze from the robot's face, he scanned the street, and his eyes locked onto the brunette girl he'd noticed at the entrance, trapped under a chunk of concrete. He shot forward, running past the other examinees and ignoring their shouts. He drew his sword, quickly running through his options. The sword's tough, but I don't want to risk breaking it on that concrete. I know it can shear through the metal of the robots easily, but does the same apply to the shell of the zero-pointer? Wait, something that big has to have some kind of maintenance hatch. If I can just, there. He jumped on a nearby piece of rubble, before leaping through the air towards the approaching zero-pointer. He landed on top of one of its treads, quickly running towards the small handle located near the middle of the robot's hip. He grabbed the handle and pulled, and the hatch tore away to reveal a collection of wires and circuit boards underneath. Izuku reversed his grip on his sword and sank the blade into the circuitry, burying it up to its hilt. He hit the button, and electricity coursed through the zero-pointer, the lenses on its face shattering and the eyes going dark. The robot's massive arms slumped against the ground, limp, and Izuku grunted with satisfaction, deactivating the taser and sheathing the sword. He hopped to the street and jogged over to where the brunette girl was still trapped, staring at him with wide eyes. Ignoring her awe, he crouched down and dug his hands under the concrete, heaving it up onto a corner edge before tipping it over onto its side. He wiped his hands off, before holding a hand out to the girl. "You all right?" She accepted the hand up, her eyes still wide. "You did that for me?" Izuku huffed. "Would have done that for anyone. It's a hero's job to save people who are in danger." Present Mike shouted, "Time. The entrance exam has concluded. If you have any injuries, please remain where you are, and the nurse will be with you shortly." Izuku nearly choked on his spit when, 2 weeks after the entrance exam, he sifted through the mail to find an envelope with a wax seal bearing UA's logo. "Holy shit. My exam results are here." Mom hurried out of her bedroom, taking the rest of the mail from Izuku's hands as he swiftly walked into the living room, tearing open the envelope and appending it over the coffee table. A hologram projector and a letter fell out, and he caught the device before it could hit the glass tabletop. Mom hustled over to the couch, sitting down as Izuku turned on the projector. All Might's image appeared over the table and he boomed, "Greetings, young Midoriya. I am here to deliver your exam results." Izuku frowned. "This is from UA, right?" All Might continued, "In any event, you scored quite well on the written exam, placing among the top 10% of examinees this year. In addition, you earned an impressive 47 villain points during the practical. On its own, enough to enter the hero course, but that's not all. We wouldn't be much of a hero school if we didn't reward heroic behavior, so there's a hidden points system, rescue points." The video cut to a montage of various points during the exam of Izuku defending other examinees from various threats, ending with him taking down the zero-pointer and pulling the rubble off of the brunette girl. All Might boomed, "For your heroic actions, you have been awarded 80 rescue points, catapulting you into the top score for this batch of applicants at 127 points. Congratulations, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia." The video shut off, and Izuku and Mom sat still for a second. Then, they jumped up and started screaming triumphantly, hugging each other and dancing around the room with tears in their eyes. "I got in, Mom. I got in. You did it, Izuku. You did it." Suddenly, the projector flickered back on, displaying a video of Principal Nedu sitting in a dark room. "Greetings, Midoriya Izuku. By my calculations, you and your mother have had enough time to celebrate your acceptance." Izuku and Mom glanced at each other, before sitting back down. The principal continued, "In any case, I would like to request that you come to UA this Saturday. There is something I wish to discuss with you and Bakugou Katsuki concerning the mark on your right hands. I recommend that your mother attend as well. She should be aware of things that concern her only child. I will understand if you choose to decline. If you arrive at UA's front gate within a 5-minute margin of 10 a.m. on Saturday, I will know that you have accepted my invitation. Also, this meeting will have no bearing on your acceptance to UA. I will welcome you into the ranks of my students regardless. Congratulations on your results, and I hope to see you soon. The projector shut off, before shorting out. Izuku glanced at his mom, and their expressions hardened. If he knows anything about this mark, then I want to know, Mom. I've had this thing for so long, and it's only recently started doing things. I want to know if it's a good thing or not. So do I, Izuku. Katsuki raised an eyebrow in confusion as the projector turned back on, displaying a video of Yue's principal in a dark room. Greetings, Bakugou Katsuki. This will only take a moment, so please pay attention. I request that you come to UA this Saturday at 10 a.m. There is something I wish to discuss with you and Midoriya Izuku concerning the mark on your right hands. I recommend that your parents attend as well. They should be aware of something that concerns their only child. I will understand if you choose to decline. If you arrive at UA's gate at the specified time, I will know that you have accepted. This meeting will have no effect on your acceptance. I welcome you into the ranks of my students regardless of what we will discuss. Congratulations on your results, and I hope to see you shortly. The projector shut off, then fried itself. Katsuki grunted with interest, then glanced back at his parents. I don't know about you, but I'm going. Something happened during the exam that made me wonder just what the hell this mark is, and if the rat can tell me anything, then I want to know. The hag nodded. If he can tell us something, then I want to know too. The old man hummed in agreement. It's too unknown to just ignore. If we can learn something, anything, then that would be for the best. Momo glanced up as the phone rang, but Mother picked it up before she could move. Yaoyorozu residence, Yaoyorozu Shiru speaking. Who is this? Oh, Principal Nedu. What's the occasion? I see. Will this have any impact on Momo's attendance? Good. Is it up to her whether or not she? That's good. Well, thank you for letting me know. I will dash. Yes, of course. I'm certain you will. Goodbye. Mother hung up and sighed, before turning on her heel and walking over to where Momo was sitting in the library. Principal Nedu believes he may have some answers about the mark on your right hand. Momo perked up. The mark had been intriguing, and nothing she found in the library had held a possible answer. Really? What is it? Mother hummed, wringing her hands. He didn't want to say over the phone. If you're willing, he'd like you to go to UA this Saturday, at 10 a.m. There will be 2 other boys there, and potentially their parents. You see, they bear similar marks, only theirs glow. Momo's eyes widened. Truly? I'm not the only one with this mark. Mother nodded. Of course, it is entirely up to you whether or not you attend this meeting. And it will not have any effect on your attendance, you will be in 1A, regardless. Momo shook her head. No. I have to know as much as I can about this, especially with how long it's been a part of my life. A mystery I have been unable to solve. I will not rest if I know there is a possible answer sitting just out of reach. Mother nodded. Then we shall go. I will drive. Nedu insisted that we involve as few people as possible. That Saturday saw Izuku and Mom walking up to UA's front gate at 9:58 in the morning. Katsuki and his parents were already standing there, and the closed UA barrier was clearly making them nervous. Before Izuku or Mom could say anything, a sleek black car drove up, and 2 people stepped out, Yaoyorozu Shiru, the matriarch of the Yaoyorozu conglomerate, and a teenage girl who was clearly the woman's daughter. Suddenly, the mark on Izuku's hand pulsed sharply, and he winced at the same time as Katsuki. The girl's eyes widened, and she quickly walked up to them, grabbing their right hands. Izuku's eyes widened at the sight of the same mark on her own right hand, except hers was dark. She whispered, I wasn't ready to believe it, but it's true. The 3 of us are connected in some fashion. My mark has been itching for the past 10 months, but I thought nothing of it until now. Izuku and Katsuki exchanged glances. The blonde spoke up. 10 months ago was when our marks started glowing. Didn't happen at the same time, only 'cause we each nearly got killed. By the same guy, ironically. Yaoyorozu, the mother, gasped. That villain made of sludge, the one causing such a ruckus in Mizudafu. You were its hostage. But I didn't think the green one was remotely close to dying there. Izuku grunted. Got jumped by the guy earlier in an underpass. Suddenly, a small hole in the gate opened, and Nezu walked out, smoothing his suit jacket. I see you're all getting familiar with each other. But we mustn't waste time. I'd like to take this discussion behind closed doors as soon as possible, if you don't mind. You never know who might be listening or from where. The principal led their group through the halls of UA, taking an elevator and walking down a hallway until they ended up outside an ornate pair of double doors. Nezu squeezed the knot of his tie, and the doors swung open. The mammal ushered them inside, and they obliged, the doors closing and locking behind them. Nezu quickly walked behind his desk and hopped up onto his office chair, scooting forward and clasping his hands on the wood. Now that, as I'm sure you've noticed, the three marks give the bearers a mysterious connection. Young Momo's mark began itching when the other two marks had awakened, and there was clearly a reaction when all three were in the vicinity of each other. The older Yaoyorozu hummed. Principal, please allow me to be blunt. What is the nature of this mark? The mammal sighed and leaned back in his chair. To be blunt in return, I do not know for certain. I only have a working hypothesis, one that could not be tested without the bearers of the marks present. He snagged his keyboard and tapped away at it for a few seconds, before swiveling the monitor to face the others. The screen showed video footage from a forest, displaying the front of a ruined temple. Those present gasped when they saw that the doors held the same symbol, located over a strange bird-like crest. Mom asked, "But what does it mean?" Nezu held up a paw. That is not all. This recording was taken on the same day that the sludge villain attacked. Before then, I had been monitoring this temple and others like it around Japan. Prior to this footage, the symbol had been dark like young Momo's hand, but here, you can see that it is glowing like with young Izuku and young Katsuki. He clicked his mouse, and the recording played. A squirrel got close to the doors, and there was a flash of golden light. The animal bounded away, and an ethereal turquoise flame emerged from the doors, transforming into a young girl with pointed ears and a green tunic. Izuku gasped, and Nezu paused the recording, the others turning to him. Somehow, that girl seems familiar. I haven't met her in my life, but somehow, I know of her. I don't know her name, but I know that I know her. Nezu frowned, before resuming the recording. The girl spoke to herself in an indecipherable language, before turning to face the camera. Her voice laced with power, she said, "I know not if you are friend or foe. But know that only the chosen hero may open these doors." The recording stopped, and the Yaoyorozu matriarch frowned. I don't recognize the first language she used. It doesn't seem remotely similar to any known dialect today. Hylian. The entire room turned to face the younger Yaoyorozu. She lifted her head and said determinedly, "I don't know how I know, but the language is called Hylian." Katsuki winced and the room turned to him. He smacked the side of his head a couple times before saying, "For some reason, the word kokiri just appeared in my head." "The hell's a kokiri?" Nezu hummed and laced his paws together. So far, the pieces all point to this. The ruins in this footage belong to an ancient society, far older than written history. This temple, and others like it, are all that remain from this distant PRD. The mark on your hands is somehow connected to the civilization, possibly an ancient power used to obtain knowledge. How it has been passed on to you, I do not know. Though one prominent question still remains, who is this chosen hero? Izuku glanced down at his hand, the symbol pulsing. Something tells me that if we go to that temple, we'll find out. Nezu clapped his paws together. An excellent hypothesis. However, this is not an excursion one should make on an empty stomach. I propose we adjourn to the teacher's lounge before we continue this investigation. Perhaps Lunch Rush could be persuaded to prepare us something. Izuku made sure to grab the hero's autograph while he had the chance. The unmarked sky blue van slid to a stop in a parking lot at the edge of the forest. Izuku knew instinctively that they were only a few blocks from his and Mom's apartment. To think that something so important was basically in my own backyard all these years. It's crazy. Mom was the first to leave the car, being the least recognizable of the group. After a few seconds, she nodded and fully stepped out. Nobody around. We won't be seen. Nezu clambered out of the front passenger seat and sniffed the air, before nodding. Correct. No sense around here except ours. Let's move quickly, I'd rather not be around cameras for too long. The rest of the group clambered out of the back, and they hurried into the forest, away from prying eyes. Nezu took the lead, scampering around trees and bends just slow enough for the others to keep up. A few minutes in, they broke through the trees and entered a clearing, the doors of the temple fully visible. The others paused, but Izuku continued forward, drawn by some feeling he couldn't identify. For not having been here in his life, the area felt oddly familiar. Katsuki, do you feel that? The blonde grunted in assent. Something's weird about this place. It's like the ruins are imbued with some kind of mystical energy. Momo, as she had insisted on being called, frowned. It feels familiar, yet also distant. Caution is advisable at this point. Izuku carefully approached the doors, staring at the softly glowing symbol. On a whim, he held out his right hand, and the two symbols flashed with golden light. Suddenly, the symbol on the doors vanished, and the ground rumbled, the stone doors slowly sliding open. Nezu hummed in excitement, his beady eyes roving over the set of ancient stairs, lacking in any plant growth or deterioration. How curious! The interior is well maintained, even though it's almost certain that no one has been here in centuries. Suddenly, an ethereal blue flame appeared at the base of the stairs, before flying upwards and stopping inside the doorway. The flame transformed into the girl from the footage, regarding the group with an expression devoid of emotion. The hero has not made himself known for many millennia. Who opened the doors? Her gaze shifted to Izuku, and something clicked. He held up his right fist, displaying the glowing triangle on its back. That was me. Her eyes met his own, and her gaze softened. You do not remember my name, yet you know of my existence. Curious. Izuku nodded. We were hoping that this place would hold some answers. Not just for me, but for the other two. Katsuki and Momo displayed their marks, and the girl's gaze shifted to each of them in turn. She glanced back at Izuku, and her eyes moved to the scabbard on his back. Your skills have been awakened, but your memories remain sealed. Enter. What is contained within will surely be the final piece. The girl disappeared, and a soft wind blew from the doorway, seemingly inviting them in. The group exchanged glances, before Izuku walked forward, entering the temple and descending the stairs. The others were quick to follow. Nezu hummed excitedly to himself as he entered. This is exhilarating. Never would I have imagined that I would be solving an ancient mystery in my lifetime. The insides of the temple were lit by torchlight, somehow covering every surface in spite of the relatively low count of light sources. The group slowly walked through the corridors, before arriving in a massive room. It resembled the grand hall of a Christian cathedral, with a high ceiling and stained glass windows on the side walls. Light came in through the windows, despite the temple being entirely underground. However, Izuku's attention was drawn to the pedestal on the other end of the room, sitting below a massive stained glass window bearing the triangle symbol in its center. The window also displayed imagery of a boy with blonde hair in a green tunic on the right and a woman in an ornate dress on the left. Standing above the symbol was a man with dark skin, red hair, and a fancy robe with draping sleeves. But what really caught Izuku's eye was the pedestal and the sword embedded in it. It was a work of art. A purple hilt with green rope crisscrossing along the handle, a flared guard shaped like wings, and a yellow gem inlaid in the crosspiece. The blade was a blinding white, and the triangle symbol was etched into it close to the crossguard. Most of the blade was buried in the pedestal. In front of it lay a scabbard, blue with gold accents. The same triangle symbol was inlaid in gold halfway down its length. The others stopped in the center of the massive room, but Izuku kept walking forward, almost entranced. The sword was calling to him. As he approached, he slipped Hatsume's scabbard from his back and laid it on the floor. He stepped up to the pedestal and grabbed the handle with his right hand. His mark flashed brightly, and the sword shivered, as if being woken up after thousands of years of slumber. He grabbed the handle with his other hand and pulled upward, and the sword slid from the pedestal with ease, humming as if it was content to be in the hands of its owner. Izuku shifted his grip on the sword so that he was holding it upright with his right hand and raised it towards the ceiling. The blade shone with a mystical white light, and Izuku felt something within him settle, as though a long-missing piece had found its home. He glanced back down and picked up the scabbard with his left hand, before sheathing the sword and slipping it onto his back. Glancing over, he noticed a shield laying behind the pedestal. It was mostly blue with a silvery trim, bearing the triangle symbol in gold and the bird-like crest in red beneath. Izuku picked up the shield, noting how it was fairly lightweight but still incredibly sturdy. He slung the shield over his back and turned to walk back to the others, newfound courage filling his stride. Mom worriedly held her hand out to him. "Izuku!" He smiled softly to reassure her. "I'm still me, Mom." He glanced at the back of his right hand, where the mark was shining brighter than ever. "It's just that there's a lot more to this symbol than we ever expected." Momo walked forward and took his hand in hers, regarding the mark carefully. She then glanced at the sword on his back and reached out with her right hand. Her fingers brushed against the hilt, and she gasped as her mark shone with a golden light. "Oh my... It's so much more than I could have ever believed. I see now. I understand. I understand everything." Katsuki walked up and tapped the hilt of the sword. His mark flashed and his eyes widened. "Holy shit. There's an ancient civilization, and then there's this. That's a lot to think about." Nezu hummed excitedly. "What have you three learned?" They all turned to face the mammal, and Izuku grunted. "Your ancient civilization is a lot more complicated than just a single society. We'd better get back to you. We've got a lot of ground to cover, literally and figuratively." All for one sat up as a warp gate opened in his room, Kurogiri stepping through. "You have news for me?" The bartender huffed. "Tamura has been much more restless as of late. He caught wind that All Might will be teaching at UA this year, and he plans to kill the hero by attacking the school." All for one tooted at his successor's naivete. How foolish. To attack the school directly would be tantamount to suicide. Kurogiri hummed. He plans to obtain a teacher's schedule to find a time when All Might is away from the main campus. He aims to trap the hero in a remote location, away from potential backup. He also has begun recruiting minions to deal with the students that will undoubtedly be there as well. All for one sat up straighter at that. "So, it seems he has a modicum of intelligence, after all. Excellent. My successor must be smart enough to properly manipulate his enemies." Kurogiri bowed, though All for one only knew because of his infrared vision quirk. "I thought it prudent to inform you of the boy's plans, sir. Is there a message you wish for me to deliver to him?" All for one hummed, and his mind flashed back to the desert ruin with the odd symbol on its doors he'd found 10 years prior. "Yes, actually. If he happens to notice a triangle split into 4 equal pieces, study it. The symbol has held my interest for some time, but I have not had the resources to properly investigate it as of yet." Kurogiri bowed again. "Of course, sir." Izuku stared up at the massive door labeled 1A. He took a deep breath, before steeling his resolve and sliding it open. He was immediately hit with the sound of yelling. "I must insist that you remove your feet from the desk. It is disrespectful to the school faculty and everyone that was involved in its creation." Katsuki grunted, slumped in his seat and his feet kicked up on the desk. "Shut up, Four Eyes. This is way more comfortable and it's not bothering anyone else, so F off." Izuku grunted in agreement and walked towards his own desk, conveniently located right behind the blonde. "It's true. Katsuki's the oldest in our year, and the desks in our junior high weren't designed for someone as tall as him. He's used to putting his legs up so that they aren't cramped." The blue-haired guy from the entrance exam started chopping his hand even faster, only to pause when the door slid open and Momo walked in, yawning with a hand over her mouth. "Honestly, Tenya-kun, you really need to loosen up. Imagine what Tensei-san would say if he found you were hounding your classmates about the rules on the first day. At least let them get comfortable in the course first." The teen, apparently named Tenya, sighed. "I suppose you are right, Momo-chan." He stood up straight and held a hand out to Katsuki. "Perhaps we started off on the wrong foot. My name is Ida Tenya. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Katsuki grunted and accepted the handshake, not moving an inch from where he was sitting. Bakugou Katsuki. Likewise, I guess. Ida paused, glancing at the glowing symbol on the back of Katsuki's hand. He glanced back at Momo, and his eyes locked onto her own right hand, glowing with the mark of the Triforce. Momo-chan, your mark. It is glowing. Why is it glowing? And why does he have the same mark? Momo sighed. It's a long story, and something that the principal would like to keep under wraps, if possible. I'm sorry, but this is something that I can't even tell you about. Ida nodded. I understand completely. I shall simply treat this as though it is a classified case. Tensei has had enough of them that I should be able to keep myself from pressing. Momo smiled softly. That's good to hear. Izuku coughed and held out his right hand in greeting. Nice to meet you too, Ida-kun. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I look forward to working with you in the future. Ida accepted the handshake, eyes flicking to the Triforce of Courage on the back of Izuku's hand. Before he said anything, the blue-haired teen shook his head, as if to clear his thoughts, then nodded and moved to greet some of the others that were filtering into the classroom. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the brunette girl from the entrance exam walk in the door. Her eyes met his, and she smiled weakly, hurrying over to his desk. Hey, I never got to thank you properly for what you did during the entrance exam, huh? Izuku huffed. No need. I was just doing what any hero should have. She grinned and rubbed at the back of her neck. Well, yeah, but you were the only other person who stopped to help, even at the cost of getting more villain points. Though, with the rescue points being a thing, I guess it didn't really hurt your score all that much, huh? Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but a voice from by the door announced, if you're only here to socialize, get out. The hero course isn't something you can take lightly. All conversation ceased, and everyone turned towards the bright yellow sleeping bag that was sitting in the doorway. It sat upright and unzipped, before falling to the floor to reveal a man wearing a black jumpsuit and a gray scarf. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda. I'll be your homeroom teacher this year. He reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a bunch of gym uniforms, tossing them onto the podium. Get changed and get outside to the training field. Don't waste my time. Izuku, Katsuki, and Momo were the first onto the field, taking 5 minutes to find the changing rooms, put on their gym uniforms, and then find the field. They were shortly followed by Ida and a teen with red and white hair, split down the middle. The others trickled out onto the field, each taking a varying amount of time, until the short boy with grape-like hair hobbled onto the field at the 10-minute mark. Izuku already didn't like that kid. He'd made some comments in the changing room about the uniforms being disappointingly loose. Aizawa-sensei sighed and addressed the class. A majority of you took nearly 10 minutes to get out here. That is unacceptable. Out in the field, several hundred civilians could have died in that time. If you stick around, I expect your response times to be much faster in the future. In any case, today we're holding a Quirk apprehension test. The brunette girl cautiously raised her hand. Sir? What about orientation? Heroes don't have time for frivolous ceremonies. The man paused. Also, any important information from orientation will be detailed in the syllabi on your desks back in the classroom. But back on topic. I'm certain you've all gone through the standard physical examinations in junior high. The ball throw, the 50-meter dash, the standing long jump, and so on. However, the Ministry of Education likes to waste time by making you do these tests without the use of your quirks. Illogical. Katsuki deftly caught the ball thrown his way in his right hand. Bakugou, you got second on the entrance exam, right? What was your personal record for the ball throw in junior high? The blonde grunted. 67 meters. Stand in the circle and throw that ball as hard as you can, but this time, you're allowed to use your quirk. Katsuki nodded and walked over to the circle, winding his arm a few times to loosen up his shoulder muscles. He drew his arm back in a pitcher's stance, and the Triforce of power on his right hand glowed brighter. His arm came forward and he left off a massive explosion, sending the ball escalating off into the distance. Most of the class gasped in shock, but Izuku simply sighed and shook his head. After a few seconds, there was a beep, and Aizawa-sensei held up a phone-like device that read 7,052 meters. Knowing your limits is an important part of being a hero. As such, these tests are designed to draw out those limits. The class started chattering, while Izuku grunted. He held back. I know for a fact that he could have gone way farther, but any more than that would be pushing the boundaries of believability. The girl with pink skin and hair piped up, "We get to use our quirks for this? This is gonna be so fun." Aizawa-sensei's expression darkened. Fun? Is this just a game to you? The class paled, and the man grinned evilly. Well, if it's just a game, let's raise the stakes, shall we? Whoever comes in last place will be deemed to have zero potential and will be expelled. The class started muttering, and the brunette girl shouted, "Can't do that. That's not fair." The man grunted, "Life isn't fair. Natural disasters, unexpected villain attacks, general misfortune of varying kinds. It's a hero's job to combat the unfairness in the world, so you'd better get used to it now. One of UA's selling points is its freedom. That includes the teacher's freedom to teach how they see fit. Welcome to the hero course. Let's see if you've got what it takes to stay here." Izuku slowed to a stop, breathing heavily with his hands on his knees. The others nearby kept going as the green-haired boy jogged off the track, joining the students who had already finished the endurance run. Small mercy that we did this one last. I'd shudder to think of trying any of the other tests while exhausted from this. The remaining few dropped out in short order. Momo was the last one still going, having created a moped to carry her along the track. Even the boy with split hair had dropped out before her, having created ice under his feet to propel himself along. Aizawa-sensei grunted, signaling Momo to leave the track. As she joined the group, he glanced over a tablet in his hands, before grunting again and pulling out a hologram projector. "Well, I can't complain too much about your individual scores. All of you are in decent physical condition, though clearly some of you need more exercise than others. In any case." He held up the projector, and it displayed a 10x2 table of names, ranked from 1 to in first place was Momo, having created a variety of objects to handily dominate nearly every test. Second place went to the boy with split hair, apparently named Todoroki Shudo, who had consistently used ice to launch his scores sky-high. In third was Katsuki, fourth went to Ida, and Izuku was in fifth. The brunette girl, named Uraraka Ochako, was in 11th place, and the short kid, named Mineta Minoru, was sitting in dead last. He immediately burst into tears. "No. I'll never get another chance. Forgive me, hot babes, I failed you." Aizawa-sensei sighed and turned off the hologram projector, sticking it back in his pocket. "Not quite. Luckily for you, no one is being expelled today." He grinned. It was a logical deception, designed to back you into a corner so that you'd give it your all on the tests. The class devolved into angry shouting, but the man ignored them, raising his voice to be heard over the din. "After you've changed back into your regular uniforms, head back to the classroom. The syllabi will be on your desks. I highly suggest you read them. They contain very important information for the school year." He moved to walk off the field, then paused and turned back. "Oh, also, Midoriya, Bakugou, Yaoyorozu. Head to the teacher's lounge once you've collected your things. I need to talk to the three of you." He walked off the field, and Mineta started sobbing again, this time in relief. "Yes, I still have a chance. Hot babes, here I come." Izuku groaned and walked by the short teen, leaning in close as he passed. "Watch yourself. Whatever you're planning, just know that I don't like people who don't know the meaning of consent." As instructed, the Triforce wielders headed over to the teacher's lounge after retrieving their belongings, already knowing the way from that fateful Saturday after the entrance exam. Izuku opened the door, and Aizawa-sensei glanced up from his seat in a bean-bag chair. A good, quick response time. Though, I shouldn't be surprised, considering you three were the first out on the field earlier today. Katsuki grunted as the three students walked in, plopping down into the nearby bean-bag chairs. "So, what did you want to talk about?" The man leaned forward and laced his fingers together. "Nezu informed me of your collective situation, though I'm certain he left out most of the details. All I was told is that you share pieces of a millennia-old divine power that belonged to an ancient civilization or something." Izuku sighed with relief. "Good. If you'd asked about my quirk earlier, I would have had to claim I was a late bloomer. I hate lying. Aizawa-sensei raised an eyebrow. So without this power you're entirely quirkless. You can probably imagine how fun that was during my earlier school years. The man winced. I have a rough idea, but back on topic. As an underground pro, I don't like to operate without all the details I can get. So, what can you tell me about this power you share, and how you're planning to make use of it in my class? The three glanced at each other, and Izuku sighed. Well, I guess we should start from the beginning. So, there were these three goddesses who made the world. Tashinori hummed to himself as he walked through Yue's halls, eventually reaching Nedzu's office. As he reached for the door handle, they swung open on their own, and Tashinori shivered. I will never get used to you doing that. Nedzu sipped at his tea and smiled at the man. Ah, Tashinori. Glad to hear that you received my invitation. Please, come in. Tashinori obliged, the massive oak doors closing behind him. He sat down in front of the principal's desk, accepting the offered cup of tea. After a few polite sips, he set the cup down on its tray and asked, So, why did you want to talk to me? Nedzu hummed. Well, ever since you brought up the idea of finding your successor among my students, I took it upon myself to search for those with potential. However, I'm certain that you'd like to choose them yourself, much like how your predecessor chose you. Therefore, I am sitting back for the time being, but letting you know that my assistance is available if you so wish. Tashinori hummed to himself and sipped at his tea. After a few seconds of thought, he set down the cup and sighed. I must admit, the thought of needing help at all is one that pains me as of late. The job's been getting harder in my old age, but the public still looks to me to protect them, even if it means other heroes doing nothing and waiting for me to step in. Nedzu frowned. Yes, I noticed as such during that sludge villain attack last year. Tashinori winced, and Nedzu hummed. You remember it? As I remember, you were not involved. Tashinori sighed. Actually, it's my fault that the villain was able to rampage the way he did. He'd previously attacked a young boy in an underpass, but I caught up and dispersed his body before the lad could be gravely harmed. I stuck his eyes into 2 soda bottles I had on hand, which I thought would keep him secure. Unfortunately, I think they fell out of my pockets mid-jump, and he happened to land near the blonde he publicly took hostage. Nedzu hummed in disappointment. A shame, Yagi. I thought you knew better than that. Still, what's done is done, and both hostages recovered with no ill effects, so we shall move on. Tashinori nodded and stared into his teacup. That I hate to admit it, but I'm getting old. I need to find my successor soon, before age catches up with me. I'm grateful that my search has been narrowed down to UA for the moment, but even still, there are many students to choose from. Not only are there the hero course students, but there may be those in the other departments who show promise. There might not be enough time to meet with them one by one until I find my successor, and even then, I may end up not choosing any of them. So as much as it pains me to rely on someone else, I ask you to help me narrow my search. Nedzu smiled. A fine answer, Tashinori. Knowing when to accept help is a hallmark of a good hero, after all. Though you actually considered something that I hadn't expected. My research only covered the 3 years of the hero course, so my knowledge of the students in the other courses may be a tad lacking. Tashinori grinned weakly. Nana once said that the smartest beings are prone to making the simplest of mistakes. And besides, that means there's still something for me to do. Also, if I don't choose someone from the hero course, then I'll admit the truth to the other teachers, and ask them to put forward potential candidates from their own classes. Nedzu hummed in excitement. Really? I would have expected you to hold the secret of one for all tightly to your chest until the day you either died or chose your successor. I wasn't expecting you to expand your circle of trusted individuals. Tashinori chuckled. At this point in time, I've no way of knowing when I might finally toss a coin to the ferryman. I'd like to make sure this torch can be passed on, and if that means bringing more people into the fold, then so be it. And so we've been exploring the powers our individual pieces give us in the time between then and today, Katsuki finished. Aizawa-sensei blinked, then nodded. So, setting aside the implications of reincarnation being a thing, along with all of the stuff about Hyrule, what can you each do? Izuku flexed his right hand. I was quirkless before I awakened the Triforce of Courage. After that, I received muscle memory from my previous incarnations, giving me proficiency with swordsmanship, archery, and horseback riding. That last one apparently translates to knowing how to drive a motorcycle. Somehow. I also received a buff to my physical abilities. Haven't done a lot of testing for the specifics yet, but it's comparable to most basic strength enhancement quirks. Momo leaned forward. My original quirk allowed me to burn the lipids in my fat cells to fuel the synthesis of various objects, so long as I knew the chemical formula of what I wanted to make. With the Triforce of Wisdom, I can now create things out of thin air, and even absorb created items back into myself to replenish energy. I can also access a variety of spells used by my previous incarnations. These include exploding fireballs, a crystalline shield that reflects damage, and teleportation. In keeping with bearing the Triforce of Wisdom, I have a sort of council in my mind, giving me answers to any questions I may have. Do not worry, I am able to ignore it, and I promise not to use it to cheat on any exams. The teacher snorted, lifting some of the tension of the situation. Katsuki popped off an explosion in his right palm. Before, I could sweat the substance similar to nitroglycerin and detonate it on my palms. The more sweat, the bigger the blast. When I awakened the Triforce of Power, I could funnel magical energy into the blasts, vastly increasing their energy output. I used about 1/10 of it during the ball throw. I could have gotten 70 kilometers, but I decided to keep my score believable, otherwise the others would start asking questions. In addition, my body is a lot tougher. I can infuse my strikes with magical energy, and I can create ball of electricity that stun anyone they hit. Though, my previous incarnations were evil DS due to some ancient curse, so I'm also carrying around a lot of dark spells that I really don't want to use. Aizawa-sensei hummed. Like what? Curses that make living things decay really fast, waves of darkness that render people immobile, and turning into a giant pig monster. The man shivered, and Katsuki nodded. Yeah. Lotta dark sheet that I don't want to touch. Aizawa-sensei held his hands together in front of his face and breathed in deeply, before letting out a bone-weary sigh. Alright, I'm not going to force you to use abilities you're not comfortable with, so long as not using them doesn't harm you in some way. And besides, your other powers should more than even the playing field. Izuku grunted. Yeah. Another thing, our powers grow stronger when we're in close proximity with each other. Took a few wrecked doors before we got a handle on how to manage that. Aizawa-sensei grunted. Alright, sounds like you three have a good handle on your extra powers. Though, Midoriya, you mentioned that your previous incarnations often explored ancient temples and acquired various tools and weapons, right? Do you happen to know if they're still intact or not? Izuku hummed. Well, the MSTR sword and Hylian shield are currently sitting in my bedroom back at the apartment, but I can't say for certain if any of the other items survive to the present day. The Emissar sword is imbued with divine magic, which kept it in peak condition, and the Hylian shield was built to be unbreakable. Not sure if anything else survived to the present day though. Nezu dropped out of a vent in the ceiling, landing in Aizawa-sensei's lap. The man didn't even flinch, suggesting that this was a regular thing. Well, the good news is that I have information on where to look. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Nezu pulled out a tablet and opened it to a gallery of images. There were 7 pictures, each displaying an ancient temple. Izuku recognized the first picture as the temple they'd entered in the forest outside Mizudafu. Another picture showed a temple surrounded by a blizzard, sitting atop a snowy mountain. Yet another picture showed a temple buried partway into the dunes of a desert. All of these locations are within Japan, leading me to believe that this country was once Hyrule and its neighboring kingdoms. We're lucky that plate tectonics haven't shifted the locations too far apart after all these millennia. He tapped on the picture of the snowy temple. This one was found atop Mount Tokachi in Hokkaido. Izuku hummed. So, maybe the mountain's colder climate might not be caused by natural phenomena, but instead some sort of ice magic? Nezu nodded. It's possible and something I would love to have the chance to investigate. Unfortunately, I'm attempting to keep any intel on Hyrule out of the hands of the Commission. Hylia knows what those people would attempt if they knew that the power to grant wishes was sitting in their own backyard. As such, we can't have the three of you roaming the country and exploring these temples while you're in school. Izuku sighed. I guess that's fair. Besides, it's not like we need mystical power anytime soon. Tamura grunted as Kurogiri warped into the bar. Well, the bartender sighed. The school is heavily defended. Getting in to steal a teacher's schedule would set off all manner of alarms. Tamura hummed and scratched at his neck. So we need to get someone to taunt the heroes and draw their aggro away from our little side quest. He grinned. You think those NPCs got the notification that All Might got a class change? The following day was the start of regular classes. The homeroom bell rang, and the class quickly stopped talking as Aizawa-sensei walked in, yawning and rubbing at his neck. Good, you're learning quickly. In any case, a few announcements to cover before classes start. UA follows the same formula as junior highs. You'll have all of your classes in this room, save for practical lessons in foundational heroics. Between each class, you'll have a 5-minute break PRD to go to your lockers, use the bathroom, and anything else you might need to do. Any questions? The class remained silent, and the man nodded. Good. Feel free to familiarize yourselves with the people sitting close to you. You'll likely be working alongside them in future classes. Dismissed. The bell rang as the teacher walked out, and the room was quickly filled with the din of conversation. Mineta chuckled darkly to himself and turned in his seat to face Momo. So, there's a good chance we'll be working together, melons, appealing? What do you say we get familiar with each other? The short boy suddenly froze in place, before slowly turning around to face Izuku. The green-haired boy was emanating an aura of death, his eyes practically blazing with ferocity. Back off. Mineta whimpered, and Izuku grunted, reeling in his anger as he felt the midget had been properly cowed. As soon as he was no longer in danger, the shorter boy huffed. What, is she your girlfriend? Izuku's glare hardened again. My sister in all but blood. Make her even the slightest bit uncomfortable, and your manhood is forfeit. Mineta swallowed, sweating profusely. You understood? Izuku nodded once. Good. Be sure that you do. Like with previous years, the first day of classes was an introductory PRD to get acquainted with the teachers before the curriculum began in earnest. Their schedules would be consistent throughout the week, at least during the mornings. In the afternoons, the hero course would switch between foundational heroics, hero ethics, and heroic law. First PRD would be modern literature, led by Ishiyama-sensei, otherwise known as Cementos. Second PRD would be algebra with ectoplasm. The hero refused to divulge his real name to the class, though his secrecy wasn't exactly new. Third PRD would be English, led by Yamada-sensei, aka Present Mike, who apparently refused to drop his DJ persona even during his teaching. Fourth PRD would be modern hero art history with Kiyama-sensei, also known as Midnight. Mineta started drooling when she walked in. Fifth PRD would be cultural studies with Snipe, a consistent mystery in the same vein as ectoplasm. Following fifth PRD was lunch, where Lunch Rush ran the cafeteria. The supportive hero was already working in full swing, even on the second day, so the students of 1A were treated to his culinary mastery from the get-go. Talking was scarce at first, but once the mouth-watering shock wore off, conversations began to spring up. Izuku, Katsuki, and Momo had all chosen the same lunch table, and they had been joined by Todoroki, Ida, and Uraraka. The latter wiped off her mouth with her napkin, before glancing around at everyone. Man, this is kinda crazy, isn't it? Being surrounded by heroes at all times. You'd never get an experience like this anywhere else. Ida swallowed and set down his chopsticks. I suppose not. UA is the only hero school whose staff is composed entirely of licensed heroes, either full pros or highly skilled sidekicks. Izuku hummed. On that subject, I still haven't figured out which hero our homeroom teacher is. His outfit seems to suggest he's an underground hero, which would explain why I couldn't recognize him right off the bat, but I've still got nothing. Katsuki grunted and took another bite of his curry. That's kinda the point of being an underground hero though. You're not supposed to be recognized for stealth and undercover work and all that. Izuku nodded. Yeah, but still, I thought IDV figured it out by now. Not sure why you're surprised by this, Katsuki. You of all people should know how much of a fanboy I am. Katsuki huffed. Used to be more like, after you got your butt saved by All Might, I'm pretty sure you lost a lot of your hero worship, since you can't really top that. Uraraka gasped. You got saved by All Might? When? How? Todoroki looked up from his cold soba, the only sign that he was also interested in the conversation. Izuku sighed and responded, it was about 10 months before the entrance exam. I was taking an alternate route home from school to stop by the convenience store and pick up a new notebook, since my old one had gotten tossed in the koi pond out back. Katsuki scowled. Wait a sec. You never told me that. Izuku grunted. It wasn't relevant. Yubi and his buddies cornered me in the classroom after you'd left. He yanked notebook 13, tore it in half, then tossed the pieces out the window. Anyway, I was on my way home, going through an underpass, when a guy made of slime came out of the sewers and jumped me. Now that I think about it, he must have been a bank robber or something, 'cause he had loads of bills swirling around in his body. Anyway, he tried stuffing himself down my throat to suffocate me and puppet my corpse. Thankfully, All Might jumped out of the sewers and got the villain off of me with a Texas smash. Even got his autograph. Ida frowned. That sounds like the same villain that rampaged in late April last year. He took someone hostage and was blasting apart Muzutafu when a bystander ran in and pulled the other person out of the villain's grasp, letting the heroes stop the villain. Katsuki sighed. Yeah, that hostage was me. In hindsight, I made the situation worse, 'cause I was trying to force the guy off of me, but all that ended up doing was holding back the heroes. Thankfully, Izuku ran in, pulled me out, and made an opening for backdraft to get in and trap the fucker in a ball of water. Todoroki frowned, then said, if All Might had gotten him off of Midoriya, how did he take Bakugou hostage? Izuku grunted. All Might contained the guy in a pair of soda bottles, but I think they fell out of his pockets mid-jump and landed right next to where Katsuki was waiting to meet up with me. We'd planned to head to Dagoba Beach that afternoon for training, but, well, it didn't work out. Uraraka's eyes widened. Wait a sec. Didn't Dagoba Beach used to be covered in trash? I'd heard that it got cleaned recently by someone, but the news never found out who. Katsuki shrugged. Yeah, that was us. There was a fuckton of junk on that beach, so we figured we'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone, get in some strength training while getting the beach in functional order. Ida whistled appreciatively. Tensei has been complaining about that beach for years. He'd have liked to do something about it sooner, but the agency has been swamped with cases and paperwork as of late. Uraraka frowned as the blue-haired teen took another bite of his noodles. The way you talk. Are you a rich kid? Ida choked on his udon and pounded his fist into his chest a couple times, drawing a couple stares from the nearby tables. I apologize, I was simply caught off guard. While I don't like to make a big deal out of it, my family is indeed far more well-off than most others. You see, my older brother is the turbo hero, Ingenium. Izuku's eyes widened. No way. The head of the greatest team-based agency in all of Japan. Ida beamed. Indeed. Tensei is a model hero and a wonderful ideal to strive for. Uraraka laughed, but it was laced with tension and a hint of jealousy. Must be nice to be rich. She picked at her rice with a sullen expression, and Izuku frowned. Money problems? She sighed. Yeah. Ma and Pa run a construction company in the Mie prefecture. We used to be fine, but we got stiffed by one of our clients recently, and we've been strapped for cash since then. Momo frowned. Well, that's unfortunate. If it's not too pushy, may I ask if you remember the name of this client? Uraraka hummed and rubbed at her chin. Oh yeah, he said that his name was Gisuyur. Bit prophetic, honestly. He promised a good payment for constructing a high-rise apartment complex, but then he complained that we'd made the apartments too small and refused to pay. Mom and Dad tried contacting him after that, but he never responded, and worse, our reputation had somehow evaporated overnight. Momo scowled. Unfortunately, I think I know of him. 5 months ago, a man with the same name approached Mother with a request to purchase one of our luxury apartment complexes. When Mother explained that those properties were for rent, not for sale, he became quite angry and insisted, and I quote, "I have the right to my own building." When Mother refused, we went through a brief rough spot with our clients, since someone was spreading rumors that the corporation was fraudulent. Thankfully, one of the heroes that Father supplies did some investigating and found that the person spreading the rumors was Gisu. Ida grunted. I also know of him. Recently, Tensei was approached by a self-proclaimed businessman of the same name, offering a commercial deal with his line of automobiles. However, Tensei refused, as he has always been a supporter of gasoline-free transportation. He became quite angry, as if he was unused to being denied. Soon after, nasty articles about Tensei were posted everywhere, but thankfully, Ingenium's fans quickly rose up to defend him. I suppose we are lucky that our families had the resources and connections to protect our respective reputations. My apologies for your parents' company being targeted, Uraraka-san. The girl grunted and continued poking at her rice. I just wish that somebody would knock that a-hole down a peg. He's ruined my family's company, and he keeps trying to trash other corporations when they don't follow his every whim. Izuku pulled out his phone and tapped away at it. After a few seconds, it chimed, and he glanced at the screen, before grunting in satisfaction and sticking it back in his pocket. Nedzu's on it. Uraraka, Todoroki, and Ida all stared at him incredulously. After a few seconds, the latter asked, "Begging your pardon, but how do you have such a rapport with the principal? It must be a recent development, otherwise I surely would have seen you at the recommendations exam with myself, Yaoyorozu, and Todoroki." Izuku, Momo, and Katsuki exchanged glances, and the blue-haired boy's eyes widened. "Oh, it's related to that thing I'm not supposed to ask about, isn't it?" Izuku nodded wordlessly, and Uraraka frowned. "Thing? What thing?" The Triforce wielders held out their right hands in unison. Uraraka gasped as she noticed the near-identical marks, and Todoroki's eyes widened slightly. Ida nodded and said, "Yesterday morning, I was informed that these marks have a long history and are something that Nedzu would like to keep under wraps if possible. It stands to reason that Midoriya-kun would have a connection with the principal as a result of this." Izuku grinned. "Bingo! Uraraka, be prepared to get a text from the principal sometime soon. Don't question how he'll have your phone number, because believe me, you don't want to know how Nedzu gets his information, if you can even find out at all." Tashinori hummed as he walked up to the double doors of Nedzu's office, barely even flinching as they swung open on their own. The mammal glanced up from his computer and smiled. "Ah, Tashinori. I see you've been looking through the student files I gave you. Anyone particularly caught your eye?" Tashinori sighed. "Not yet. I see you included young Togata in the list of potential candidates. I'm guessing you were unaware that I already offered one for all to him." He declined. The fur above Nedzu's eye shifted, the mammal's version of raising an eyebrow. "Is that so? When was this?" Tashinori rubbed at his chin. "About 5 months before the start of the school year. Mirai was also present, and he'd been insisting that Togata would be the correct choice for about a year before then. However, as I said, Togata declined, saying that his original quirk was hard enough to control as it is, and he didn't want to take away someone else's chance. Mirai was disappointed, but thankfully respected Togata's decision. I've asked Mirio not to spread the secret, but to still be on the lookout for those who he thinks would be deserving of one for all. If he finds anyone of interest, he'll come to me or Mirai and make his case." Nedzu hummed, already turning back to his computer. "I see. Well, if you haven't made a decision yet, I will be continuing with my own projects." Tashinori frowned. "If I may ask, sir, what are you working on at the moment?" The mammal growled. "Some fool has been running around, throwing his somewhat large wealth at whatever he pleases, and running smear campaigns if he doesn't get his way. A first-year student has suffered from one of his tantrums, and 2 others would also have done so if their families did not have their reputations secured. I've taken it upon myself to thoroughly destroy his wealth and reputation, most of which will be gifted to the affected student's family." Toshinori hummed. How long will that take? Nezu chuckled. Gisu is apparently not one for cybersecurity. I estimate that he will be finished before the day is out. Toshinori scowled. Gisuyuru? I've had a few encounters with the man myself, working as All Might's secretary. He seems to think he's entitled to whatever he wants just because he's rich. His ego is matched only by his finances. If you can knock him down a peg or several, then I wouldn't be heartbroken. Nezu chuckled darkly. And that's another twig thrown onto the man's funeral pyre. This will be quite the bonfire. Toshinori chuckled. Of course. By the way, when do you want me to teach my first class? I was hired to teach the first years after all. Nezu hummed. Tomorrow afternoon, I think. You'll be directing a combat exercise for 1A with Izuku's assistants. I believe you should also be present for their field trip to the USJ this Thursday. We can meet afterwards to discuss your teaching schedule for the rest of this semester. Toshinori nodded. Of course, sir. Following lunch, 1A gathered in their homeroom for foundational heroics. The second the bell rang, all conversation ceased, just as Aizawa-sensei walked in the door. He huffed in approval. Good. You're learning. Let's see if you can keep that up. Now, unlike your other classes, your heroics classes are going to hit full throttle first thing. We only have so much time to teach you as much as we can, so this is going to move quickly. We'll start out with the basics, then make sure you've mastered them before we move on to the more advanced stuff. And nothing is more basic than the costumes you wear. The man pulled a remote out of one of his pockets and hit a button, causing several panels opposite the door to slide out from the wall, bearing 20 cases in total. You all submitted your requested designs before the school year started. Lucky for you, we have our own support engineers already on campus, so your first costumes are ready to go. Get changed and head to Gym Delta. 1A filed into the designated gym to find Aizawa-sensei standing a few meters from the door, his arms crossed and his sleeping bag seemingly absent. He grunted and called out, "Line up against the back wall in order of seat number, lowest to my left and highest to my right." They obliged, thankfully with minimal confusion. Once they were in position, he clasped his hands behind his back and scrolled along the line, humming as he inspected everyone's costumes one by one. After a few minutes, he grunted and stepped back, glancing along the line. All right. Some of your costumes are all right, others are at least usable, and some are so bad that I'm tempted to expel whichever support students made those abominations. The main point of your costume is to be a layer of protection, something that will keep you safe when your training or Quirk inevitably fails. Therefore, any costume that does nothing for your defenses is utterly worthless. Aoyama, the first in line, pouted. But monsieur, is my armor not fabulous? Aizawa-sensei sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. What it is incredibly flashy and eye-catching. While that's all well and good for a limelight hero like I expect you're going for, the problem is that it puts too much emphasis on form and too little on function. He strode forward and tapped his knuckles against the blonde's pauldrons, and they made a plastic rattling noise. The teacher grunted in disappointment. This is not going to do you any favors in a fight, even if you're more suited to fighting at a distance. A good costume will shore up your weaknesses and enhance your strengths. This barely does either. And another thing, that visor is more of a hindrance than a help. Unless it's somehow tinted on one side and not on the other, it's actively blocking your vision. Aoyama sighed. I suppose you are right, monsieur. Aizawa-sensei nodded, before moving to stand in front of Ishido. This is better. Not perfect, but better. A jumpsuit does very little to impede your movement, so it's a solid choice for most hero costumes. Boots are also a good option for mobility, and I see that yours are actually designed to work with your Quirk. The pink-skinned girl nodded. If I make my acid super slick and not very corrosive, I can secrete it from my feet and slide on it like a slip and slide. The teacher nodded. Good thinking. Mobility options are always a powerful tool in a hero's arsenal. He moved to his right, stopping in front of Azui. This is another good example. A flexible outfit, meaning your agility isn't hampered at all. I take it you're planning to work in the water a lot, and included the goggles on account of that. Azui nodded. With my quirk, I'm really mobile in the water, Karo. Also, the gloves and boots work in tandem with my quirk, so I can still stick to walls while I'm wearing them. Aizawa-sensei grunted in approval and moved on to Ida. Taking heavy inspiration from Ingenium's costume, I see. Good thinking. The man put quite a lot of thought and care into making sure his costume is defensive while not inhibiting his speed too much. Just make sure you get a feel for it. Ida bowed. Thank you, sir. I will do my best to ensure I am at my peak performance both in and out of costume. The teacher grunted and moved on to Uraraka, frowning as she shifted under his glare. Is this what you requested? The brunette hummed nervously, pinching at the fabric by her waist. Well, I didn't really know what I wanted my costume to look like, so I just left vague instructions for the costume designers. I did mention that I wanted it to be space-themed like 13's costume, but Aizawa-sensei sighed. If your costume is uncomfortable, then go to the support department and ask for it to be changed. He raised his voice. That goes for all of you. If you aren't fine with wearing your costume, then don't force yourself to wear it. The support department is open for an hour and a half after heroics classes end, so you can take that time to request alterations. Uraraka sighed with relief. Good, that means I can get these heels taken out. I didn't even ask for heels, why did my designer put them in? The teacher nodded. That's a good idea. If part of your costume isn't to your liking, get it changed. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked over to stand in front of Ojiro. Simple but effective. Karate gi are already designed to be worn while fighting, so using one for a hero costume is practical. While the tuft isn't exactly good for combat, I can see it being useful for rescue operations as a comfort aid for civilians. Ojiro nodded. Not what I had in mind, but it's definitely a practical use. Thank you for being honest. Aizawa-sensei grunted and moved on to Kaminari. Now, this is a decent costume, but it could do with a few improvements. Your quirk may be suited for long-range combat, but that doesn't mean you'll always be able to keep your opponents at a distance. Just in case, it's a good idea to have defenses built into your costume as a precaution. The electric blonde sighed. I guess you're right, but at least give me some credit, okay? I had them give me this radio thingy that I can power with my electricity. The teacher hummed in approval. Good forethought. Being able to communicate with your allies is a crucial advantage. He glanced over at Kirishima, and the man sighed. Okay, what made you think this was a good idea? The redhead frowned. What? My quirk makes me almost invincible. Why would I need a shirt? It'd just get torn anyway. Aizawa-sensei sighed and pinched his nose. Again, your costume should be able to protect you at all times. You won't be able to keep your quirk up at all times. Besides, tearing fabric is hardly a problem. For example, Midnight's leotard is self-repairing, so that she can expose her skin at any time without having to get a new costume afterwards. I'm certain that the support department could find a way to make a defensive chest piece that also fixes itself. Though, it's good that you included the headpiece. Head protection is a very overlooked issue by most heroes. Mineta, who had started drooling at the mention of Midnight, froze under the man's glare. Nodding, the teacher moved to stand in front of Kuda, who was shuffling nervously. After a few seconds, the boy squeaked out, Is it okay? Aizawa-sensei hummed. It's decent. Very minimal, so I doubt it'll get in the way of movement all that much. Still, it's a little too bare bones to be very effective. I'd recommend talking to someone in the support department about armor pieces or something like that. And if you feel nervous talking to another student, Powerloader is also more than willing to handle costume changes. The rock-headed boy sighed in relief. Thank you, sir. Aizawa-sensei nodded and walked over, standing in front of Satu. This one's decent. Full body coverage, good choice of footwear, belt pouches for holding medical supplies and fuel for your quirk. Nothing outstanding, but nothing horrible either. The large boy rubbed at his neck. Thanks, I guess. The teacher moved to Shuji. Also good. Normally, I'd point out the lack of sleeves, but in this case, it's a practical design. I noticed that you applied to get your school uniforms modified, too. Again, not spectacular, but not terrible. The tall boy nodded. Thank you. Aizawa-sensei moved on to gyre. Not bad. The speakers in the boots are a good weapon, though they might be hard to reach on occasion. I'd suggest an additional tool closer to hand, or ear, as the case may be. The girl chuckled. You're probably right. I'll look into it. The teacher walked over to Ciro and grunted in approval. Now this is a really good one. Equal parts function and form. Defensive while not hindering your mobility, and it takes your quirk into account. The boy grinned and rubbed at his neck sheepishly. Thanks, but I can't claim it's perfect. My designer didn't install an air filter in the helmet, so I can't actually keep it closed for very long, or I'll suffocate. I'll do my best to fix that after class. Aizawa-sensei nodded. See to it that you do. That's a major issue. He moved on to Tokoyami, humming. Normally, I'd nix the cloak. Any loose fabric is just something for your opponent to grab onto. But in your case, I'm guessing it serves a purpose. The raven-headed student nodded. The demon within me can only replenish its might in the shadows. It must evade the light to retain its power, or we may both fall into darkness. The teacher grunted and moved on to Todoroki with a deep sigh. I have several questions. Most importantly, can you even move with that ice covering your body? The two-toned boy huffed. It is not real ice. The joints are flexible. Noted. Does that red circle over your left eye impede your vision? No. It is a one-way lens. Aizawa-sensei huffed. Fine. Still, it seems impractical to cut off half of your peripheral vision. If it was just over your body, I'd be fine with it, but covering your face is too much. Todoroki grunted. I will keep that in mind. The teacher nodded and moved on to Hagakure, which made him raise an eyebrow. Is there more to this that I'm not seeing? The invisible girl grunted. Nope, they just gave me boots and gloves. I mean, I get why, but I'm freezing here. Aizawa-sensei groaned and dragged a hand down his face. I'm getting a costume designer expelled. Hagakure started babbling in protest, but the man held up a hand to cut her off. No. Your costume is a special case, and should have been handled much more delicately than this. Giving you no protection whatsoever is a disgrace, and I'm sure Power Loader will agree with me that whoever made your costume completely and utterly effed up. Katsuki grunted. I think my old man has some experience with transparent materials. I'll put him in contact with Power Loader later, maybe the two of them can think of something. Hagakure sagged with relief. Thank you. I was worried I'd be stuck with this forever. Aizawa-sensei grunted and moved to stand in front of the blonde. Katsuki's costume was just how he designed it when he was younger. The teacher hummed in approval. This is probably the best costume I've seen so far today. Flexible, yet defensive. Fairly easy on the eyes. And those gauntlets are some of the most put-together offensive tools I've seen in a first-year costume. Katsuki nodded. They collect the sweat from my forearms and funnel it into tanks. When they're full, the lines on the outside flash orange. At that point, I can pull back the cover on the pin and unleash a massive explosion. The neck piece also braces my shoulders to help compensate for the recoil. I also made sure to request that I can turn the gauntlets off and keep M from collecting sweat. Figured you didn't want me unleashing building-sized explosions in the first few classes. Aizawa-sensei chuckled. You would be correct. He nodded his approval and moved down the line, stopping in front of Izuku. Interesting design, Midoriya. Izuku had gone through several potential costume designs during the weeks succeeding the entrance exam. At first, he'd gone with one that was heavily inspired by All Might, incorporating a mouth guard for the hero's trademark grin and a bunny-style mask inspired by his hair tufts. However, following his acquiral of the MSTR sword, he'd shifted his plan to mimic an outfit he'd worn in a previous incarnation. Unfortunately, the more common design was very unusual and would have raised several questions about its origin, so he scrapped that idea. He thought that the champion's tunic worn by his most recent incarnation was a good place to start, so he'd worked through a few designs based on that. Eventually, he'd settled on the costume he wore now. His legs were covered by a pair of beige-colored breaths, and he had brown boots on his feet. A white long-sleeved shirt covered his chest, and he wore dark brown fingerless gloves on his hands. Over his body he wore a forest green variation of the champion's tunic. White lines ran along the cuffs of the sleeves, the base, and the collar, a stylization of the Emperor's sword's blade stemming from the base of his throat. A belt around his waist kept the tunic tight to his body, and another belt slung over his shoulder held the Insar sword and the Hylian shield on his back. He also wore bracers on his forearms, looking like leather but made of hardened ceramic material that was almost as tough as steel. Aizawa-sensei nodded in satisfaction. Good. Seems designed for combat and mobility. The shield seems okay for defense, but you shouldn't count on it all the time. Mineta whined, why the heck does he get a sword? Shouldn't he be limited to his quirk like the rest of us? The teacher glared at the short boy, who whimpered under his gaze. 1. Nobody said you were limited to your quirk. Quirks are just a tool, and you need as many as you can get. 2. Not all quirks are inherently combative, and some people need to harness it using an outside tool. In Midoriya's case, he has an innate mastery of sword combat, and as such, he included a sword and shield in his outfit. But you should really be more focused on your own costume than anyone else's. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Did you give yourself a diaper for a reason, or did your designer put it there because they saw your height on the form and thought you were a baby? Mineta pouted. It's supposed to be a bowl of grapes. Doesn't it look like a bowl? Aizawa-sensei hummed. Show of hands, who here agrees with Midoriya's assessment of Mineta's costume? The midget pouted even further when every person put their hand up, even Todoroki. The teacher nodded and continued, if you want it to look more like a bowl of grapes, maybe put the bowl on your head so that it's directly underneath your hair. In fact, that'd serve a dual purpose. It'd fit the aesthetic you were going for, and it would give you a measure of head protection. Though, the scarf is probably a bad idea. Mineta grumbled, oh, so when I wear a scarf, it's a bad idea, but when you do it, it's perfectly acceptable? Hypocrite. Aizawa-sensei's eyes glowed red, and Izuku nearly choked on his spit. The hero glared down at Mineta, and the gray scarf around his neck unraveled, floating in the air and revealing a pair of yellow slitted goggles. Holy! The man responded. For your information, my scarf is more than just an accessory. It's my primary tool. The difference is that this is specially woven to be simultaneously durable and flexible, able to restrict the movements of just about any villain. Meanwhile, yours is just a regular strip of cloth that serves no functional purpose whatsoever. Loose fabric is one of the leading causes of death in the heroics industry. Getting caught in bullet trains, plane engines, or, most commonly, a villain's fist. Mineta hung his head in shame. I'll take it off. Aizawa-sensei nodded, blinking and letting his scarf settle around his neck. His hair fell back down, and he stuck his hands in his pockets. All right. He glanced at Momo and did a double take, his eyes narrowing. What the hell is that? She frowned, pinching the fabric near her neck. I did not know what I wanted my costume to look like. I asked for it to have open space to use my quirk, but I did not expect my designer to go this route. The man pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed in exasperation. So, not only do I need to expel Hagecure's costume designer, I need to file a lawsuit. Against yours. That is far too little skin protection for any person, regardless of gender. Mineta grinned. I dunno, I think it's pretty good. He suddenly squealed as Izuku wrapped the shorter boy's scarf in his fist and bodily threw the midget across the room. Aizawa-sensei ignored Mineta's cries and continued, all right, as far as I can tell, you all have at least functional costumes, save for Hagekure and Yaoyorozu. As a result, those two will sit out of today's exercise and take notes on everyone's performance. Ida raised his hand. Sir, what is today's exercise? The hero sent the boy a half-hearted glare. I was just getting to that. You need to work on your habit of interrupting people before they finish giving instructions. He pulled out a remote and hit a button, and the ground rumbled. Mineta was flung back towards the wall, screaming, as an elaborate obstacle course rose from the floor of the gym. Once the floor stopped shaking, Aizawa-sensei announced, each of you will go through this obstacle course in your costumes. This won't be for a grade. This is just for you to get accustomed to moving around in uniform and figuring out what needs to be upgraded or removed. In keeping with yesterday's tests, you'll be allowed to use your quirks. You'll be going one by one in order of seat number. A gate at the edge of the course lit up with flashing lights. Aoyama, head over to the starting point and prepare yourself. Everyone else, watch his progress on these monitors. He hit another button, and several flat-screen monitors descended from the ceiling. Oui, monsieur. I shall be sure to dazzle with my sparkle. Aizawa-sensei rolled his eyes. Just get going. Toshinori hummed as he flipped through the file that had been handed to him earlier. He barely registered the sound of a vent cover swinging open behind him, and a quiet click as Nezu's shoes hit the floor. Greetings, sir. To what do I owe the pleasure? The mammal dusted himself off and walked forward. I thought you should be informed that Gisuyuru has been sufficiently exposed and his wealth taken off his hands. His fortune has already been distributed to his former victims, and the Uraraka Construction Company has been notified of their retribution. Toshinori chuckled. Good to know. He glanced at the stack of files on his desk and steeled his resolve. Sir, may I ask you something? Well, I'm in a good mood, so fire away. I was looking through the files you gave me, and I noticed that I only had 17 students from 1A in the stack. What happened to the other 3 in that class? Did Aizawa-san expel them already? Nezu chuckled. No, Aizawa-kun still has a full 20 students, remarkably. Those 3 are involved in a personal project of mine, one that I'm not yet willing to disclose with you. As such, I've removed them from the list of potential candidates. Toshinori frowned. Yaoyorozu Momo, Bakugou Katsuki, and Midoriya Izuku, yes? Is there a particular reason why you don't want them to receive this power? One that you can tell me without giving away too much. Nezu hummed. Let's just say that giving one of them your quirk would be the equivalent of wrapping a nuclear warhead in gold foil. In this case, one for all is the gold foil. Toshinori's eyes widened in shock. I see. Thank you for the warning. Nezu chuckled. A wise decision. You've been making a lot of these past few weeks. As the last patron left the bar, Kurogiri quickly warped to the door and locked it, before letting out a hum of satisfaction. Did you happen to overhear their conversations, Shigaraki Tamura? Tamura grunted. Yeah. Sounds like Jiren finished his side of the co-op quest. Everyone in the villain faction knows that All Might is teaching at UA. Let's just hope that those reporter NPCs get the quest notification, or else this stealth mission's gonna go into hard mode. When Izuku and Katsuki got off the train the following morning, they were surprised to see Jiru, Tokoyami, and Mineta all getting off at the same time. The duo quickly jogged up to the other 3, and Izuku casually asked, So we all live in Mizudafu? Jiru nodded as they started walking towards the school. I usually run, but there was a villain attack on my normal route. I don't like taking the train, 'cause there's always a lot of noise, which for me is dialed up to 11. Tokoyami hummed. Normally, I allow Dark Shadow a moment to let out their energy in the darkness of the early morning, but I missed my alarm today. Apologies if they are more active than usual. Mineta grunted. All the girls with big butts get on early, so I'm usually there, but there was a Mount Lady interview late last night, so I overslept. My quirk is not gonna hold well if we have a heroics exercise today. Izuku shrugged, ignoring Mineta's comment. I tend to wake up a little earlier and jog from my apartment to Katsuki's house. He does the same thing in the opposite direction, and we usually pass each other halfway along the route. It's good exercise, and our places are the same distance from the train station, so we're almost always on the same ride. Katsuki rounded the corner and suddenly stopped, drawing everyone's attention. There's a crowd blocking the gate. Judging from the cameras and boom mics, I'm guessing it's the media. Izuku groaned. Wonderful. Well, let's see if we can at least get through. I don't want to be late to homeroom. They approached the gate, the loud questions from the reporters clearly heard even from a distance. One woman glanced over as they got closer and shouted, Hey, you're hero course students. Immediately, they were surrounded by a mob of newswomen and cameramen, bright flashes going off in their eyes and microphones being shoved in their faces. What's it like being taught by All Might? How many classes has he taught so far? How effective is All Might as a teacher? Which costume does he wear when he's teaching? What lessons has All Might given you? Is it true that he can talk while still smiling? Izuku sharply clapped his hands together, making the reporters back away and stop talking for a bit. He took advantage of their momentary silence to announce, 2 things I want to address. 1, as far as I know, All Might hasn't taught any classes yet. 2, I was under the impression that questioning a minor without their guardian present was against the law. They stood there in stunned silence as he and his 4 companions shoved through the crowd, quickly breaking out and hurrying through the open gate. One woman, clearly braver than the rest, started forward, one hand outstretched. Hey, wait, dash. As soon as her hand went through the gate, a multitude of red lights started flashing, and several metal panels slammed up from out of the ground, shutting out the crowd. As the reporters all started shouting, Aizawa-sensei walked up as the 5 from Yuzutafu paused to catch their breath. Triggering the UA barrier? That's stupid even for them. Also, you're correct, Midoriya, it is illegal to question a minor without their guardian present. I'll be sure to point that out to Nezu later. Now get to class, you don't want to be late. Tamura hummed to himself as he studied the first puzzle. Interesting. It's a level boundary, but not like an invisible wall. If a player gets too close, it pops up to block their progress. He glanced over at the NPCs that were AFKing by the spawn point. One reporter near the front grumbled, if only we could get inside to talk to All Might. Tamura grinned and walked forward, making sure to keep his hands out of his pockets. You want an interview with All Might, yeah? Maybe I can make that happen. The NPC looked at him curiously. Who are you? And how could you get me inside to talk to All Might? Tamura chuckled. Well, not directly. But you'll know your opportunity when the time comes. He deliberately raised his voice to draw aggro. Just be sure to stand by the gate, or you won't be able to get in. Everyone fell silent seconds before the bell rang and Aizawa-sensei walked in. Good. In any case, homeroom today will be a bit special. You'll be making a decision that will impact the rest of your time at this school. Everyone held their breath, unsure of what was coming. You'll be choosing your class representative and vice rep. The class let out a collective sigh of relief before the room devolved into chaotic shouting. Everyone was clamoring to be picked, but thankfully, Ida quickly stepped up to the front of the room and quieted the din. Everyone. Since we clearly cannot decide on a single person unanimously, the solution is simple. We will hold a democratic election. He turned to Aizawa-sensei, who was leaning against the back wall in his sleeping bag. Sir, is that acceptable to you? Do it however you want, just get it done before homeroom ends or I'll choose myself. Kaminari rubbed at his chin. But won't everyone just vote for themselves? It's not like we've had a lot of opportunities to get to know each other yet. Ida nodded enthusiastically. A good point, Kaminari-kun. However, if someone was to earn multiple votes after so little time, then clearly they are suited for the role. Momo stepped up and produced a stack of papers from her hand, along with a bundle of pencils. She and Ida quickly distributed the materials, and the room fell quiet, only filled by the sound of scratching pencils and thoughtful humming. Izuku rubbed at his chin before writing down his vote. After everyone's pencils were down, Ida collected the papers and wrote the final tally on the board. Nearly everyone had received a single vote, but there were 2 names on the board with multiple. Yaoyorozu Momo 3 votes. Midoriya Izuku 2 votes. Aizawa-sensei stood up and grunted. There you have it. Yaoyorozu is the class rep, and Midoriya is her vice rep. Congratulations or whatever. Good work on reaching a decision quickly. Making split-second choices is a crucial skill for a hero to have. He walked out of the door, still in his sleeping bag, right as the bell rang. At lunchtime, the Triforce wielders were joined by Ida, Todoroki, and Azui, oddly enough. Once the eating slowed down, Ida cleaned his mouth with his napkin and turned to Momo. Congratulations on receiving the position of class representative, Yaoyorozu-chan. I must admit, I was hoping to secure the position for myself, but I voted for Midoriya-kun. Izuku raised his eyebrow curiously. Well, I voted for Momo. Wonder where my other vote came from. Azui coughed. That was me, Karo. I'm grateful for how you dealt with Mineta yesterday, And I saw how you can keep a cool head under stress when you were running the obstacle course, Karo. Momo hummed. I voted for Izuku. I wonder who else voted for me. Katsuki grunted. I was one of them. I may be able to kick butt in a fight, but being a rep isn't my thing. No point in lying to myself. Ida opened his mouth to respond, but was cut off when the alarms started going off. The loudspeakers blared, attention. There is a level 3 security breach. All students evacuate in an orderly fashion. Again, there is a level 3 security breach. All students evacuate in an orderly fashion. The cafeteria devolved into a panicked mess, the entire student body rushing through the halls towards the exit. The crowd bunched up quickly, with everybody trying to cram themselves through the single set of double doors at the same time. Izuku grunted as he was shoved up against the windows, and he peeked outside. He snarled under his breath as he saw the reporters from earlier streaming onto school grounds. The Triforce of Courage pulsed, and he grabbed Momo out of the flood of people, using their connection as a homing beacon. It's the FING media. We need to get the students to calm down. Momo immediately produced a megaphone and handed it to him. You should be able to get everyone's attention if you stand on the door jamb above the exit. Izuku nodded and took the megaphone in hand, before stepping up onto the windowsill and jumping over the crowd. He bounced from head to head, bounding through the air until he landed on the frame of the double doors at the end of the hallway. Putting his back to the wall, he took a moment to collect himself before announcing, "Everyone calm down." The crowd paused and looked up at him, and he pointed at the windows. It's just the media. There's no need to panic. You're students of UA, you should know better than to panic in a crisis like this. Now calm down and leave the building in an orderly fashion. The crowd began to disperse through the doors, moving much faster now that they weren't all trying to get through at once. He nodded in satisfaction and glanced out the windows, watching present Mike and Aizawa-sensei corral the reporters back towards the gate. He dropped from the door jamb and landed next to Momo, handing the megaphone back to her. Good work, Vice Representative. He chuckled. Hey, you did your fair share too, class rep. Tamura casually walked away from the crowd of NPCs, making sure he didn't draw aggro to himself. He ducked into a nearby alley, and Kurogiri spawned next to him. I take it your mission was successful? Tamura grinned and held up his phone, displaying a photo of the schedule he'd found in the teacher's lounge. The diversion worked like a charm, not a single enemy spotted me. Let's warp back to base and pick a loadout for this boss battle. After the lunch PRD ended, the bell rang as Aizawa-sensei walked in, the class already silent and watching attentively. Class rep, vice rep, good work earlier today. Izuku twisted in his seat to grin over Mineta's head at Momo, who hid a giggle behind her hand. The teacher continued, in any case, today we're getting into arguably the most common part of a hero's career, combat. Show of hands, who has fought against another person before? Izuku and Katsuki raised their hands, alongside Ojiro and Todoroki. Aizawa-sensei grunted. More than I expected, but the point still stands, a vast majority haven't fought, mainly because you haven't needed to fight. Therefore, most of you are fairly inexperienced when it comes to using your quirks in a combat scenario. A few students seemed downcast at that, but the hero clapped his hands together. However, that's no reason to be disappointed in yourselves. That's why you're here, after all, to learn. Still, that does mean we'll need to start off fairly simple before we get into anything resembling a real fight. Jaira's eyes suddenly widened, and she whispered to herself, no way. You've got to be kidding. Aizawa-sensei glanced at his watch and grunted. He's on time. Good. He looked back up at the class. One other thing. This exercise will be led by our newest staff member. Booming laughter sounded from the hallway, and the class glanced at each other in disbelief. Izuku couldn't help but grin. No FNG way. I am here. The door shot open, revealing All Might leaning through at a 45-degree angle. Coming through the door like a normal person. The class all started muttering excitedly, and Aizawa-sensei grunted. Not sure if you can call that entrance normal, but I'm not exactly in a position to judge. The number 1 hero strutted to the podium, grinning the whole time in his Silver Age costume. Indeed, I am here to help teach the new generation of heroes. Wasted time leads to lost lives, so let's get moving. Change into your P uniforms and head to Gym Beta. The class was changed and in the designated gym in less than 2 minutes, which really spoke to how excited they were. Aizawa-sensei, who was already there, hummed to himself before stepping forward. Hagakure. Yaoyorozu. Did you submit your costume change requests? Hagakure's sleeve shot upward, a smacking sound confirming that she had just face-bombed. I totally forgot to go to the support department to ask for a new costume. Sorry, sir. Momo bowed. It slipped my mind as well, sir. I apologize. All Might, who was standing beside their homeroom teacher, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. While I personally don't use support items myself, it's a good idea to have an engineer in your corner. After all, I worked with David Shield in America, and the man's technology saved my bacon more times than I can count. Perhaps a class trip to the support workshop might be in order after today's exercise. Aizawa-sensei nodded. Good point. He raised his voice to address the class. After we're finished with the combat exercise, we'll be taking an optional trip to the support department. You don't need to come along, but I highly recommend that you do. Support items can make or break your career as a hero. Ida raised his hand, but a glance from Momo made him lower it. All Might boomed. Now then. One of your most important duties as a hero will be to face villains and criminals that threaten civilian lives. As such, it's important to know how to fight. That's where this gym comes in. Aizawa-sensei gestured to the floor behind the two heroes, where a large circle was drawn in chalk on the cement floor. Several smaller circles were spaced around the larger one. Gym Beta is purposed for sparring sessions between students. The exercise today will consist of 10 matches, with each person going once. Sparring partners have been randomly assigned ahead of time. The goal is to either render your opponent unable to move or to force them out of the circle. Both are potential priorities in a real fight: subdue a villain to keep them from wreaking havoc, or eject them from a high-priority area like an emergency medical station. All Might added, one more thing. How many of you have used your quirks on another person before? Only 4 hands went up: Uraraka, Ojiro, Todoroki, and Katsuki. The hero nodded. Exactly. Most of you are unaware of the effects your quirks can have on another human being. As such, this first exercise will be conducted without the use of quirks. Protests rose up, only to die down when All Might raised his massive hand. When you are inexperienced, it is easy to make a mistake that could cost your opponent their life, or cost you your own. This risk is only increased when using quirks. Therefore, until we can determine that you can fight safely without quirks, you will not be using them against your classmates. The same goes for your hero costumes. The class shifted uneasily, and Aizawa-sensei nodded. With that out of the way, here are your matchups. He pulled out a hologram projector and flicked it on, displaying 10 rows of names. Round 1. Kaminari Denki vs Mineta Minoru. Round 2. Tokoyami Fumikage vs Midoriya Izuku. Round 3. Shuji Mezu vs Hagakure Toru. Round 4. Ashido Mina vs Satu Rikadu. Round 5. Azuitsu vs Yaoyorozu Momo. Round 6. Todoroki Shudo vs Bakugou Katsuki. Round 7. Ida Tenya vs Siro Hanta. Round 8. Kirishima Ijuru vs Kudakuji. Round 9. Aoyama Yuga vs Jirakyuka. Round 10. Uraraka Ochako vs Ojiro Mashireo. Several reactions went through the class. Katsuki smirked at Todoroki and smacked a fist into his palm, while the two-toned boy merely nodded his head once. Momo smiled kindly at Azui, who nodded in return. Uraraka glanced at Ojiro with a nervous grin on her face. Izuku glanced over at Tokoyami and nodded once, the raven-headed boy returning the gesture. All right. Time to see if I can suppress the Triforce in a combat scenario. 1A emerged from Gym Beta tired and sweaty, but grinning and chattering excitedly. The sparring matches had gone much better than they'd expected, and a few students had formed unexpected bonds. Mineta had made use of his size, effortlessly bobbing and weaving around Kaminari's clumsy strikes. For all his perversion, the dwarf was smart and quick on his feet. Kaminari had been very impressed, and had asked Mineta if he could give the blonde some pointers on evasion. From the moment Izuku landed his first hit on Tokoyami, he could tell that the other boy was, unfortunately, used to having to defend himself. Once their match had finished, he'd given Tokoyami his number with an offhand comment about despising bullies. Shuji's spar with Hagakure had been interesting to watch. Initially, the girl had seemed hopelessly outgunned. However, they were quickly proven wrong when she dodged Shuji's punch, grabbed his arm with both hands, and bodily threw him over her shoulder. He, like the rest of the class, learned not to make assumptions about a person's physical prowess. Ashido's fight with Sato ended up less like a spar and more like a dance. The pink-skinned girl bobbed and weaved around her opponent, her feet in constant motion. The muscular boy couldn't even land a punch and was eventually pushed out of bounds, but he thankfully wasn't the type to hold a grudge. Momo's match against Azui had been fun to watch. The froggy girl was clearly used to being aware of her mutated body, and was adept at moving nimbly to avoid the Era's strikes. However, Momo was skilled in her own way, making the two fighters fairly evenly matched. In the end, Momo used her greater height to her advantage to push Azui out. Katsuki's fight was barely a fight at all. The moment that All Might called the start of the match, the blonde was off like a rocket, across the ground and instantly getting in Todoroki's face. The other boy barely had time to react before Katsuki delivered a sharp jab to his ribs, followed up by the heel of his palm slamming into his chin. Todoroki went down in an instant, consciousness driven from him. Thankfully, Katsuki didn't go too hard, as Todoroki was quickly woken up by repeated slapping to the cheek from All Might. Ida's match against Zero was much longer. Ida had clearly been given a few pointers from his older brother, as his strikes were purposeful and practiced, especially in comparison to Zero's clumsy attempts. He held his own for a little while, but couldn't hold up to Ida forever, and was eventually forced out of bounds. Kuda had looked like he wanted to be anywhere else, but forced himself to go against Kirishima anyway. Thankfully, Kirishima seemed to understand his opponent's misgivings, and reined himself in until Kuda hit his stride. Once he got going, the rocky-headed student was surprisingly adept at accurately landing his blows, but Kirishima was well-suited to tanking hits. Aoyama barely put up a fight at all. The blonde Frenchman practically crumpled the second gyre hit him with a well-aimed gut punch. At the very least, she was apologetic about hitting him in his weak point, but Aoyama was a gracious loser and accepted his defeat with dignity. Uraraka had been screwed as soon as the match started, but she at least held out as long as she could. Unfortunately, Ojiro was a trained martial artist, having lived in a dojo all his life. As a result, he was able to push her out of the ring in less than a minute. Once the exercise had ended, All Might had bid them farewell and sped off, probably for more hero work. Aizawa-sensei had groaned and muttered something unintelligible under his breath, before reminding them about the optional trip to the support department. Izuku and Katsuki took the lead, already knowing the route to the workshops due to having an inn. As they approached the iron double doors, Izuku ducked behind Katsuki as the blonde held his palms out in a clearly practiced movement. Before any of the others could say anything, there was a loud boom, and the doors slammed open, smoke billowing out from the workshop. Loud cackling could be heard, and a different voice proclaimed, "Hatsum! Hold off on the explosions, or I'll be forced to ban you from the lab." A girl's voice whined, "But sir, they're a part of my creative process. You can't make an omelet without blowing up a few eggs." Izuku calmly dusted himself off and called out, "May listen to him. The explosions are disrupting your classmates' work. You wouldn't want them interrupting your babies, so don't interrupt theirs." As the smoke cleared, Mei jogged up to Izuku and Katsuki with a grin. "Hey, Greenie. Hey, Blondie." She glanced over at the others, who were standing by in confusion. "Brought your class, huh? Do they need some quality babies?" Ida balked, but Izuku merely chuckled. "They're just here to get acquainted with the support department. Though, 2 of them need major costume overhauls. You want to handle one of them?" Mei beamed and whirled to face Power Loader. "Sir, can I?" The man sighed, gripping a bottle of sake in his hand. Only if they consent to whatever changes you make. Aizawa-sensei grunted. Alright, Yaoyorozu, you work with Hatsum on making your new costume. I'd rather have Maijima work on Hagakure's outfit, since his experience is needed a lot more for that one. Momo stepped forward uncertainly, holding her costume case. Izuku-kun, you know this girl? Izuku nodded. Katsuki and I met May around the time of the sludge villain attack. You know how we cleaned Dagoba Beach? Well, her mom runs the nearby scrap shop, and we sold her the electronics from the beach so that May had some scrap to practice her inventing before Yue. She's the one who made the sword I used during the entrance exam. Uraraka brightened. Well, I gotta thank you, Hatsum. That sword practically saved my life. May grinned. I give my customers only the best. That reminds me, Greenie, I noticed that the sword in your costume isn't the one I made. Where'd you find the new one? Izuku waved his hand dismissively. Later. Right now, Momo needs a new costume. May hummed. First name basis already? How'd that happen? She glanced over at Momo, and her eyes fell on the glowing symbol of the Triforce of Wisdom. Nifty. Anywho. She made grabbing motions towards the costume case in Momo's hands. Gimme. I want to see what we're working with over here. The following morning, UA's gates were thankfully devoid of reporters and camera crews. When the homeroom bell rang, Aizawa-sensei walked in, the bags under his eyes more pronounced than usual. Morning, I guess. For foundational heroics today, we'll be taking a field trip to a remote location on the edge of campus. If you want, you can wear your hero costumes, but they aren't exactly necessary. That's all for today. Dismissed. The man immediately curled up in his sleeping bag in a corner of the room, falling asleep almost instantly. Izuku frowned and twisted in his seat to stare over Mineta's head at Momo. Do you think he's all right? He seems a lot more tired than he was yesterday. Momo sighed. I imagine he's very stressed from having to chew out the reporters that invaded campus. Mother told me that Nezu went on the warpath over those stations for endangering the students, not to mention questioning minors without their guardians present. It stands to reason that Aizawa-sensei was involved in that to some degree. Mineta grunted. He's a teacher at UA, can't he be more professional? I thought teachers were supposed to set examples for the kids they teach, or something like that. Izuku hummed. Normally, I'd agree, but you have to remember that the guy's already holding 2 jobs at once. After all, every one of UA's staff members are heroes. Aizawa-sensei has to balance teaching hours and hero patrols, so no wonder he's always tired. Dealing with idiot reporters on top of that is bound to exhaust him. Mineta shrugged. I guess that makes sense. As the morning classes came and went, it was apparent that most of their teachers were much the same way. Present Mike could barely stand upright at the podium for 3rd PRD English. Not that Izuku could blame him, having to deal with the media on top of running 3 separate jobs at the same time. Lunch was a quiet affair, concern for their teachers mixed with apprehension and curiosity over the field trip for foundational heroics. As they reconvened in the classroom, the bell rang, and Aizawa-sensei walked in, dragging his sleeping bag behind him. Alright, you already know the deal. Get changed into your PE uniforms or hero costumes, whichever one you want. The bus leaves at 1:30 sharp, so be there on time. As it turned out, only Hagakure ended up wearing her PE uniform. When asked, she said, Power Loader and Katsuki's dad are still working on my new costume. Also, Bakugou-san expressly forbade me from wearing my old costume, so I'm kinda stuck with the gym uniform for now. Katsuki grunted as they loaded up onto the waiting bus. Yeah, that's dad for you. Fashion is really the only thing that can get his blood boiling. Izuku snorted. Unlike your mom, whose blood is constantly at 99 degrees Celsius. Katsuki chuckled. I mean, you're not wrong. Kaminari leaned forward, a grin on his face. Oh, Bakugou's talking about his mom? What's she like? Is she hot? Mineta tooted as the bus started rolling. Oh, you poor simpleton. Hotness is subjective. An appealing woman to some can be a vile hag to others. Of course, there are those blessed few that cannot be seen as anything other than gorgeous. He sighed, a blush coming over his face. Like that utter dreamboat, Mount Lady. Ah, what a lovely rear that goddess has graced this country with. Katsuki gagged. No. Now you've got me thinking about my stupid cousin. God, she was so pretentious when she got her license. Rubbing it in my face that she became a hero before I could. Mineta gaped at the blonde, eyes wide. You're kidding. That hot piece of butt is your cousin. Where the hell is the family resemblance? Katsuki huffed. Watch yourself, D for brains. She may be an asshat, but she's still my goddamn cousin and FING pro hero. Momo frowned. Wait, Mount Lady's debut was the same day as the sludge villain attack, yes? I can't imagine that went over well. Katsuki grunted, a hint of regret in his tone. Kinda hate that I basically made her look incompetent on her first day. One of many D moves I've made in my life. Todoroki hummed. I've heard that she couldn't afford to get into any major hero schools, which would lead to her being largely inexperienced. Still, she seems fairly adept at maneuvering with her increased size, and her property damage statistics are fairly low. Among newer heroes, Endeavor has admitted that he's impressed with her control. Uraraka huffed. Well, I'm glad she doesn't wreck the buildings around her whenever she fights. Do you guys even think about who has to pay for rebuilding all that? Izuku blinked. That reminds me, how's your parents' construction company doing? She beamed. Oh, it's great. When Gisu got politically ripped to shreds, a large part of his fortune was gifted to us as an apology. We've been getting so many clients recently, and the business has been picking up again. I've got to thank Principal Nezu someday. Kaminari glanced at her with a thoughtful expression on his face. Hey, since your family does construction, how much do you know about wiring and electrical stuff? Uraraka hummed and rubbed at her chin. A little, but I think my dad would probably know more than I do. His quirk gives him what amounts to biological batteries in the palms of his hands, so he does a lot of the wiring during construction. Why do you ask? Kaminari chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, my quirk generates electricity, but I don't really have a lot of control on how it comes out, so I was hoping maybe you could teach me something. And then I could maybe try to apply it to my quirk. Izuku nodded in approval. Good thinking. It's always a good idea to have more control over your quirk. Raw power won't win every fight. You need some measure of skill if you want consistent success. Aizawa-sensei spoke up. Well said. In any case, we're here. As they filed off the bus, Izuku gazed up at the massive glass dome in front of them. Wow. UA's motto isn't plus ultra for nothing. A squeal from Uraraka got his attention, and he followed her gaze to see the space heroine, 13, walking from the massive double doors serving as an entrance to the dome. The brunette girl whispered excitedly, 13's my favorite. She's the reason why I want to go into rescue heroics, and her space theme is really cool. Izuku chuckled. Okay, fangirl. Maybe rein it in a little. Katsuki snorted. You're one to talk, mister. My bedroom is a shrine to all might. Izuku half-heartedly glared at the blonde. Stuff it, Bomberanian. 13 announced, Welcome, Class 1A, to my pride and joy, the unforeseen simulation joint, otherwise known as the USJ. Kaminari whispered, Universal Studios Japan? Jiru slapped the boy upside the head, and he grinned sheepishly. Unfazed, 13 continued, Here, you will learn the ins and outs of rescue heroics, saving innocent people from the grip of various natural disasters, in a simulated and monitored environment. Aizawa-sensei walked forward with a frown. Where's All Might? The blonde idiot was supposed to run ahead of the bus and wait here with you. 13 sighed. It seems he got caught up in stopping crime on his way to work. The principal is currently giving him a lecture on reorganizing his priorities. Aizawa-sensei grunted. The height of irrationality. The man's got a responsibility to the students now. He can't just run off and stop any crimes he sees, especially when there's already plenty of heroes in Nizutafu. 13 shook her head, before turning to the class. In any case, let us go inside. Today's trip will be spent learning about each of the 6 disaster zones of the USJ, and what sorts of exercises will be performed in each zone. As they walked through the massive double doors, An uneasy chill ran down Izuku's spine. The Triforce of courage hummed, as if agreeing with his instincts. Katsuki. Eyes up. Momo nodded, already scanning the surrounding area for threats. Something isn't right here. This sense of foreboding. Katsuki slammed a fist into his palm, dancing on the ball of his feet. Feels like shit's about to go down. Only question is how. Their caution was proven necessary when, as soon as the doors shut behind them, there was a loud clicking sound. The lights flickered, and the class glanced around nervously. Kaminari mumbled, "What the heck is going on?" The Triforce of courage pulsed, and Izuku's focus zeroed in on the plaza down below. A cloud of purplish fog swirled into existence, about the width and height of an adult man. A pale hand emerged from the fog, followed by a face covered in a severed hand. Izawa-sensei and 13 inhaled sharply. The cloud expanded to massive proportions, and a veritable army began walking out from the portal. A massive, black-skinned creature emerged from the fog, stopping right behind the first man to exit. Once the flow of people had finished, the fog shrank back down, coalescing on the other side of the first figure into a shape roughly the size of a full-grown man. Kirishima grunted, peering down at the assembled figures below. "What's going on? Is the exercise already started?" Izuku immediately responded, "No. Those are real villains." The class shuddered, and Momo's eyes narrowed, roving over the crowd of people in the plaza. 30, 90, 120, 150. There are 185 villains in total that I can see. Todoroki hummed. The question is, how many more are there that we can't see? More importantly, the intruder alarms aren't going off, so is their attack concentrated here and they have a signal jammer, or are they attacking the main campus and disabling the alarms as well? Mineta whimpered in terror and moved closer to 13. There's so many of them. And I'm pretty sure the door's locked behind us. What are we gonna do? Izawa-sensei grunted and unraveled his scarf, pulling his yellow slitted goggles up over his eyes. 13. Protect the students. The heroine nodded. Of course. Though, are you sure you'll be alright? That number is much more than your usual targets. Izawa-sensei chuckled. No good hero is a one-trick pony. The man jumped down the stairs, SRNG through the air towards the crowd of villains below. Mineta cried out, "What is he thinking? He can't take on that many people at once, he's gonna get killed." Izuku grunted in disagreement. "I wouldn't be too sure. Because that's not just any hero they're dealing with. That's Eraserhead, the unofficial #1 hero of the underground." Katsuki raised an eyebrow. "Finally figured it out, nerd?" Izuku shrugged. "Technically, I figured it out on Tuesday. I noticed his goggles while he was chewing out Mineta. Anyway, I wouldn't worry too much. The man's basically a legend, and he hasn't had a single civilian casualty or escaped criminal in his entire career." 13 chuckled. "Once we're out of here, I imagine he'll be horrified that someone knows this much about him, especially someone who isn't another hero. Still, we need to move. Wanna with me?" Suddenly, the figure made of mist swirled into existence between them and the doors. "I apologize. But I cannot allow you to leave." The class froze, and 13 stepped forward to stand between them and the villain. "Who are you and why are you here?" The villain's glowing yellow eyes crinkled, and a low chuckle emerged from the mist. "Ah, forgive my manners. I am Kurogiri of the League of Villains. We have come here so that the symbol of peace may take his final breaths in this place. And yet I can clearly see that he is not here. Was the information we retrieved inaccurate?" Izuku refrained from inhaling sharply, forcing himself to keep his breathing even. These BSTRDS were behind the media break-in yesterday. Did they do that just to get the schedule so they'd know when All Might was supposed to be away from the main campus? Kurogiri sighed in disappointment. A shame. Still, my role remains the same. To scatter you all and dash. The villain paused, and his eyes seemed to zero in on something. Green-haired boy. Izuku in a breath as that piercing gaze locked onto him. "We have an interest in that mark on your hand. If you cooperate, I will promise your companions a quick and painless death at the hands of my colleagues." Izuku's eyes narrowed. They know about the mark of the Triforce, but they don't know what it means. Kaminari glanced at Izuku nervously. Midoriya? Izuku snarled, you can take your deal and shove it up your butt. If you push hard enough, maybe you'll puke out a more reasonable demand. Kurogiri sighed. A shame. I was hoping we would not have to resort to such unnecessary violence. Still, my role is unchanged, scatter you all and torture you to death. The mist exploded, and 13 stepped forward, but Izuku was faster. He ran forward, and the Triforce of Courage exploded with golden light, driving back the encroaching fog. Katsuki! Get him out of the way! The blonde darted to the side, and his Triforce of power glowed. A massive explosion sent Kurogiri flying away, slamming into the underside of the glass dome and falling among the ruins to the right of the doors. 13 blinked, but recovered quickly. Everyone, get to the exit. The bus is still waiting outside. Izuku turned on his heel and started towards the stairs, cracking his knuckles. Apologies, sensei, but we can't leave. This symbol carries a massive secret, and we need to know why these villains are interested in it. Momo ordered, all of you, get to safety. Katsuki, you and I will support Izuku. Kaminari chuckled. And I thought he was your assistant. Momo glared at the electric blonde, and his joking expression vanished instantly. She responded, now is not the time for humor. You need to get out of here now. Izuku sent the class an encouraging grin. I promise we'll explain later. Right now, we've got bigger problems. Suddenly, a stream of fire burst from the nearby bushes, slowly running down the seam of the doors and welding the exit shut. A villain with fiery orange hair walked out of the now-burning greenery, grinning and holding a ball of fire in her open hand. Well now, we can't have that. You pipsqueaks getting out would only ruin our fun. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in midair, sending the woman flying into the side of the dome. The class glanced back at Momo, holding fireballs in her hands. Oh, so much for escape. Everyone, stay here and stay safe. 13 Sensei, please work on destroying the doors with your quirk. We need to get a message to the main campus. Katsuki grunted. That'll take too long. He shot towards the doors, hovering a couple inches off the ground. Purple energy covered his fist, and he roared as he punched at the seam. The metal ruptured, opening a hole nearly a meter in diameter in the middle of the doors. The blonde ordered, glasses, crawl through there and get moving. You're the fastest one here, so get to the main building and bring the cavalry. Ida nodded and dove through the hole, landing nimbly on his feet on the outside and immediately taking off along the road. Momo nodded and turned to the rest of the group. I suggest making a defensive position here. She glanced at Katsuki. Could you? The blonde nodded. Yep. He waved his hand, and a transparent purple wall appeared, curved around the exit and protecting the class. That should keep him safe for a little while. 13 protested, but you're students. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Sensei, Katsuki just punched a hole through half a foot of metal without breaking a sweat. We know what we're doing. 13 sighed. Very well. But don't take any unnecessary risks. Izuku grinned. Yes, ma'am. He turned towards the plaza and drew the Mistar sword, slipping the Hylian shield over his left arm. He took a deep breath before steeling his gaze. Let's do this. Tamura tapped his foot impatiently, glancing around the level. Come on, where the hell is All Might? And where's Kurogiri? The misty bartender suddenly swirled into existence a few feet away from Tamura. I must apologize, Shigaraki Tamura. I was caught off guard by the students, and was briefly incapacitated and thrown into the ruin zone. Moreover, I suspect that one of them is headed towards the main campus to bring reinforcements. Tamura growled. If you weren't our home warp, I'd KO you this instant. Is the objective even here? Kurogiri sighed. It would appear that All Might is currently absent. However, I can report that one of the students bears the mark that Sensei asked us to investigate. Its light was able to briefly paralyze me enough for another student to land a solid blow. However, I cannot ascertain whether this was a result of the mark itself, or if it was just the student's quirk. Tamura hummed and scratched at his neck. So we can't get a tattle for the enemy's activated abilities. I hate it when descriptions are just 3 question marks. Another recruited NPC went flying, and he started scratching harder. And to top it off, this hero's a DMED mini-boss that keeps tearing through our units. Kurogiri glanced up at the top of the stairs. It appears that someone has set up a barrier around the exit, simultaneously keeping our allies from attacking while also preventing the other students from interfering. Tamura scowled. Can you get through it? Kurogiri hung his head in shame. Somehow, I am unable to warp to the other side of it. And even if I could, 13 would likely anticipate me. They have already discovered that I have a physical body, and would undoubtedly be able to find a way to contain me. Still, they are the least of our concerns, as they also cannot get through the barrier. Tamura grunted. So we've just gotta worry about this mini-boss and those 3 minions coming down the stairs. He watched as 3 of the NPC brats approached the battlefield, the green one in front with the blonde on his left and the girl on his right. Kurogiri muttered. Upon further inspection, it seems all 3 of them bear the mark. The blonde was the one to launch me into the ruins zone, and I have yet to see what the girl is capable of. Tamura let his hands drop to his sides. This ought to be interesting. Izuku let his eyes roam over the battlefield, taking in as many details as he could. The rank-and-file villains were all focused on Eraserhead, but the mist villain and hand villain were watching the Triforce wielders. The black-skinned one with the massive physique and exposed brains stared aimlessly into space, its dead eyes barely moving. The black one's just a puppet. I'm guessing it'll only act if the hand guy orders it to do so. The mist guy seems to be reporting to the hand guy. The rest of the villains are weak grunts. We can leave them to Eraserhead. The hero launched a villain into a cluster of others, clearing out a space around himself. He glanced over at the stairs, and his eyes widened. You 3, get back to the class. Izuku called. Sensei, these guys are interested in the mark. Eraserhead's eyes narrowed, and he glanced over at the trio of villains by the fountain. Is that so? Alright, I'll take the small fry. Don't kill them, we need answers. Izuku smirked. Who do you take me for, an amateur? The hand villain strode forward, arms limp at his side. Whoa. You're pretty cocky for some random NPC brat. Shame I can't quick save. I'd love to see how you'd react if I killed you. Imstier's sword hummed, and Izuku's eyes narrowed. Katsuki. Guards up. I don't know how, but there's malice at play here. Momo hummed nervously. You're certain? Positive. Katsuki grunted, cracking his knuckles. So this attack's connected to my previous incarnation somehow? That probably isn't good. Kurogiri moved closer to the hand villain, as if he wanted to lay a hand on the man's shoulder. Shigaraki Tamura, be careful. We cannot kill these 3 until we learn as much as we can about the symbol. Shigaraki sighed and scratched at his neck with his left hand. Yeah, I know. He raised his head to meet Izuku's gaze. So, what's with the golden Dorito on your hand? It's something special? Izuku scoffed. If it wasn't special, you wouldn't be asking about it. No, you already know that something's off about this symbol, you just don't know what exactly. Well, don't bother, I'm not surrendering any information to you, villain. Shigaraki grumbled, scratching at his neck in frustration. So annoying. Your tone just reeks of All Might's stupid grin. What are you, his disciple or something? Izuku snorted. Me? All Might's disciple? Please. The most personal interaction I've had with him was when he saved me from a sludge monster. But I've got a question for you. Why are you taking an interest in this symbol? Where'd you hear about it? Shigaraki scowled. I don't know why it's so interesting. All I know is that Sensei told me to find out about it if I saw it anywhere. It being on your hand has to mean something, but I've got no clue what. Izuku breathed an internal sigh of relief. He's got no clue about Hyrule or the Triforce. To him and his sensei, it's just a meaningless symbol. Out loud, he said, if you're this evil, then your sensei's gotta be a really terrible guy to be pulling your strings. Like a demon king, or something. Shigaraki grinned. Oh, he's a king, alright. He used to be the symbol of evil, you know. and I'm his successor. He told me so. Izuku swore internally. So that's where the malice came from. This, sensei, has to be loaded with the stuff. Only question is, where did the big bad get it from? Kurogiri whispered something to Shigaraki, and the villain scowled, scratching at his neck feverishly. Hang on, these dialogue options are all wrong. I'm supposed to be the one gathering intel. Now tell me, brat, what's the symbol mean? Izuku crouched slightly, his grip on the Emsar's sword tightening. I told you, I'm not giving you any information. Shigaraki scowled. Alright then, roll an intimidation check. Nomu. Grab him. Its exposed brain twitched, and the large black creature vanished. Izuku swore and dove to the side, just as the beast appeared in front of where he'd been standing, its arms swinging out in a bear hug. Its eyes rolled in its sockets to stare at him, before its gaze shifted to the Emer's sword. The blade hummed and glowed with divine light, and Izuku swore under his breath. What the hell even are you? Shigaraki cackled, spreading his arms wide. Nomu's our patented cheat code, equipped with multiple quirks, the anti-symbol of peace. He's a super tough punching bag that punches back. Izuku's eyes narrowed. It's more than that. The strain of multiple quirks would make the body tear itself apart. The only reason this thing is holding together is because of the malice pumping through its veins. Nomu slowly walked forward, arms repositioning for another grab. Izuku's eyes narrowed, and he darted forward. There was a loud, wet noise, and Izuku slid across the ground on the other side of the beast, its left arm severed. Nomu glanced over at where its left shoulder ended in a stump. The veins twitched, and new tissue and bone began regrowing into a new arm. Izuku could just barely make out the telltale glow of malice emanating from the monster's chest. Ingsar's sword hummed louder, the magenta blood on its blade turning red. The severed arm twitched, then shriveled within seconds, robbed of the malice holding it together. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed. The hell? What did your sword do to Nomu's arm? Swords shouldn't do that. Is it enchanted? Izuku leveled his blade at Nomu, and its eyes focused on the light coming off of the sword. It may be a mindless puppet, but there's a fragment of consciousness in there. And it knows that my blade is poison to it. Tihish. Shigaraki glanced sidelong at where Katsuki and Momo were still glaring at him. Alright, another intimidation check. Nomu. Grab her. Nomu took a hesitant step away from Izuku, before stepping to the side and vanishing. Momo swept her right arm out, and the Triforce of Wisdom pulsed. Nomu appeared in front of her, arms swinging forward in another bear hug. However, its attempt was blocked by a crystalline shield that formed around her. Katsuki's fist glowed with purple energy, and he punched the monster in the chest, sending it sliding back several meters, its feet digging trenches in the ground. Shigaraki gaped. What? Impossible. Nomu's quirks should let it absorb 100% of all Might's strength. How could a brat like you deliver that much knockback with a single punch? Katsuki scowled. Really? One single thing not going according to your plan, and you fall apart like a DMN Jenga tower. If anyone's the brat here, it's you. Shigaraki scowled back. Alright, if I'm not going to get any answers from you three, then I'll just have to kill you. Kurogiri shifted nervously. Shigaraki Tamura, I must dash. Shigaraki rounded on the misty villain. Kurogiri, shut up. Sensei said that we could kill him once we got as much information as we could. They're not giving out any more intel, so I'm killing them. Katsuki chuckled. Good luck with that. Shigaraki screeched. Nomu. Kill the blonde one. Before the monster could even move, Izuku shot forward, grabbing the handle of the MSTR sword with both hands and plunging it into Nomu's chest. It screeched in pain as the blade stabbed through its skin, the point coming out on the other side with its heart impaled on it. You're not killing anyone. A monster like you must be destroyed. Shigaraki went pale at the malice coating the organ's tissue. Hearts aren't supposed to be that color. Right, Kurogiri? The misty villain nodded weakly. That is correct. What is that substance, and why is it in the Nomu? A sudden explosion incinerated the heart, and Izuku withdrew the Isar's sword from the beast's chest, letting it fall face-first onto the ground. It shriveled within seconds, the multiple quirks in its body attacking each other and destroying the tissue. The blade pulsed, and the lingering blood was purged of its malice. Izuku swiped the sword through the air, splattering the bricks and leaving the blade a spotless white. So, either your sensei didn't tell you everything, or not even he knows what he's doing. And in either case, that's a problem. Shigaraki scowled. Kurogiri, warp us back to base. I need to ask sensei some questions. The misty villain nodded, immediately forming a cloud slightly taller than his superior next to himself. Izuku leveled his sword at the pair. And what makes you think I'll let you leave? A sudden midair explosion blew Kurogiri towards the fountain, and Katsuki pounced, grabbing the exposed metal brace in his hand and pinning the misty villain to the ground. I wouldn't recommend moving. Suddenly, a massive cloud of dust erupted by the entrance, and a voice boomed, "Do not fear. For I am here." Shigaraki scowled. Damn it, the time limit ran out and our cheat code is gone. This really is a TPK. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet tore through Shigaraki's left hand. 2 more bullets slammed into his knees, sending the villain stumbling. Kurogiri! A portal formed under Katsuki's feet, and the blonde dropped, releasing his grip on the villain as he did. Kurogiri shot upright and soared over to Shigaraki, the fog covering his body defending against the subsequent shots from Snipe. When the mist faded, the only sign that Shigaraki had been there was the blood staining the bricks. Izuku huffed and sheathed the sword, walking over to the Nomu's corpse and kneeling next to it. Momo. Analysis. She walked over and crouched next to him, humming as she examined the dead body. It seems the malice in its blood was the only thing sustaining it. Without it, the tissue rapidly decayed. Still, I'm disturbed by something, Kurogiri said. Remember? He asked, why is it in the Nomu? That implies that there may be more of these things at the disposal of Shigaraki's mysterious sensei. Izuku nodded. That is concerning. I don't like that there's somebody out there able to stuff multiple quirks into a single body, while also infusing the heart with malice. While Katsuki might have the Triforce of power, it seems like Demise's influence still persists somewhere. The nearby pool suddenly exploded, and Katsuki landed next to them, dripping wet and very sad. FING portals. FING lakes. Izuku chuckled before glancing up at the entrance. How'd Snipe shoot Shigaraki through that barrier you put up? Katsuki grunted. Took it down remotely as soon as I heard All Might. Didn't want to hold them back with something they wouldn't know how to get through. Izuku nodded. Fair enough. Eraserhead walked up to them, his capture scarf threading itself around his neck. So, what happened to this guy? Izuku sighed. Later. I'd imagine we first need to give our statements to the police. There was a rush of wind, and All Might was suddenly standing over them, a pile of unconscious villains stacked at the base of the stairs. I do believe all the remaining villains have been accounted for. I apologize for not being here sooner. Eraserhead glared at the taller man. You'd better be. You were supposed to be here from the beginning. Izuku hummed. If it means anything, it seemed like Shigaraki's primary goal was to kill All Might. His questions about this, he held up his right hand, were a secondary goal assigned to him by his sensei. Oh, and he said something about a symbol of evil. The color drained from All Might's face. Are you certain he said that, young Midoriya? Izuku nodded, his expression grim. One other thing. He said that Nomu had been given multiple quirks. Eraserhead frowned at All Might's terrified expression. Is there something significant about that? Very significant. We must discuss this later in the principal's office. The principal in question walked up, noting the shocked expressions of everyone gathered. He sighed. How frustrating. It would seem that the 2 biggest secrets I've ever kept have become entangled. After the police had collected the statements from the rest of the class, those from the plaza gathered in Nedzu's office. As soon as the detective was inside, Nedzu hit a button on his desk, sending several sheets of metal slamming down over the windows and in front of the doors. I think it goes without saying that we cannot let this discussion be heard. The detective frowned. You wouldn't go to these lengths just for All Might's secret. What's going on? All Might sighed. Well, if we're going to be sharing secrets, I may as well get this out of the way. There was a burst of smoke, and when it faded, an emaciated man wearing All Might's costume was standing in the hero's place. Izuku blinked. Wait a sec. I swear I saw you standing in the crowd when the sludge villain took Katsuki hostage. Why didn't you do anything? All Might sighed again, his tone regretful. I had gone over my limit for the day. Ever since a great battle against a villain 6 years ago, I can only be a hero for up to 3 hours a day. Katsuki frowned. 6 years ago? Wasn't that against Toxic Chainsaw? The guy barely even landed a hit. The hero chuckled. You know your trivia. But no. Toxic Chainsaw is not the villain I was referring to. This was a battle that was never revealed to the public. The villain I faced was one of the greatest evils this world has ever seen. He went by the name of All for One. Momo hummed. All for one. All power for one man. All Might nodded. Precisely. His quirk enables him to take other people's quirks, and even give them out to other people. Izuku inhaled sharply. The Nomu. Its body was stuffed with multiple quirks, that's why its body decayed so rapidly. The detective frowned. I'm sorry you lost me there. I've been analyzing quirks since I was a kid. On one of my research dives, I found multiple studies of people who somehow had more than one quirk in their body. In every such case, the stress from all that power tore their body apart from the inside out. The only reason the Nomu didn't do the same was because of something else. All Might frowned. And what was that? Izuku sighed. This is where we step away from your secret and delve into ours. He held up his right fist. This is the mark of the Triforce, an ancient and divine gift that, when together, can grant the wish of whoever touches it. The 3 pieces currently rest inside of myself, Katsuki, and Momo. Long before written history, there was the kingdom of Hyrule and its neighbors. One such neighbor, the Gerudo, bore a man by the name of Ganondorf, who wanted to claim this artifact for himself. He also carried the curse of an even more ancient demon, known as Demise, whose hatred for the goddess Hylia and her chosen hero would reincarnate with them. In their most recent incarnation, Ganondorf discarded his physical body and assumed the form of Calamity Ganon, a monster composed of malice. This malice takes the appearance of a magenta and black goop that is poison to humans and animals. It can infect living beings, forcing them under Demise's influence. And the Nomu's heart was pushing this same malice throughout its body. The detective inhaled sharply. Which is why, when the malice was removed from its body, the strain of its quirks tore it apart from the inside and caused it to rapidly decay. Izuku nodded. There's only one way to fight malice, holy weapons. My sword is one such weapon. Known as the Emestar sword, its blade is imbued with divine magic, able to destroy malice and cut through spells. Its magic also makes it unbreakable, which is how it's still intact today. All Might scowled. And you think All for One is alive and infected with this same malice? Momo nodded and placed her hand on her chin. However, Shigaraki was surprised by the malice in the Nomu's heart, which raises 2 possibilities, neither good. 1. All for One did not inform Shigaraki of the malice, which means that Shigaraki's claim to be All for One's successor is suspect. 2. Not even All for One is aware of the malice infecting him. It's unclear which option is worse. Nezu hummed. Well, this is quite the pickle. All for One was already quite the threat on his own, but knowing that he may suddenly manifest the powers of Demise is far more concerning. So, the question now is, where do we go from here? Katsuki grunted. Isn't it obvious? We need as many advantages as we can get if we're gonna take this fucker. So we go loot those temples you've been keeping an eye on. Nezu hummed thoughtfully, even as All Might and the detective glanced at each other in confusion. A good idea. However, we must take into account how we will rationalize your little road trip to your class and the Hero Public Safety Commission. If the class representative, vice representative, and another seemingly random student just up and leave to run around Japan, it would undoubtedly raise questions. Izuku swore under his breath. You have a point. And while the HPSC is definitely needed to help keep the peace, I don't think I trust them to not go after godly power. All Might grunted. A sound assessment, young Midoriya. I've been suspicious of some of their behaviors for a while now. Still, while I have some experience with PR, this is out of my league. Aizawa-sensei snapped his fingers. The league? We can say that they'll likely seek retaliation against Class 1A, seeing as 3 of the students dealt heavy damage to its leaders. We can also raise the technically true point that they're after All Might. Nezu clapped his paws together. As such, we separate 1A and All Might from the school to ensure the safety of the other students. Good thinking, Aizawa-kun. All Might frowned. That still begs the question of how much we tell the rest of 1A. Izuku grunted. I say all of it. Remember, they've already seen that Katsuki, Momo and I have abilities that don't fit with our quirks. They're going to have questions, and I did promise that we'd explain. Nezu smiled. That does seem the most prudent course of action. Keeping secrets from your classmates will only alienate you from them once the truth inevitably gets out. Mom sighed. I see. So you'll effectively be going on a massive field trip around Japan. Izuku nodded. Essentially. Our first stop is going to be Mount Tokachi, in Hokkaido. We don't know how long we'll be gone, or if we'll even be entirely safe. Mom glanced over at Yagi and Aizawa, who were sitting on the couch. You promise you'll protect my son and his classmates as best you can? Yagi nodded. It would be an utter failure on my part as both a teacher and a hero if I were to let harm befall them under my care. Mom hummed. I'll hold both of you to that promise. She looked to Nezu, who was sitting in the recliner and sipping from a cup of tea. And the families of 1A will be given lodging at UA for the time being? The mammal set down his teacup and nodded. That is correct. Your son and his companions dealt a heavy blow to the League, and it's entirely possible that they may retaliate by targeting the students' families. Not to mention whatever new threats may come from Demise's influence. Mom nodded. I understand. I'm certain Mitsuki and Masaru will, too. I hope that your negotiations with the other families go equally well. Nezu smirked and sipped at his tea. I'm fairly confident we can persuade them to see the logic in our proposal. Separation from family can be a painful thing, but in this case, it's a necessary evil. Enji scowled. You mean to tell me that my son will be removed from my care out of fear of such a pitiful threat? UA's principal hummed. It's less fear for your son and more a measure of protection for the other students. The League has proven that they have the means to attack the school out of absolutely nowhere. How could we defend our less trained students from that? The blonde buffoon coughed. In addition, there are already families who have agreed to this trip. Those on said trip will need at least 2 heroes for protection, and as such, we do not have a spare hero to leave behind. If you refused, your son's education would fall behind his peers, or even stagnate. Enji huffed, weighing his options. I wield considerable influence as the number 2 hero. Hiring a private tutor for Shudo would be of little issue. However, if I were to allow him on this trip, he would be learning from All Might, and thus could more easily surpass the man. But if he is out of my sight, he could become even more insolent. Then again, being distanced from me might lead him to give up on his childish tantrum. After a few seconds of consideration, he grunted. Very well. Shudo may go on this road trip with the rest of his class. But you must ensure that he does not halt in his training. The rat chuckled. Rest assured, Enji, we'll mold him into a fine hero. Enji huffed. Good. Ochako frowned. Does this have anything to do with the stuff Midoriya-kun was talking about at the USJ? Her parents glanced at her in confusion, but Principal Nezu nodded grimly. I'm afraid it is very connected, Uraraka Shoujo. The details are not mine to explain, but rest assured that we will do our best to ensure that you are in as little danger as possible. Dad frowned. So, if you want us to stay at UA until this League of Villains is arrested, how are we supposed to keep up our business? Nezu smiled. Cementos has graciously offered to handle construction during your stay. You and your wife will still be in charge of negotiating contracts and designing the buildings, of course. I'd rather not have one of my students go homeless because her family's company dried up in the CEO's absence. Mom sighed with relief. That's good to hear. We're incredibly grateful that you're doing this for us. Ochako blinked. Oh yeah, I still haven't gotten to thank you for taking down that Gisu a-hole yet. Nezu chuckled and waved his paw dismissively. Think nothing of it, my dear. The man was clearly dead set on making himself a nuisance. Come to think of it, even All Might had been having issues with that sorry excuse for a human being. I consider it a personal duty of mine to handle miscreants who are causing trouble for a multitude of innocent people. Class 1A was given Friday and Monday off from school to recover from the USJ attack. Nezu informed Izuku that he, All Might, and Eraserhead had spent the weekend going around to the families of one as students to inform them of the semester-long road trip. The mammal also advised Izuku that he should save the explanation for once the class was away from UA and safely off the grid. Come Tuesday, the class showed up at UA early in the morning along with their families. Oddly enough, Todoroki was accompanied by a woman who seemed to be his older sister, and Endeavor was absent. Nezu clapped his paws together, drawing their attention. I'm glad to see that everyone read my email. Now, I must regret to inform you that, for the duration of this trip, you will need to go without your devices. Kaminari groaned, but fell silent when the principal cleared his throat. I know, going back to the days before the internet seems like hell on earth, but you must understand that this is for your own safety. Remember, the League is still a present threat, and could very well strike UA with zero advance warning. If you leave an online trail, they could just as easily ambush this trip. Away from UA's defenses, you will have to rely on your chaperones and your own abilities for protection. Ida raised a hand. Sir, how will we avoid the media discovering our location if we take one of UA's charter buses? Nezu chuckled. Nobody said you'd be using a bus. He clapped his paws together, and the ground rumbled. A seam split in the middle of the parking lot, opening a large square hole in the ground. A metal platform rose up, bearing a massive black machine, shaped like a wide, short cylinder with a cone set tangentially on the edge. I've had this beauty in storage for years, but I never thought I'd see the day it was actually used. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you your mobile home away from home, the Sky Conqueror. Kaminari's jaw dropped. It's the Finji Millennium Falcon. Nezu cackled, walking up to the base of the enormous vehicle. I see you're familiar with the classics, young man. Yes, I will admit that the Millennium Falcon was a large source of inspiration for the design of this airship, but rest assured that this is an original work. He pulled out a remote and pressed a button, and a rectangular section of the side split apart, falling over to reveal a ramp leading inside. Everyone aboard. We only have so much time to get you settled before you depart. Izuku shook his head and grabbed his bags, immediately starting towards the ramp. Katsuki and Momo were right behind him, followed by the rest of the class in short order. The families came next, and the three heroes brought up the rear. The interior of the ship was spacious, the ceiling sitting about 10 feet above the floor. The entrance opened into a hallway, which led into a small circular room ringed by doors. The center room was 10 feet in diameter and had a circular hole in the middle of the floor that was 3 feet in diameter. There were 22 doors arranged around the edge, along with another hallway that led into a cockpit that was on the exterior of the ship. Nezu announced, each of you will have your own private rooms. As you can see, each door has a nameplate with its assigned resident's name on it. You are allowed to put up posters and other decor, but the structure of the room has to stay the same. The rooms come equipped with beds, dressers, lighting, heating, air conditioning, a TV, and a few game systems, each of which are loaded with several single-player games. They're also quite spacious, each one having approximately 230 square feet of space. The hole in the floor leads to a common room of sorts down below, which includes a fully stocked kitchen and 5 single-person bathrooms. Also, there's a pad underneath the hole that will extend upwards so that you can get back to your rooms. Aizawa-sensei grunted. I doubt either of us have the knowledge to operate a vehicle of this size. Nezu chuckled. Fret not, Aizawa-kun. The ship will largely fly itself. All you will need to do is input a destination using the computer installed in the cockpit. For now, I suggest that all of you get situated. All for one glanced up as he felt the static of Kurogiri's warp gate. He activated his infrared vision quirk, humming with curiosity as he recognized Tamura's distinct body shape. Did your attack on UA go well, Tamura? Tamura shook his head. No. All Might wasn't even there until the end, and the Nomu got taken out by some kid with a sword. But that's not what I came here about. All for one frowned. Oh. Tamura removed the embalmed hand from the back of his head, turning it over in his hands. The brat. He stabbed the Nomu through the chest and pushed its heart out on the other side. For some reason, it was covered in this weird, purple, gooey stuff. And when the heart got destroyed, the Nomu's body suddenly shriveled up like a raisin. All for one paused. That so this substance was responsible for the Nomu's structural integrity, so to speak. Tamura took a step back. Sensei? All for one glanced at his right hand, feeling the hole in the palm tingle. Normally, when a person has more than one quirk, their body rapidly decays from the strain. I thought that the doctor's modifications were what prevented it from happening, but this implies otherwise. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through his skull, and he leaned forward, clutching at his head and hissing. Tamura stepped forward, hand outstretched, but all for one waved him off. No. I will handle this myself. A voice in his head rumbled, You will serve me. You will conquer this world in my name. You will claim the power of the gods for me. All for one growled, I serve no man. Man exists to serve me. The voice chuckled. How curious. A mortal aspires to the same goal as the king of demons. All for one snarled, I will never serve. All will kneel before me. Show yourself, and your death may be quick and painless. The being chuckled again. Sadly, I have no physical form. But you intrigue me, mortal. Perhaps we can come to an agreement. You seek power, yes? I can guide you to the greatest power known to man. Power that will destroy all who stand against you. Power that will subjugate and bend all to your will for eternity. We share a common longing. All for one hummed. Is that so? Why should I trust you? The voice rumbled, You wish to rule the world, to claim it as your own. I longing the same. Together, we will be far stronger than either of us were at our mightiest. If you accept, I shall grant you a taste of the fury I wielded in my prime, and an assistant who will guide you to the power we both seek. All for one chuckled. How interesting. Very well then. If we are to be partners in this endeavor, we must know each other. I am known by many names, but my favorite is All for One. The voice hummed. Quaint. I am Demise, ancient king of demons and embodiment of evil from ages long past. Power surged through All for One's body, and he gasped as he lifted off the ground without any of his levitation quirks. A tar-like substance erupted from his heart and covered his body in seconds, only to fade just as quickly. All for One opened his new eyes, glancing around the room and delighting in once more having the gift of sight. What marvelous strength! This partnership should prove interesting. Tamura backed up a step, and All for One looked down at the boy. Sensei? You look weird. What the hell was that evolution cutscene? Kurogiri's mist receded behind his bartender's uniform, and the villain fell to one knee. Sir, I see that your strength has returned to you. All for One flicked his fingers, conjuring a sheet of glass in midair. He stared at his reflection and ran a hand down his restored face, staring into his black sclera and glowing yellow irises. His arteries glowed magenta, his veins colored a deep purple. He smiled, relishing his wondrous new body. Indeed it has, Kurogiri. Indeed it has. Black smoke poured from the ground in a corner of the room. As All for One turned his attention to it, the smoke coalesced into a man, skin black as obsidian and eyes white as bone. My lord, I must say your new form is ravishing. All for One chuckled. You must be Gairahim. I'm told you know of this power that we seek. The demon chuckled. You give me too much credit, Thestar. While I do not know the power's exact location, I can say who will be a nuisance on the journey to find it. You must destroy a child wielding a blade imbued with the light of the gods. Tamura chuckled. I know just which brat you're talking about. All for one raised a hand. Calm yourself, Tamir. While I am certain you are eager to claim revenge, you are too important of a piece to let roam free. He turned to Gairahim. Go. Find this boy you speak of and cut him down. Gairahim bowed, and his form shifted. His skin turned a dull gray, covered in a white jumpsuit and red cloak. The white mass on his head shifted and grew into white hair draped over the left side of his face. His eyes gained black irises and purple eyeshadow, and white gloves covered his hands and forearms. By your command, my lord. The demon vanished in a burst of diamond-shaped particles. All for one chuckled at his underling's ridiculous exit before turning his attention back to his new form. This body and strength will take some time to adapt to. He waved his hand, and a circular portal appeared, leading to a dimension of still water over a smooth ground under a bright blue sky. Tamura, you and Kurogiri will lay low for the time being. When I have sufficiently adapted to this form, I shall return and announce my presence to the world. Once everyone had set their luggage in their respective rooms, they stepped outside of the ship to say their goodbyes to their families. Izuku hugged Mom tightly. Be safe. And if anyone messes with you, just remember that internal organs are small objects. Mom chuckled. I'm well aware, sweetie. You wouldn't believe how many criminals attempt to prey on lone, older women walking by themselves at night. I've had a lot of practice with self-defense. Izuku smirked and hugged her again, before backing away and jogging up the ramp back into the ship. He dropped into the common room below, quickly snagging a cushioned folding chair from a table and setting it down in front of the TV. Katsuki and Momo were quick to join him, and they began mentally preparing themselves. As the others dropped down one by one, they sent curious glances in the trio's direction. Aizawa-sensei was the last to arrive, dropping through the hatch and closing it behind him. Wait until All Might gets us airborne. We don't want to risk any unwanted visitors listening in. They sat there in silence for a little while. After a minute or so, the ship hummed to life and rose off the ground. Several students ran to the windows and waved a final goodbye to their families on the ground. Once the ship had risen above UA's main building, it took off through the air, humming smoothly. Aizawa-sensei pulled out a remote and hit a button, causing sheets of metal to cover the windows and block the view from outside. All right, now seems like a good time. Izuku nodded and stood up, clasping his hands behind his back. So, Nezu told the HPSC that the purpose of the trip was to direct the League's attention away from UA, should they seek revenge. However, that's only a part of the truth. The main reason is because the League is harboring a millennia-old evil, and we need to gather special tools from ancient temples around Japan to fight it. Uraraka frowned. Does this have anything to do with that weird mark on your right hand, or the weird powers you had at the USJ? Izuku nodded, expression deadly serious. It has everything to do with those things. He held up his right fist, displaying the glowing golden mark. This is the symbol of the Triforce, an ancient artifact infused with divine power. When put together, it will grant the wish of anyone who touches it. Momo, Katsuki, and I currently hold the 3 pieces. Mineta scowled. So quirks weren't enough for you, you just had to go and claim godly power too, huh? Why couldn't you leave them for people who needed the extra boost? Izuku huffed. Not like we had a choice. We possessed the pieces as soon as we were born. So stuff it. Mineta grumbled but wisely kept his mouth shut. Momo continued, furthermore, these temples will only open to a wielder of a piece of the Triforce, which is why the 3 of us are traveling. The rest of you are joining us because you need to prepare for whatever forces this evil will bring with it to the final confrontation. Kirishima frowned. So you expect us to contend with the forces of some really old villain that wants godly power? Kinda seems out of our league, don't you think? Katsuki grunted. Don't worry about it too much. The big bad doesn't like creating subordinates with power to rival him, so his minions are gonna be on the weaker side. Still, you're gonna need to get stronger, that's just a fact. Aizawa-sensei interrupted. Remember, for all the behind-the-scenes planning going on here, this is still being treated as a school trip. As such, the ship will be landing near a Nezu-approved agency in each location. Those of you not exploring the temples will be learning the ins and outs of different aspects of hero work at each agency. Ida frowned and raised his hand. If these temples are so ancient, what makes you certain that you will find anything of use? After so much time, surely anything inside would be eroded or otherwise unusable. Izuku drew the emistar's sword from its scabbard. This right here is why we're so certain. This isn't just any sword, it's an enchanted blade forged shortly after the Triforce was made, near the dawn of creation. There are 7 temples around Japan in total, and we've already explored the closest one, located in the forest outside Mizudafu. That's where we found this sword and my shield. Todoroki hummed. How useful will these items be? If this civilization existed so long ago, it's not likely they'd be on the same level of technology as what we have today. Momo smiled. On the contrary, they were leagues ahead of anything we could produce today. Rest assured, any weapon or tool we find in the temples will be of great use. The president of the HPSC scowled. And how are those students supposed to get their names out to the world through the sports festival if they're gallivanting around the country? We need the public to know that capable new heroes will rise soon, especially with this league of villains stirring up trouble. Nezu hummed and sipped at his tea. Well, I can assure you, Madam President, that the students of 1A will be sufficiently introduced to several capable agencies around the country. Word of mouth will undoubtedly handle the rest. The woman huffed and stuck her hands in her pockets, glancing out the nearest window of the mammal's office. I just don't like that those kids are out there without anyone able to properly care for them. Nedza did his best impression of raising an eyebrow. Really? You don't think that Eraserhead and All Might can't care for a group of 20 children by themselves? Do you doubt the number 1 hero? Or are you concerned about something else? Maybe the fact that the commission cannot oversee these students? Does the lack of control irritate you, Madam President? The woman sent him a glare, and the various subtle hints in her expression told him everything he needed to know. He chuckled and sipped at his tea. But who am I to say? Not a mind reader, that's for sure. You waved goodbye as her secretary left, before slumping back in the office chair at the front desk and groaning. That's the 3rd one to quit this month. Why do they always quit so fast? A grunt came from behind her, and she twisted her head to see Kirai, the janitor, walk up with a mop in his right hand and his left leaking soap. For reasons I don't know, people think you're careless. No idea why they think that, especially since you've been doing a lot better with property damage recently. You sighed. I bet it's because of that fiasco with my old agency in Mizudafu. Can't believe people still don't trust me because of that. It was one time. Kirai grunted again. Unfortunately, that's how it is. Once the public gets something in their heads, it sticks like dried-on nail polish. You winced. I already said I was sorry for that mess in my office. I just wanted to look nice when I went to my aunt's place to celebrate her brat getting into UA. Kirai chuckled. Don't worry about it. I've worked for you for long enough to know by now that you're pretty tidy. Shame people don't give any credit to janitors, otherwise I'd try to clean up your reputation. A scowl crossed the bearded man's face. It's like I don't even exist to some people. Remember when that chick from the commission came by? She spilled my cleaning bucket and didn't even flinch. You sighed. Sorry, Kirai. If I could do anything for you, I would. It's kinda ironic, isn't it? You don't garner enough attention to help my rep, and I can't help you because my rep is dragging me down. It's like, what's it called? Oh yeah, a negative feedback loop. Bleck. Kirai grunted and shook his head. Well, no use bitchin' about stuff we can't fix. Might as well do another sweep of the place while I'm in a working mood. You planning to stick around much longer, or are you gonna head back to your apartment? You groaned. You know, sometimes I wish we had the budget for bedding and stuff here at the agency. The apartment's way too cramped. I'm always walking on eggshells with my Quirk around there. One slip up and it's bye-bye to my next paycheck, along with a place to live. Kirai opened his mouth to retort, only to pause. Hey, what's that humming noise? You sat up straighter, having just noticed it herself. Not sure. You think some punk is trying to wreck the place? Kirai grunted. Well, if that's the case, you're most suited to handle it, Mount Lady. You sighed, then stood up from the chair and pulled her mask down over her eyes. Heroes never sleep. She quickly walked to the front doors and threw them open, channeling her hero persona into her stride as she headed towards where the noise was loudest. All right, whoever's causing this ruckus, show yourself. I'm not in the mood for games right now. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and a massive black machine materialized in midair, hovering a couple stories above the ground. You froze, her face going pale as she took in just how massive it was. She took a cautious step backward, feeling the pulse of her quirk in the back of her head, ready to activate at any moment. The machine's chassis shined, its metallic body reflecting the few last rays of sunset. It floated down, stopping just a couple feet above the grass. 3 large rectangles split out from the base, connected to hydraulic pistons. The engines cut off, and the machine settled on the ground, a hiss of steam erupting from a vent located on the underside. A rectangle on the side split off and fell outward, forming a ramp leading inside. You blinked a couple times and peered at the entrance, just barely making out figures through the light coming from the interior space. A familiar voice rang out, "Oi, tall beach." You breathed a sigh of relief as her idiot cousin stomped down the ramp, before composing herself and retorting, "What do you want, shorty?" Midoriya, walking next to the brat, groaned and shook his head. "You two never change, do you?" Katsuki snorted, crossing his arms with a smirk. "What? I thought you knew our shtick by now." The girl in the lead coughed into her fist. "I believe now is not the time, boys." You blinked. "Wait, I recognize Midoriya, but who are you?" The girl stepped forward, extending her hand in greeting. "Yaoyorozu Momo, class representative of 1A. Our teacher will be out shortly to discuss the situation with you. I apologize for arriving at such a late hour, it's just that it took a while to get here." You accepted the handshake, scanning the faces of the other kids as they walked out of the ship, because she couldn't deny it anymore, this was a full-on airship. "You know, the black color threw me off earlier, but isn't that the Millennium Falcon?" A blonde kid walking down the ramp threw his hands up in frustration. "Thank you. Finally, someone who understands me." Midoriya snickered. "Easy, Kaminari. People are trying to go to sleep." The kid huffed. "Normies who care about their beauty sleep or whatever, maybe. I don't go to sleep. Sleep comes to me and hits me over the head with a frying pan." While the others were familiarizing themselves with the building, Takayama-san led Izuku, Katsuki, Momo, and Aizawa-sensei to her office in the back of the building. As they entered, Izuku glanced up and noticed the tall ceiling, complete with several skylights. "I take it this room is designed in case of a mishap with your quirk?" Takayama-san nodded sheepishly. "Yeah, after I completely wrecked the last one, I commissioned this one to have the office be large enough to afford me a few seconds before I break the ceiling. The couple who worked on it was really nice about it too. Said they knew a thing or two about quirk accidents. Oh, what were their names again? Yura something, I think." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Uraraka?" Takayama-san snapped her fingers. "That's it. How'd you know?" Katsuki chuckled. "They're daughters in our class." Takayama-san beamed. "Oh, that's great. The hero industry could use more women, if you ask me." Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat. "If I might interrupt, we're on a bit of a schedule here." Takayama-san blinked. "Oh, right, my bad. So, why exactly did you bring your class to my agency?" Izuku glanced at Katsuki and Momo, raising an eyebrow in a silent question. Katsuki nodded instantly, while Momo seemed apprehensive. The blonde glanced at her, and she nodded in turn. Izuku turned back to Takayama-san and replied, "Well, the official story is that we're traveling from agency to agency to avoid the League of Villains, and draw their fire away from UA's campus should they find us. That's only part of the full situation, though." Aizawa-sensei raised an eyebrow. "You're sure about this?" Izuku nodded. "She's Katsuki's cousin, and my family by extension. She deserves to know the full truth." Takayama-san raised an eyebrow. "Truth about what?" Katsuki grunted. "You remember my quirk mark?" She blinked. The weird mark on the back of your hand that appeared at the same time as your quirk? What about it? Katsuki held out his right hand, palm down, and she blinked. Last time I checked, it didn't glow like that. Izuku nodded. The mark is the Triforce of Power, an ancient artifact from a civilization that existed long before written record. It's part of a set of 3, with myself and Momo here holding the other 2. The civilization, known as Hyrule, also had several temples scattered around the land, all located within the country we call Japan today. While the others in the class will be working with your agency to further their education, the 3 of us will be exploring one such temple, which sits atop Mount Tokachi. Reason being, the League's head is under the influence of an even older being that predates Hyrule, and we need as many advantages as we can get to face him. The temple on the mountain should hold one such advantage, likely an enchanted tool or weapon. Takayama-san blinked a couple times. But, why did you come to my agency in particular? It's not like I'm known for working with other people, or really anything. Aizawa-sensei grunted. Nezu looked over the records of every hero in the vicinity of the mountain, and he decided that you were the one we could trust the most. Though, knowing him, this is also his way of throwing you a bone for your reputation. Rumor around the underground is that you have a habit of destroying public property during your fights, even though I've seen the exact opposite. Takayama-san let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank Kami. It's a load off my mind to know that someone actually sees what I do out there, instead of just listening to what the tabloids spout. Aizawa-sensei's expression softened. Getting started as a hero can be tough, I'll give you that. While we're here, would you mind if I gave you some pointers, senior hero to junior hero? Takayama-san grinned tiredly. I'd love that. Especially since Death Arms is constantly griping about how he's always getting his nighttime arrests stolen by some shadow he can't even confront face to face. I'm guessing that's you? Aizawa-sensei huffed. Not his fault he doesn't put any effort into his speed or agility. If he moved faster, he'd get to crime scenes quicker, and he'd save more people. But no, he has to move at the speed of a golf cart at all times so that people can see him more easily. Takayama-san snickered. Yeah, this'll be productive. She frowned. Though, I don't exactly have a lot of bedrooms here at the agency. It's basically all office space, save for the bathrooms. Where are you and the kids going to sleep? Izuku waved his hand dismissively. We've got beds on the ship. Though, you should see about fixing that. During internship week, it's required for interns to stay at the agency all week, so you'd need at least 1 bedroom if you wanted an intern. I bet the Urarakas would be happy to redesign the place, even if they can't come here in person. They're currently lodged at UA, since the League might try to target their daughter through them. Takayama-san winced. That's fair. You know the number of times I've nearly had a panic attack over the thought that someone might use Aunt Mitsuki against me. Izuku snorted, and she pouted. Yeah, I know she'd make them regret it, but the thought still keeps me up at night sometimes. Aizawa-sensei hummed sympathetically. Welcome to heroism. You're gonna have a lot of sleepless nights starting out, so get used to it. You could hardly believe it. She of all people was leading a class of UA hero students up the mountain trail, alongside their homeroom teacher. How did this even happen? As she turned to address the class, she felt the short, purple ones staring at her. She suppressed a shudder and announced, "There's a cabin up ahead that serves as a rest stop for hikers. We'll take a short break there, then keep climbing." The Kaminari kid groaned, come in. More walking. How far are we even going? You snorted. Hey, you signed up to be a hero. Don't go complaining when you have to climb your way through rubble to save a couple civilians. The kid groaned again. I signed up to shoot lightning at villains, not to turn my feet into 2 giant blisters. You shrugged. It's a package deal, kid. Can't just fight, you gotta rescue at some point too. Though in my case, it's a lot more of the latter than the former. As she turned around, she felt the stare of the purple midget again. She suppressed another shudder and moved on, scanning the trail ahead for the midpoint cabin. She stamped down the urge to grow giant and get a bird's eye view, since doing so would likely flatten one of the kids walking behind her. Though she got the impression the midget would enjoy that. A few minutes later, they crested a ridge, coming upon a flat section with a log cabin set alongside the trail. Several of the students immediately cheered and ran towards the picnic tables set outside, slumping onto the benches and heaving sighs of relief. You chuckled to herself, before pausing and turning to see the midget standing close by her. "What's up?" The kid fiddled with his hands for a bit, before squaring his shoulders and meeting her gaze. "I'm a big fan. Could I, get an autograph?" You blinked. Sure. Didn't realize I had any fans, honestly. You, got something in particular you want me to sign?" The kid pulled his backpack off his shoulders and rifled around in it for a bit, before pulling out a figurine of her and holding it out to her, along with a white-tipped marker. On the base, please. I didn't think I'd ever get to meet you in person, so I didn't have any real message in mind, but..." You smiled and accepted the figurine and marker, quickly scrawling a signature on the underside. "What's his name?" "Mina." "No, Mineta." As she handed it back, she casually asked, "Is that why you've been staring at me on the hike up? You just wanted me to sign something?" Mineta balked. You knew I was staring at you?" You sighed. A lot of women learn pretty quickly how to recognize when someone's staring at them. Helps keep us from getting jumped by guys who don't understand the word no. Mineta frowned. "But isn't that a compliment? That you were hot enough for them to want you?" You scowled. "Trust me, it's not a compliment when it's against your will. If it's your boyfriend after you consented, it'd be okay, but when it's some random chump who decided to give it to you without your input, nah. Makes you feel more like a particularly juicy steak than a real woman. And while I haven't had that done to me personally, I've seen plenty of people look at me like they wanna. It's not a great feeling when you realize someone wants to invade your personal space, especially when you've got claustrophobia like I do." Mineta seemed to take a moment to digest that, before slipping the figurine and marker back into his backpack. Thanks for the signature. It, really means a lot to me." You smirked. "Sure, kid. I'm glad to know there are still people out there who think of me as a hero." She turned on her heel and headed for the cabin, already waving in greeting to the white-haired old man who lived there. On a whim, she glanced back at the Mineta kid, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and staring like his whole world had been overturned. She let out a whistle to catch his attention, before sticking her butt out to the side with a wink. The kid blushed, and she chuckled, before continuing as if nothing had happened. Kid should prove interesting. Hope he works through whatever he's got going through his head. The next day, Izuku stared at the massive stone doors, flanked by Katsuki on his right and Momo on his left. "Seems bigger than the doorway in the forest." Katsuki grunted. "Not sure how you can tell. They're both big-butt stone doors with the Triforce on them." The blonde shivered and sniffed, the sound betraying that his nose was starting to run. "Come on, let's get out of the snow, already. I'm freezing my butt off here." Izuku chuckled, a ruby circlet adorning his brow. "Hey, you knew we were heading to the top of a mountain, so it's your fault that you didn't pack anything warm." Katsuki scoffed. "So I overestimated the temperature. Sue me." Momo smirked, wrapped in a crimson parka the same shade as her hero costume. "Don't push your luck. Mitsuki-san may be a widely respected model, but our legal team is second only to Nezu." Katsuki rolled his eyes. "You know DMing well what I meant, wise girl. Let's get these doors opened before my hands fall off." Izuku chuckled and laid his right hand on the seam, the Triforce of Courage humming. The emblem on the doors glowed golden for a moment, before the ground rumbled and the doors slowly swung inward. A breeze flowed from within, just barely warmer than the blizzard outside. Suddenly, the torches closest to the entrance went out, then reignited with ethereal turquoise fire. The flames floated through the air, combining in the doorway and assuming the form of a man dressed in orange robes, bearing an impressive white mustache. The Triforce makes itself known again after centuries of silence. "What is your purpose in coming to this remote temple?" Izuku stepped forward, bowing slightly. Light Sage roared. "The curse that once afflicted Ganondorf Dragmire has infected a man of great evil. We seek to gather power, wisdom, and courage from the temples of this land, so that we may face this man in battle and thwart his designs." Rauru hummed, and his face split into a grin. Well said, young man. From your attire, I take it you are the one who has inherited the hero's unyielding spirit. Let its courage serve you well. While this place is far from the light-filled temple it once was, its contents should still prove useful. However, be warned, evil monsters have appeared in recent days, and a mighty beast has taken refuge in the innermost chamber. If left unchecked, it could ravage the nearby population. I suspect the other temples face similar threats. The spirit's gaze shifted to the hilt of the sword visible over Izuku's shoulder. Though, perhaps the forest doors being opened may have spared young Saria. Of that I am grateful. Of the sages, she is the least able to hold back the forces of darkness. Izuku bowed again. Rest easy, light sage Roar. We will purge the evil from this place. The spirit bowed in kind. I wish you luck, holders of the sacred light. Roru disappeared, and a warmer wind blew from the stairs leading down into the temple. Izuku clenched and unclenched his fingers, glancing back and forth at his two companions. Let's do this. Shoyuta barked, stop. Immediately, the two combatants separated and backed up to their assigned edges of the circle. Ojiro bowed gracefully, and Takayama awkwardly followed suit a second later. The blonde student chuckled. I appreciate your willingness to practice all facets of the art, not just the combative aspects. The rookie hero giggled and rubbed at the back of her neck. Well, you know me, all or nothing. Shoyuta grunted, walking up to the edge of the circle drawn on the ground. While that may be true for your quirk, that doesn't necessarily need to be the case for the rest of your actions. Takayama rolled her eyes. You know what I mean, sir. Shoyuta sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. My career for an aspirin, I swear. Ojiro chuckled again, before schooling his expression and regarding Takayama impassively. You're too rigid. Bagwazang requires fluidity and motion, the body flowing like wind as you turn the circle. For the Chung style in particular, flexibility is key to avoid strikes and close the distance. Takayama groaned. I know, but I gotta consider everything around me whenever I do anything. One wrong misstep and I'll take down a building or something. Ojiro hummed. True. At your full size, careless movements could cause a lot of collateral damage. Bagwazang focuses on building up momentum, and the Chung style utilizes a lot of throws, which could be really bad for large-scale battles. Shoyuta rubbed at his chin. So the hang-up is that she'd cause unnecessary destruction if she uses the moves with her quirk activated. Takayama nodded glumly. Does that mean we gotta try a different style, or what? Ojiro frowned. Unfortunately, Bagwazang is the best for your body type and general style. You fight at a very close range, and you can't rely on your own physical strength, so the grapples and locks of the Chung style are your best bet. Shoyuta grunted. So there isn't a style that fits better, but she can't use this style while she's using her quirk. Sort of a catch-22, huh? A deep cough came from behind him, and Shoyuta turned to see All Might walking up. If I might make a suggestion? Perhaps you could reserve these techniques for instances where using your quirk would be more of a hindrance than a help. Takayama hummed. True. I know firsthand that there are places I can't go while giant. All Might nodded. A true hero finds a way to keep fighting in any situation, no matter what disadvantages may be stacked against them. There's no shame in not using your quirk for every battle. As Takayama and Ojiro took in that little nugget of wisdom, the older hero jogged back into the forest. Shoyuta could just barely make out the telltale poof that indicated the blonde's deflation. He grunted before turning back to the other two. Right. For the time being, don't worry about where exactly you're stepping, since you won't be using it in your giant form, right? Takayama nodded, determination etched into her face. Right. Minoru heard a loud groan, and he involuntarily glanced over at where Ojiro and Mount Lady were still sparring. Her words from the other day flashed through his mind, and he frowned. I still don't get it. If you find someone hot, you do something that shows you think they're hot. Right? Gah, if only I still had my phone, then the internet could help me. He heard footsteps behind him, and he turned to see Jiru walk up next to him, standing a couple feet away and firmly out of his reach. Thinking about how to grab her but without her noticing or something perverted like that? Minoru scowled, turning back to the two blondes dancing around each other. For your information, I don't think about chicks 24/ I'm not gonna be a cool hero if I'm some idiot who doesn't know the difference between assault and battery. Jairu grunted. Sure. But every time you've interacted with a girl so far, at least that I've seen, it's always ended up in something gross. Minoru scoffed. We've only been in the same class for a couple weeks at most. I haven't had that many interactions with the girls, have I? Jairu raised an eyebrow. We both went to Mizudafu Junior High, remember? You, Tokoyami, and I were in the same homeroom. Minoru blinked. Daroya. I forgot. Jairu scoffed. Yeah, because Tokoyami isn't a chick and I'm not hot enough to demand your interest. Minoru retorted. Hey, Tokoyami always sat in the back corner, and from what I heard, you always kept to yourself anyways. I figured I'd never get your attention, since all you ever seemed to do was listen to music and do assignments on your own. She raised a finger, only to pause. Okay, fair point. I guess we've both got problems, huh? Minoru sighed. At least you know what your problems are. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong. She scoffed, but he barreled on. Dad always told me that with girls, you've got to be blunt. You like them? Tell them that you like them. They've got a nice butt? Smack it to show that you appreciate it. Stuff like that. But on the hike yesterday, when we stopped at the midpoint cabin, Mount Lady said that women don't like it when guys do stuff to them without permission. How else do I show that I like what they're packing? Jairu hummed. Well, it doesn't help that you're focusing on their bodies exclusively. Being objectified doesn't really help your chances. Minoru blinked. Huh. Jairu sighed. Think of it this way. Say someone patted you on the head, or said something like, you're so short and cute. How would that make you feel? Minoru bristled. That'd a CK. Just because I've got dwarfism doesn't mean I'm a baby. She crossed her arms. Exactly. You're annoyed because someone only looked at a single part of you, instead of all of you. They disregarded your personality, your behavior, and your intelligence, and only reacted to how you look. Minoru paused. So, when a guy compliments a girl's melons or butt, that it makes the girl feel like the guy only appreciates her for her body, and not for her as a person, Jairu finished. See what I mean? Minoru nodded, his mind numb. So, if I wanted the girls to like me, Jairu sighed. You'd do a lot better if you looked less at their bodies and more at them. Think about that. Minoru blinked. Wait, why do you know all this stuff? I never knew anybody who'd approach you like that. No offense intended. Jairu blushed. Well, let's just say I've had some experience from being on your side of the situation. Huh. She blushed even harder. Just forget it. She ran off, leaving Minoru standing there. Okay. He turned back to the sparring match just in time to see Mount Lady grab Ojiro's arm and swing him past her, before letting out a triumphant whoop. Appreciate them as people, not as pretty objects. I think I can do that. Suddenly, the pieces connected in his head, and he shot upright. Wait, Iggy. Izuku grunted as he grabbed the base of the door, before hauling it up, wincing at the grinding of the stone. Gonna be honest, I'm starting to hate these doors. Logically, I know they shouldn't even be able to open, but that doesn't change that the noise is annoying as shit. Katsuki scoffed. You're telling me. And of course, the rat wants us to preserve the temples as much as possible, so we can't just break them down and speedrun to the dungeon item and the boss. Momo sighed. An unfortunate combination of circumstances, to be sure, but we can't let that keep us from what we came here to do. The door fell back down behind them, and Izuku hummed as he scanned the seemingly empty room. That's odd. I'm not seeing any puzzles or enemies. His gaze locked onto a spire of ice in the back of the room, and the ornate chest buried inside. I'm guessing that's our dungeon item. Only question is, how do we get to it? The ground rumbled, and frost spread across the ceiling. Several icicles grew down, before suddenly breaking into pieces. The ice around the chest rose into the air, and the ice chunks floated down, surrounding the spire and forming into a giant golem. At the same time, iron bars shot up in front of the door, sealing them inside. Katsuki grunted. Mid-boss. What's the deal with this thing, Wiki? Momo hummed, and the Triforce of Wisdom pulsed. It's not sentient. The ice is being animated by an external source. Likely the monster at the end of the dungeon. Katsuki huffed. Great. So how do we beat it? Momo held her hand high, and a ball of fire appeared in her palm. Simple. She slammed her hand into the floor, and an explosion of fire burst outwards, leaving Katsuki and Izuku untouched as it washed over the ice golem. Its body hissed and melted slightly, but it ultimately did very little. A frosty wind blew through the room, sounding like a very distorted roar. Izuku hummed. Well, that didn't work. What now? Pink and blue sparkles formed in Momo's hand, and a longbow appeared in midair. It did work, just not very much. We need repeated application of heat. Izuku grabbed the bow, the Triforce of Courage guiding his movements as he corrected his grip. A quiver appeared in midair, filled with several arrows, and he grabbed it before slinging it over his shoulder. Izuku drew an arrow and laid it on the bowstring, taking in the arrowhead stylized like a wisp of flame. Understood. The golem roared again and swung its fist towards the three Triforce wielders, and they split up, running in three different directions as the mass of ice slammed into the floor, shaking the room. Icicles fell from the ceiling, burying their points in the floor and leaving flat surfaces on top. Izuku immediately jumped for the closest icicle, grabbing the edge and pulling himself up onto the platform. The golem roared, and an icy shield formed in midair between itself and Izuku. Katsuki, get me a clear shot. The blonde jumped onto a different platform and brought his hands together, forming a circle with his left hand over his right palm. AP shot. A concentrated blast pierced through the shield, sending several cracks running up its surface from the hole in the middle. Izuku drew back the bowstring and took careful aim, before releasing and letting the fly perfectly through the hole, embedding itself in the golem's left arm. The arrowhead exploded into a ball of fire, and the golem roared in pain, its left arm dropping to the floor before melting away. The roar shattered the icicle platforms, and Izuku nimbly dropped to the floor, keeping a careful watch on the golem. The golem started stomping its feet in a tantrum, causing a cascade of smaller icicles from the ceiling. Izuku caught the blue crystal that Momo tossed to him and slammed it into the floor, summoning a blue crystalline shield around his body. The icicles that slammed into the shield burst on impact, but left him unharmed. Suddenly, a larger icicle fell from the ceiling and struck the golem dead-on, leaving a crack running a third of the way down its torso. The golem roared, ceasing its tantrum, before turning. As the golem slowly walked towards Katsuki, Izuku called out, "It's got a pattern. Let it aim a swing at you, then dodge to the side to make it hit the floor and drop the icicle platforms." Katsuki called back, "When it summons a shield, I'll pierce it with an AP shot and let you hit it with a fire arrow." Momo finished, "I'll toss you a disposable Nehru's love when the icicle rain starts, and when the larger icicle falls, it'll deal permanent damage." The golem raised its right arm, and Katsuki tensed. As the arm swung down, the blonde nimbly leaped to the side, and the ice slammed into the floor, shaking the room again. Huge icicles slammed into the floor, and Izuku nimbly swarmed up the closest one, drawing a fire arrow and knocking it to the bow. The golem turned towards Izuku and roared, a thicker ice shield forming in midair. AP shot. Another concentrated blast slammed into the shield, but this time, it didn't manage to penetrate. Izuku's eyes widened, and he dove to the side as the shield surged forward, smashing through the icicle he had been standing on moments before. It gets thicker each suicide. Momo, weaken the shield with Din's fire before Katsuki hits it with an AP shot. The girl nodded her understanding as the other icicles cracked and broke apart. The golem turned and stalked towards Katsuki again, raising its remaining arm. Again, at the last second, the blonde dodged, before hopping back as an icicle buried itself in the floor where he'd just been standing. Izuku clambered up another icicle, and the golem turned towards him, roaring in a challenge. The ice shield formed, and Momo immediately swept her arm to the side, fire exploding right in front of the shield. Katsuki fired an AP shot, and it pierced through. Izuku immediately drew, sighted, and fired, sending his fire arrow slamming into the golem's right arm. Another ball of fire incinerated the golem's shoulder, and it roared as the arm dropped to the floor and melted. The golem started stomping its feet in another tantrum, and Izuku threw the Nehru's love crystal at his feet, summoning another shield. However, the icicles that fell were bigger than the last sigil, and the barrier shook under the impacts. A huge icicle fell onto the golem, deepening the crack almost all the way to its crotch. Izuku shouted, "The shields aren't gonna hold up to the next shower. We're gonna need to actively dodge the icicles next time." Katsuki grunted. "And I'm gonna guess that the shield for this CYCL is gonna need 2 hits before an AP shot will work." The golem stalked towards Izuku, and he suddenly realized that the torso was a much bigger impact area than its fists had been. "Momo, need a little wind here." The golem leaned back, before tipping its torso forward. A green gust of wind surrounded Izuku, and in a flash of light, he was suddenly on the other side of the room. The golem slammed face-first into the floor, and icicle platforms dropped from the ceiling. Izuku leapt up onto the closest platform, drawing 2 fire arrows and knocking the first to the string. The golem pulled itself off the floor and turned to face him with a roar. An incredibly thick ice shield formed in midair, and Izuku loosed the first arrow, leaving a crater in the shield's surface. Momo released an explosion of Din's fire right in the center, deepening the crater, just before an AP shot ripped through. Izuku quickly knocked the second fire arrow, drew, sighted, and fired, sending the slamming directly into the golem's face. The golem roared, the shield and the platforms shattering. It shook its head back and forth, before blindly charging in Izuku's direction. Momo teleported him out of the way with Furor's wind, and the golem slammed into the wall of the enormous room. Massive icicles rained from the ceiling, but thankfully spaced out enough that they could dodge. The golem shook itself, before turning and charging in a random direction. More icicles rained down, and the golem roared. It turned again and charged, only to skid to a stop before it hit the wall. Momo called out, "Over here." The golem snarled and charged in the direction of her voice, and she stared it down as it approached. At the last second, she jumped to the side and threw a Nehru's love crystal at the ground, forming a gem-like shield on the floor right in front of the golem's foot. It tripped over the shield and slammed into the wall, and cracks ran down the length of its body. Izuku quickly loosed another fire arrow right into its backside, and the ice exploded, letting the chest drop to the floor. The iron bars in front of the door slid back down into the floor, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. We're done here." Katsuki grunted and smacked a fist into his palm. "Whatever. Let's just see what this temple's got to offer." Izuku walked up to the chest and grabbed the lid with one hand, wrenching it open. Pale blue light poured from inside, and Izuku reached in, his hand closing around some kind of handle. He pulled out an ornate rod, about 1 meter in length and white in color with a blue snowflake pattern along the handle. On the end was a pale blue orb, glowing with the same light. Izuku twirled it in his hand, feeling the icy magic flowing along his arm. He swiped upwards, and a rectangular pillar of ice shot up from the puddle that used to be the ice golem. He made a tapping motion, and the pillar shattered into pieces. "Ice rod. Neat." Momo hummed. "I doubt it will be of much use to defeat the boss monster in the final chamber, given that it is likely accustomed to frozen environments, and it has shown the ability to manipulate ice." Izuku grunted. "Actually, I think that's exactly what I'll need it for. Water blight Ganon threw ice chunks that could be destroyed by the Cryones rune. I'm guessing it's gonna be the same principle here." Katsuki huffed. "Whatever. Even if we don't use it against the boss, it's still another tool in the box. Let's get moving." Tamura scowled as he tapped his foot impatiently. It had been a week since the raid on the USJ. "Why the hell do I have to sit here and wait while Sensei's new minion gets to go find that NPC with the enchanted sword?" Kurogiri hummed. "Patience, Tamura. I am sure Sensei will have something for you to do shortly." Tamura groaned and slumped over the bar, taking care to not touch it with all 5 fingers. Kurogiri would kill him if he dusted the wooden counter, caretaker or not. "I guess. But, Sensei always said that I was his successor to be the king of evil, right?" That he was gonna retire since All Might took so much of his power away? Then suddenly all his debuffs are gone and it's like I don't matter anymore. I mean, you'd think he'd at least give me some kind of quest to complete while he's figuring out the controls in his new form. Kurogiri sighed. To be quite honest, so do I, Tamura. For as long as I have known him, Sensei has never been one to leave his compatriots without a clear mission or objective. And yet, he has sent this guy Rahim to hunt down the boy that is supposedly the greatest threat to his mission, while instructing his successor and his loyal minion to lay low. Tamura grunted, then shot upright as a cloud of black sludge appeared in midair. The doctor emerged from the sludge, holding Johnny under his arm. Shigaraki, what is the meaning of this? Anta has disappeared from his room without so much as a note to inform me of his location. And you are here, sitting around and doing nothing. Explain. Tamura huffed. I tried directing a party raid on UA, but they had a few mini-bosses on hand. All Might didn't even show up until our cheat code had been disabled. Oh, and that's another thing. Apparently you didn't even do your job correctly. The doctor blinked. Excuse me? Kurogiri replied, according to Sensei, your modifications did not, in fact, prevent the Nomu's multiple quirks from tearing its body apart. What was keeping it intact was, in truth, some odd tar-like substance that was flowing from its heart. When a pair of students removed the heart and destroyed it, the rest of the body shriveled up, akin to a raisin in the sun, before turning to dust. Tamura grunted. And then when we asked Sensei about it, he suddenly got a voice in his head, then this same goop healed his face and equipped some freaky cosmetic effect. Black and gold eyes, glowing purple veins, and some weird sound modifier for his voice. Kurogiri interjected. There was also the appearance of a strange being able to both change his appearance and teleport instantly, which does not match any quirk that I have heard of. Sensei seemed familiar with him, referring to him as Gairahim. Tamura finished. Sensei sent that unit after those NPCs that disabled Nomu, then told us to lay low and disappeared into some weird pocket dimension. Haven't heard from him since. The doctor frowned. And he never told me. Did he somehow forget about me? But I've been by his side for over a century and a half. Kurogiri hummed. It is possible that he somehow fused with another being, namely the voice in his head. Such a fusion could cause a temporary loss of memory. Though, that does not explain why Sensei still has not spoken to you after his recovery and empowerment. The doctor scowled. Well, first things first, let's check if that goop is what's holding you together, Kurogiri. Warp us to my lab. Kurogiri blinked, but obliged. Tamura hummed to himself as he walked through the purple-tinted fog. What the hell is even going on anymore? A burst of diamond-shaped sparkles signaled Gairahim's arrival, the demonic personification of Demise's blade humming as he rested a hand on his chin. His current vantage point atop the tall building gave him a good view of the mortals currently spaced around the clearing below. Of greatest interest was the enormous mass of black metal set a good distance away from the building. How curious! The mortals have learned much since my attempt to resurrect Lord Demise. He glanced at the group of three gathered closest to the building, and he raised an eyebrow. One of the mortals had a tail, far thicker than any known mammal and with a tuft of yellow hair on the tip. Interesting. Not only have their creations changed much, so too have the mortals. Still, none of them seemed like they would do much to impede Lord Demise's conquest. Sure, the large blonde had quite the musculature, but brute strength would do little against the king of demons. It was evident that none of these mortals were worth his time. Gairahim sat on the edge of the roof and hummed to himself, scanning over the mortals below. Such fascinating toys to play with. I do wonder what entertainment this world has in store. Though I doubt none of it will compare to Lord Demise's rule. He stood up and glanced towards the snowy mountain overlooking the surrounding foothills. My, that's quite the magic presence. And if I know that brat, he'll likely head in that direction as well. He may have some vain hope that what he'll find will be of use to him. Gairahim tooted, before vanishing in another cloud of diamonds. Shoyuta glanced up, seeing a burst of diamond-shaped particles from the roof of the agency. Nodding at Ojiro and Takayama to continue, he swarmed up the side of the building, grunting when he found the rooftop empty. He crouched low, scanning the prints left behind. Definitely humanoid, though not necessarily human. Only question is, how long were they watching us? He brought a hand to his earpiece, quickly tuning it to the frequency for Midoriya's own earpiece. He listened to the crackling of static, only to straighten when the kid responded, "What's up, sensei?" I was supervising Ojiro and Takayama when I noticed a burst of diamond-shaped particles on the roof of the agency. When I climbed up here, the roof was empty, but I saw signs that something humanoid was standing on the edge for a little bit. No sign of entry or exit tracks, either. Midoriya swore under his breath before responding, "Unfortunately, I have a pretty good idea of just who it was. Fortunately for you and the others, he tends to look down on people and dismiss anyone he doesn't see as a threat, which includes almost the entire human race. Still, there's a good chance we'll run into him here in the temple. But if we know he's coming, then that's a massive advantage. Thanks for the heads up. Show you decide. Fine. But the second you get back here, we're shipping out to the next temple. Because if Demise's minion is here, then our location is compromised and we need to relocate," Midoriya finished. "I understand, sensei. We'll finish up here as fast as we can, then get back down. We've already acquired the dungeon item, but we've got to clear out the monster infestation so that they don't start rampaging through the nearby towns." Shoyuta grunted. "Fine. Be quick about it. And don't get yourselves killed trying to take down whoever this guy is." He hung up and sighed deeply, before turning on his heel and stepping off the edge of the roof, nimbly dropping to the grass below and walking up to Ojiro and Takayama. "Location's been compromised. As soon as the trio gets back, we're leaving." Takayama groaned. But I was just getting the hang of this stuff. Can't you stay just a little longer?" Ojiro shook his head. "Unfortunately, if we're in one place for too long, we run the risk of the League launching an attack on our location. Still, you've done an admirable job of picking up on the stances so quickly. If memory serves, Gunhead has a sidekick with an air manipulation quirk who also utilizes Bagwazang, so if you want to learn more, I would recommend contacting him." Takayama nodded and placed her hands together, bowing deeply towards the blonde student. "Thanks for teaching me so much in so little time. You're an excellent instructor." Ojiro grinned and returned the bow. "You're an excellent student. If only every hero could promise such dedication to improvement." Yagi, who was doing a poor job of hiding around the corner, suddenly turned away and coughed into his sleeve. Shoyuta ignored the older hero and laid a hand on Takayama's shoulder. "The fact that you're willing to adapt at all is proof that you're an excellent hero. The ones that survive for any length of time know that you have to be prepared for any situation, not just ones that you're suited to." Takayama nodded. "And the next time some punk villain takes a hostage in the middle of an alleyway, I'm gonna run in there and actually do something." Shoyuta nodded. "Learning from your mistakes. Good." Izuku turned over the icy figurine in his hands, before stepping up and slotting it into the hole in the massive lock. The mechanism spun, before the chains broke and the padlock crashed to the floor, breaking into pieces. The massive doors slowly opened, creaking and grinding against the floor. Izuku glanced to his sides, and his two companions both nodded. He nodded in return, and together, they marched down the darkened hallway, hearing the doors swing shut behind them. They walked into a massive room, light streaming through windows near the ceiling and several carvings decorating the walls. The carvings seemed to depict ancient Hylians beginning their civilization, learning to farm, inventing tools, establishing currency. However, the main attraction was the massive throne of Isaac Ted at the back of the room, and the gigantic white wolf corpse sitting in it. Izuku hurried forward, scanning over the body and taking in the patches of red staining its white fur. Whatever this thing is, it died by several identical puncture wounds. Almost like someone showered it with a barrage of identical projectiles. Loud clapping echoed through the chamber, and a transparent wall patterned with diamonds shimmered into existence, cutting Momo and Katsuki off from Izuku. A voice announced, "Well, your mind certainly hasn't dulled in the eons since we last met, hero." Izuku suddenly leapt backwards, drawing the Empire sword as a familiar figure dropped from the ceiling, stabbing a black saber into the ground where Izuku had been standing moments prior. Gairahim. The demon slowly got to his feet, smirking confidently as he leveled his blade at Izuku. Mortal. I predicted you would come here. You no doubt noticed the magic emanating from this temple and foolishly believed it would help you combat Lord Demise. Izuku grunted. Well, it's how I've done it in the past, and so far, I've always found something to help. Why fix what isn't broken? Gairahim scoffed. Well, you've certainly grown mouthier. Still, I must admit I'm disappointed. It would seem reincarnation has dulled your blade. You are nowhere near as powerful as you were in our last duel. I had thought you would prove troublesome to Lord Demise's conquest, but perhaps my worrying was for naught. His smirk widened. Still, I suppose I could be a tad rusty myself. It's been so long since I last did battle, I can feel my joints cramping. What do you say to another bout? Katsuki scowled and slammed his fist against the barrier. Take this demon wall down. Or are you too much of a chicken to let me come over there and kick your butt? Gairahim tooted. My, you do know how to surround yourself with the strangest mortals, don't you? When we last fought, there was one mortal who was much braver than his kin, yes? Oh, what was his name? I suppose it matters little. He let go of his saber, letting it disappear into thin air. Come, little hero. Let me see if you're worthy of facing Lord Demise in battle. Izuku grunted, before slipping the Hylian shield onto his left arm and spinning the Emsar sword in his right hand. If you insist. The two combatants slowly approached each other, both staring the other down silently. Gairahim held his right hand out, fingers spread and red energy emanating from his palm. Izuku slowly drew his sword arm back, and Gairahim moved his hand to where it would catch the blade. Suddenly, Izuku spun on his heel and struck from the other direction, producing a shower of sparks and sending the demon stumbling back. Izuku followed up with a quick flurry of slashes, spraying diamond-shaped particles with each hit. Unfortunately, Gairahim was quick to recover, bringing his arm up to block a slash before leaping out of Izuku's reach. Interesting. Perhaps you do have some bite to complement your bark after all. They approached again, the demon once again holding his hand in preparation to catch the blade. Izuku stared Gairahim in the eyes, before slashing towards his hand. However, he halted his strike the moment before it made contact, and Gairahim closed his hand on empty air. Izuku suddenly lunged, slamming his shield into Gairahim and sending the demon reeling. Again he pressed his advantage, slashing rapidly until Gairahim leaped over his head, sliding along the ground with his back to Momo and Katsuki. Gairahim wiped at his chin, a smirk stretching across his face. So you have some skill. But you meet your end here. He snapped his fingers, summoning a black saber in midair with a red jewel inlaid in the hilt. He grabbed the sword out of the air, slashing with it a couple times before holding it out by his side. Izuku's eyes narrowed, and the Emstar sword hummed. Come then. Gairahim smirked, then vanished in a cloud of diamond-shaped particles. Izuku quickly backflipped, just as Gairahim reappeared in midair, moving down and stabbing his saber into the ground where Izuku had been standing moments prior. Izuku rushed forward, delivering a quick swipe to the demon's sword hand, before following up with a flurry of slashes while he had an opening. Gairahim recovered quickly, swinging his fist out and forcing Izuku to disengage. The demon pulled his saber from the ground and snapped his fingers, 5 diamond-shaped razor blades appearing in midair in front of him. Let's see you handle this. Gairahim swept his hand forward, and the blades shot through the air towards Izuku. The Triforce wielder stood his ground, slashing through all 5 blades with a single attack. The blades went flying back at Gairahim, and the demon quickly moved his saber in front of his body to block the incoming projectiles. Izuku shot forward, exploiting the momentary opening and launching a devastating 4-slash combo, before spinning on his heel and slamming the hilt of the Emstar sword into Gairahim's rather large forehead. The demon slid back, stumbling for a couple seconds before regaining his senses. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Well, you have some fight in you, Nat. But your sword has lost its luster. Facing it is not nearly as satisfying as it was during our previous encounters. Perhaps this once I will let you live, so that I may experience that same thrill again. However, should we meet again, do not expect me to be as merciful." The demon vanished in a burst of diamond-shaped particles, and the barrier disappeared. Izuku slipped the Hylian shield onto his back and made to resheathing her sword, only to pause. Momo and Katsuki walked up to him, and the blonde huffed. "Next time, I'm definitely getting a piece of him." Katsuki raised an eyebrow. "Something up with the sword?" Izuku hummed noncommittally. Gairahim had a point. "Something about it still feels off. Almost like it's asleep." Momo frowned and stepped closer. "May I?" Izuku shrugged. "Be my guest." Momo laid her hand over Izuku's, and the mark on her hand suddenly lit up in its entirety. The sword hummed, and a golden sheen formed at the hilt and washed over the blade, only to fade moments later to leave the metal a sparkling white. Suddenly, the hilt flashed, and a humanoid figure flew into the air, settling above the gathered trio. Blue skin, flowing sleeves covering the arms, purple tights over the legs with green thread crisscrossing down towards the feet, and a blue jewel in the center of the chest. "Mstas Hylia?" Tamura glanced around at all the surrounding pods and machines, before returning his attention to the table that Kurogiri was laying on. "So, what's the diagnosis, Doc?" The doctor hummed, before straightening his back and pushing his goggles up onto his forehead. Remarkably, there's no sign of that odd substance within Kurogiri's body. It would seem that, in this case, the multiple quirks added to Kurogiri's base were able to merge together into a unified quirk, therefore eliminating the strain from multiple quirk factors in a single body. From the data I've gathered, it seemed like this substance was infused into the nomus where the quirks remained separate, and therefore would normally tear the body apart from the inside. Tamura grunted. "So what is it?" "Well, I managed to extract a sample of the substance from one of the middle-tier nomus. It sticks to concrete and stone like gum, but is highly acidic to just about anything else. And it has a hunger for living things. When I introduced a squirrel to its container, the substance practically defied gravity to consume the critter." Kurogiri hummed. "But why does it not destroy the Nomu?" The doctor scratched at his chin. "If I had to guess, I would say that instead of consuming, it's piloting. The substance runs itself through the body using the blood vessels as a medium and assists the muscles in tightening and relaxing to make the Nomu move around. As for why, I'm still not entirely sure. It's not eating the Nomu from the inside out, but it's certainly active." Suddenly, the eye of a nearby low-tier Nomu turned black, with the iris glowing orange. The eye swiveled in its socket to stare through the glass at the trio of villains. Its pale white arm lifted, and it tapped against the lid of the pod. The doctor quickly hit a series of buttons at the base, and the fluid drained from the pod, before the glass lid hissed open and lifted up. The Nomu twitched, and its other eye shifted, before it grabbed the pod's edges with both hands and pulled itself out, carefully moving its legs around before firmly stepping out and standing upright. Its mouth opened and Sensei's voice came out. "Apologies, Doctor. In my euphoria over my revival, I forgot to inform you. Fortunately, I am able to see through any creature infected by my malice, and even use it as a mouthpiece, should I so longing. In a moment, I will open a portal in your laboratory, so you may speak with me face to face." Tamura grunted. "What do you want me to do, Sensei?" The Nomu turned to stare at him. "Stay at the bar with Kurogiri and lay low for the time being. Doctor, leave a low-tier Nomu with them so that I may communicate if need be." Tamura grinned. Chat systems back online. When Izuku, Momo, and Katsuki appeared in front of the agency in a flash of green light, nobody was that surprised. Immediately, the class started filing onto the Sky Conqueror. Takayama-san sighed and walked up to Katsuki, immediately running a hand through his spiky hair. "All right, you've stayed here long enough, shorty. Get out of here." Katsuki immediately retorted, "Oh, what, is my presence not good enough for you, Tall Beach?" Izuku groaned and face-bombed, while Momo merely giggled. After a few seconds, the two cousins lost it and started laughing, before Takayama-san laid her free hand on Katsuki's shoulder. "Seriously though, as much as I love your company, I don't want the townspeople around here getting involved in your sheet." Katsuki grunted. Yeah, me either. Still, at least the next time some punk shows up, you can kick there but without having to stomp them like a DMN cockroach. Takayama-san grinned. You know it. Well, hopefully I'll see you around, punk. She glanced over at Izuku and Momo. You two make sure this brat doesn't kick the bucket early, got it? Izuku snorted. I don't think he needs our help, but we'll still give it. Momo smiled. Agreed. Takayama-san smirked and gently shoved Katsuki in their direction, before turning to Aizawa-sensei and bowing. While it wasn't for as long as either of us would have liked, it was a pleasure having you here. Aizawa-sensei bowed in return. It was a pleasure being here. For what you had to give, you were a very gracious host. Still, we should leave and draw the league's attention elsewhere. Izuku took off towards the ship in a jog, Katsuki and Momo following closely behind him. He turned to jog backwards, waving at Takayama-san as he started up the ramp. She waved back and he grinned, before facing forward and hopping into the ship. Aizawa-sensei was close behind, and All Might entered last, pressing the button on the inside wall and retracting the ramp. Takayama-san kept waving until the closing door blocked her from sight. Izuku dropped his smile and quickly made for his room, aware that the other two Triforce wielders were right behind him. They waited until the ship hummed to life and rose off the ground, a lighter humming indicating that the reflective paneling had activated. As soon as the door closed, the hilt of the sword flashed, and Phi appeared in midair, hovering just a couple feet above the floor. Greetings, though. Izuku sat down on the edge of his bed, leaning the sword in its sheath against the frame and crossing his arms. I'm honestly a little impressed that you still recognize me. Phi bowed her head. While your appearance may have changed, your heroic spirit and courage have not wavered. Of course, the name I call you is your decision. Izuku hummed. Just Izuku should be fine. Very well, just Izuku. Izuku blinked a couple times, and Phi raised an arm to her face, giggling. Oh, how I have waited to use that. Katsuki fell to the floor, rolling around and clutching his stomach from laughing so hard. Momo also started giggling, and Izuku felt a grin stretch across his face. Oh, I see how it is. Toshinori listened to the raucous laughter coming from young Midoriya's room. He chuckled to himself and shook his head, before schooling his expression and heading towards the cockpit. Aizawa was already there, pulling up the list of temple locations on the monitor installed on the dash. Have you determined where we should go next? Aizawa grunted and scrolled through the list. As far as I know, we could pick a location at random and be no worse off with one temple than we'd be with another. Toshinori hummed. I know you're more experienced than I am when it comes to teaching hero students, but could I make a suggestion? Aizawa sighed. Any idea is better than no idea. Shoot. Well, the idea is for the students to learn and grow at each agency they stay at. However, at their current level, they are not yet ready to defend civilians should the League launch an attack on our location. Aizawa nodded. And we can't guarantee that the two of us plus the agency would be enough, since Netsu knows what they have in reserve that we don't know about. Toshinori nodded and continued. So, until they grow strong enough that we trust them to handle themselves and the lives of others, perhaps it would be wisest to remain in areas that are largely devoid of towns. That way, in the event that there is an attack, fewer lives are at risk. Aizawa hummed in approval. Not a bad idea. Some of these temples are close to pretty populated areas, but others are a good distance away. And since we want to minimize civilian interaction early on, our next destination should be fairly remote. Toshinori nodded again. Precisely. Which one would you pick? Aizawa tapped on the monitor before turning his attention to the controls. This one. Snatch's agency is located right next to the visitor center for the Tottori Sand Dunes. While the agency itself is closer to the city than I'd like, the dunes themselves are large enough that an attack could be directed to an area a safe distance from any civilians. Normally, the dunes are a hotspot for tourism, but thankfully, the festival's coming up and drawing all of Japan's attention. The dunes should be empty by the time we touch down at the agency. Toshinori hummed. A shame that these students are being forced to miss the festival, but I suppose that one must make sacrifices in unusually dire circumstances. Hitoshi pushed his way to the front of the crowd, staring down the pretentious blonde a-hole in the doorway. Bet you thought you'd have an easy time of things with 1A being off on their little road trip. Well, you'd better watch yourselves. If a general education student outperforms a hero course student in the sports festival, there's a chance that the two students could SWCH seats. Consider this a declaration of war. The Pratt scoffed, as if the only ones who could possibly put up a challenge would be those who were able to pass the practical exam in the first place. I sincerely doubt you. The girl with her ginger hair in a ponytail delivered a swift chop to the blonde's neck, silencing the idiot and making him fall unconscious. The girl caught him by the scruff of the neck and raised her free hand in an apologetic gesture. So sorry about him. I promise we're not all like that. A brown-haired guy with a smirk walked up behind her. A declaration of war? Let's see you put your money where your mouth is. Hitoshi smirked back. I intend to. A couple days after they'd left Mount Lady's agency, Aizawa-sensei called everyone to the common room for a debriefing. All Might lowered himself through the hole and shut it behind him, before walking over to stand next to the underground hero. Alright, now that everyone's present, here's the situation. Our next stop will be Snatch's agency, on the edge of the Tottori sand dunes. Kaminari groaned. Sand? I hate sand. Ashido chimed in, it's coarse and rough, and it gets everywhere. All Might immediately turned away and started coughing into his fist. Aizawa-sensei rolled his eyes and continued, the incident at the temple atop Mount Tokachi made us realize that, as things stand, we need to keep you kids away from civilization for now. Reason being, in the event that the League launches a USJ-scale attack, we don't think you're quite ready to defend civilians on your own. Izuku grunted. That, and you're probably not prepared for the event that Demise sends a horde of monsters. Villains are one thing, but bokoblins, lizalfos, and moblins are completely different. Aizawa-sensei nodded, having received a crash course in Hylian monsters from Momo. Midoriya has a point. Pop quiz. How many of you feel qualified to take a life? Nobody raised their hand. Ida even looked physically sick at the thought of killing. Ashido had gone pale. Uraraka looked queasy. Todoroki's face was as unemotional as ever, but his hands trembled. Izuku scanned the entire class and nodded. Exactly my point. With villains, you only need to restrain them or break their spirit. But the monsters that Demise commands aren't like that. They're heartless, through and through. They will relentlessly pursue any human in the vicinity and attack without restraint or care for their surroundings. Even if they hit each other while trying to kill a human, they'll show no signs of remorse. The only way to put any of them down is to outright kill them. We won't force you to do that, should you ever find yourself facing them. But if you're not fully prepared, facing even one can be terrifying. Katsuki grunted. Your one major advantage against them is humanity's greatest strength, intelligence. These things are dumber than bricks, so a good strategy can keep them back or take them down easily. And they're really clumsy, so evasion is pretty easy, at least for the low-level mooks like bokoblins. Mineta whimpered, how bad are the high-level ones? Izuku stared into the shorter boy's eyes, keeping his gaze locked. As you are now, your best option would be to run, hide, and pray it doesn't find you. He let that sink in, before clapping his hands and drawing the class attention back to him. Luckily for you, Demise won't be deploying anything that high level anytime soon. He severely underestimates what humans are capable of, so if he sends anything after us, it'll probably just be a small band of bokoblins that we can handle easily. So if we do get attacked, you all just focus on protecting any civilians in the area and let the three of us and the heroes focus on killing monsters. Kirishima grinned and slammed his fists together. You can count on us, bro. Izuku grunted. Still, it's something to keep in mind. In order to stand against Demise and his minions, you can't hold anything back. You need to use every tool you have available, or you could lose your life. Tamura sighed, kicking his feet up onto the tabletop and slouching down in his booth. Man, I hate just sitting here with nothing to do. Kurogiri hummed, polishing a glass with a clean rag. Do you not have any new games in your collection? Tamura groaned. I mean, technically I've got new games, but my stupid brain doesn't feel like playing any of them right now. Besides, I meant more in terms of the whole being a villain thing. His fingers curled into claws. Gah, I wish I could just go out and dust someone. Kurogiri sighed, tossing a glance at the low-tier Nomu sitting perfectly still in the corner booth, its eyes lifeless. And having the Nomu in plain view does help much in terms of the clientele. I wish we could move it somewhere out of sight, but we must have it nearby should Sensei contact us with a mission. Suddenly, the Nomu twitched, and Tamura shot up, watching the creation attentively. Its scara turned black, its irises shifting to a glowing yellow-orange. Tamura. While I was parsing through my split memories, I recalled a temple located in the Tottori sand dunes. I was unable to enter, likely because of the malice sleeping dormant within me. However, you and Kurogiri should not have such a problem. Go there and investigate, and if you happen to encounter anyone, slaughter them. I cannot allow anyone to be aware of my plans at this moment. However, warping there now may not be the wisest course of action, as you will no doubt be spotted. It would be best if you waited until the day of the sports festival, so that the dunes are less occupied. Tamura groaned. Why does it matter if we're spotted if we just kill everyone anyway? Can't be detected if there's nobody to detect you. Sensei sighed. If there is a large enough crowd, then there is the risk of at least one escaping to spread the news. And where there are large crowds, there are pesky heroes that will delay you even more. And when one hero faces a villain, every hero in the vicinity is sure to follow. Tamura grunted. Fine. We'll wait until the DMN festival. That still leaves a whole week with FNG nothing to do. The Sky Conqueror reached the Tottori sand dunes 4 days before the sports festival was set to begin. As the reflective paneling deactivated, Aizawa-sensei stood by the ramp, flanked by Momo and Izuku. The ship set down onto the grass below, and the entrance hissed open, allowing them a full view of Snatch jogging up with a large grin on his face. Ah, I was wondering how you would arrive, Class 1A. Aizawa-sensei started down the ramp, bowing his head in greeting. Snatch, I take it you've been doing well? The hero's smile thinned. Not exactly. The dunes have been closed to tourists for a few days now. We've had a number of sightings of strange creatures out on the dunes, and we have yet to determine their validity. Currently, our working theory is that they're the result of some strange quirk we haven't seen yet, but the main hole in that theory is that there hasn't been a report of a person among these things. I'm a little unsure about hosting these kids at the agency with this happening, but it's a little late to call it off now, huh? Momo hummed. On the contrary, it may be a valuable learning experience. Heroism opens the way for all sorts of strange occurrences, especially with how varied quirks can be. It's good to be familiar with that early on, so there's less risk of freezing in the face of the unusual later in our careers. Snatch grinned and stuck a hand out in greeting. Well said, young lady. You must be the class representative, yes. Momo smiled and accepted the handshake. Yaoyorozu Momo. This is our vice representative, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stepped forward and shook Snatch's hand, noting the grainy feel and strong grip. The hero wasn't too high in the rankings, but he was a fan favorite among those who knew of him. A pleasure to meet you, sir. I've heard many good things about you on the hero forums. Snatch threw back his head with a grin, his booming laughter echoing throughout the clearing. A fan, I see. Izuku shrugged. I've always liked heroes. The class started to exit the ship, and Snatch scanned them as they stepped onto the grass. A full 20? Must be an impressive bunch for none of them to be expelled. Aizawa-sensei rolled his eyes. Anyway, why don't we head inside and discuss the schedule? Snatch nodded. Of course. Though I heard that All Might was with you. Where is he? Aizawa-sensei grunted. He's finishing things up on the ship, making sure that nothing will malfunction in the near future. He'll be along shortly. Snatch nodded sagely. Of course, many of my sidekicks are intimately familiar with the importance of maintenance. You never want a crucial piece of gear to break at an inconvenient time. Izuku nodded in agreement. Now that I think of it, how's Mei doing? Mei scowled, thumping a hand against the chassis of her newest baby. Come and work, dang it. The machine coughed and sputtered, before humming to life. May beamed and slipped the device over her shoulders, the hydraulic pistons hissing out and pressing against the floor. She rose off the ground a couple inches, and she quickly turned a dial on the right strap, decreasing the output and lowering her back down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she let go of the dial and took hold of the handles at the lower ends of the straps, pulling up with her right and pushing down with her left. The pistons on her right retracted as the pistons on her left extended, and she shot towards her right, straight at another workstation. She quickly slammed down the pistons on her right, stopping her moments before she hit the table. She balanced the handles, and she stood upright once again. Pulled up on both handles, before hitting the power button and feeling gravity take hold of her once again. May slipped the device off of her back and walked over to her desk, dropping it on the surface and plopping into the chair, letting out a sigh of relief. Footsteps sounded behind her, and she swiveled in her chair to see Majima-sensei looking at her. "What's up, sensei?" The hero coughed into his fist. "You've been staying after school a lot longer than the start of the year. While I'm not one to discourage enthusiasm, I think you're getting dangerously close to overworking yourself. And with the sports festival on the horizon, that could make you unable to properly compete, even with your inventions on your side." May huffed and turned back to the omnipositioner, opening the rear panel with a screwdriver and adjusting the pressurized air canister that would rest along her spine. "And? It's not like people expect support engineers to be the best at fighting. We're only there in the background supporting the real heroes with our inventions." Majima-sensei hummed, grabbing a nearby chair and sitting down next to her. "Is something wrong, Hatsum?" May scoffed, loosening another screw in the frame. "No, nothing's wrong. It's totally fine that I'm stuck here at school while my two best customers are Hephaestus knows where, no doubt facing danger with only their wits and their quirks to help." Majima-sensei sighed, reaching out and closing a gentle hand around her screwdriver, making her pause and look at him. "So you've decided to throw yourself into inventing, to make sure that you can best support them once they get back. Right?" May huffed and turned her attention back to her baby. "Sure. Definitely what I'm doing. Gotta support the heroes." Majima-sensei hummed. "Do you feel like you should be out there yourself, helping them directly?" May grunted and slammed the panel shut, tightening the screws one by one. "Let me guess, you're gonna tell me that I'm not gonna be any help, that I should just stay here and support them from the sidelines so that I don't drag them down. That's what everyone says, that I'd only be a hindrance on the front lines." Majima-sensei huffed. "Well, I'm not everyone." May paused, glancing over at the hero. "Sir?" The man chuckled and leaned back, gesturing to himself. "You think people thought that this scrawny mess would be helpful on the front lines?" May grunted. "Well, at least your quirk is useful for offense. Mine just makes me a human telescope that doesn't take down villains. I'm best relegated to being an inventor. It's the only way I'll ever help people." A hand on her shoulder made her pause, and she glanced back at Majima-sensei. "When I was really young, I loved to put stuff together. I had a penchant for inventing from the beginning, but that wasn't enough for me. I wanted to see my inventions used, to have other people recognize that they were useful. But nobody listened to the crazy mole kid. So, I figured they'd listen to a hero." May hummed. "And?" "Again, crazy mole kid. Everyone that knew me only knew me as the ridiculous tinkerer with the funky nails. Nobody ever told me that I'd make it as a hero. But I didn't let that get me down. I applied for UA's hero course and I got in. Even ranked in the big 3 of my year. But I'd never given up on my gadgets. While I was at UA, I'd secured a dual curriculum of heroics and support classes, and once I got my hero license, I immediately started working towards my support license as well. And eventually, I became one of the first heroes to also be a licensed technician. Before then, people had always assumed that heroics and support were mutually exclusive, that a single person couldn't be both." May huffed and crossed her arms on her desk, laying her head on top. "Tell that to my dad. He always tells me that I'm too frail to be out there helping people, that I should stay in the relative safety of the workshop and offer my babies to the heroes instead. But the problem is that nobody uses your babies how they're designed to be used, right?" May blinked and raised her head. "Yeah. How'd you?" Majima-sensei huffed and tilted his head back to stare at the ceiling. Because I've been there before. Back in elementary school, sure, I was the crazy mole kid, but there were still people who were willing to befriend the crazy mole kid. At first, I was happy because it seemed like those kids knew me, understood how I felt. But then, when I tried giving them my inventions, they'd always mess them up somehow and then tell me that I should have built it better or given them better instructions. It was always that I was wrong or my gadgets were faulty, never that they didn't understand how it worked or that they didn't know what they were doing. Part of my motivation to be a hero was to show everyone that my tools were so much more effective than everyone made them out to be. Just selling them to other heroes didn't feel right, because I was afraid they'd use it wrong, break it somehow, and then blame it on me. May nodded slowly. Yeah. The hero scooted his chair forward and gently tapped a finger against the omnipositioner. Take this, for example. Lot of heroes I know would only see it as a crutch. They'd say it's only for people who can't dodge on their own. But with the power it's packing, that's not what you want it to be used for, is it? May shook her head. Nah. The idea is that, if you time the pistons hitting the ground alongside your jump, it'll shoot you in that direction even faster. Majima-sensei nodded. Exactly. But the thing is, way too many heroes think they know better than some silly inventor who hasn't seen a real fight in their lives. So they'll bluster and boast and talk down at you for thinking too big and overestimating the capability of machinery. But if you're a hero yourself, then you can prove that the tech can do exactly what you say it can do and more. May brightened, only to pause and then pout. Yeah, but that's a pretty big if, sir. I would have applied for the hero course in a heartbeat, but Dad would have flipped out if he saw it on my application, so I went for the support course to make him feel better. And it's not like I can just magically swap to being a hero student. Besides, are there even any heroes out there that rely primarily on support gear? Majima-sensei chuckled. Not only are there multiple heroes who use support gear as their primary offense, there's even several in this very school right now. Midnight uses her WHP to snare villains before she puts them to sleep. I use my mech way more than my own claws. Hell, Eraser's offense is basically entirely support gear. His scarf, smoke bombs, caltrips, the occasional kunai, and his knife. Sure, his quirk definitely helps, but it's not the game changer for him. So there's nothing saying that someone couldn't be a hero using nothing but support gear. May felt a small spark of hope blossom in her chest. You really think so, sir? You're not just saying that to make me feel better. The hero laid a hand on her shoulder. Handsome. If you want to be a hero first and inventor second, then I am honor-bound as not only a fellow inventor and hero, but also as your teacher, to help you reach for it. If it's what'll make you happy, then that's what you'll do. She sniffed. I do want to be a hero. I want to use my babies to change the world. And I want to be the one to use them. Majima-sensei clapped her on the shoulder. Then let's get you ready for the sports festival. If a student from another course shows interest in transferring and impresses the teachers, there's a chance to apply for a course transfer. The minimum requirement is to make it to the third event, but you don't want to settle for that, do you? Certainly not if you want to prove to your dad that you'll fit in with the heroes. May shook her head, her previous anger and worry dispelled by her newfound determination. No. I want to show Dad that even without an offensive quirk, I can compete with the heroes just fine. Majima-sensei nodded. Then you go out there, and you give it everything you've got. You shoot for that top spot. And you're gonna make those other hero students work to get to the podium. May nodded firmly. Yes, sir. The hero clapped her on the back. Good girl. Of course, the first thing you've got to do is get some rest. You can't run rings around the other students if you're sleep-deprived and hungry. May blushed and rubbed at the back of her neck. Okay, sir. Majima-sensei chuckled and stood up from his chair. Don't worry about your babies. I'll make sure nobody lays a finger on them while you're not around. May smiled gratefully. Thank you, sir. Think nothing of it. Now go get some sleep. The 4 days before the sports festival passed in a blur. Snatch and his sidekicks had initially given them all a crash course in agency heroics. Paperwork, organization, paperwork, determining threat levels of reports, taking inventory of supplies, paperwork, distributing paychecks, and of course, paperwork. A lot of the students in 1A came to realize just how much bureaucracy was involved in heroics, as Momo watched with a knowing giggle. Todoroki was already familiar with a lot of it, likely due to being the son of the most prominent agency-based hero in Japan. Of course, anyone who brought that up was subjected to an icy glare that had snatch or a sidekick checking to make sure the air conditioning wasn't on the fritz. Not all of it was spent inside learning the ins and outs of paperwork and protocol, though. They also spent a few hours each day assisting Snatch and his sidekicks in combing the desert for the creatures that had been reported to the agency. Each day brought in a few new sightings, each one as mysterious and vague as the last. Snatch had said, "In a desert, even one as small as this, you're bound to get mysterious sightings, of course. Mirages and heatstroke mess with the mind and cause all kinds of hallucinations. Staying hydrated is important, both in the desert and for hero work in general. Though, it does concern me that these descriptions, as vague as they are pretty similar from sighting to sighting. With mirages and hallucinations, they tend to vary wildly, but this is unusually consistent." Unfortunately, the hero didn't share the details of the sightings with the students, not wanting to make them any more anxious than he had to. While normally Izuku would welcome it, in this case he'd much rather have a better understanding of what to look out for. As it stood, he had no clue if they were dealing with bog-standard bokoblins and Lizalfos, or something worse like a Hinox, a Malduga, or Hylia forbid, a Linel. The day before the sports festival found the desert blessedly devoid of life, as far as the heroes could tell. Izuku was wondering how they would sneak away from Snatch to get to the temple, only for the mustachioed hero to announce a field trip. "Since you came all this way, I might as well show you all one of the most famous tourist spots in the desert. After all, there's no telling if you might get another chance." Izuku and Aizawa-sensei exchanged a glance, and the teacher asked, "What is it?" Snatch boomed, "An ancient ruin, rising from the dunes in the very center of the desert. Many have tried to enter, from the bulliest hero to the most determined archaeologist, but none have succeeded thus far. Edgeshot himself was unable to pierce its walls. Sounds like the temple we're looking for." Izuku stood up and looked over at the sand hero. "Sounds like a fascinating experience. If nothing else, it'll be spiritually enriching at the very least." Snatch's booming laughter echoed throughout the lobby of the agency, shaking the windows. "I would agree, young Midoriya. Now, let's get moving, everyone. It's not a long walk, only about 3 miles. Kaminari groaned. "More walking?" Ashido huffed. "Hey, you're more than welcome to stay here, but I'm going and checking it out. If it means a long butt walk in the desert heat, then so be it." Nearly an hour later, the group crested a dune to see a large stone structure rising from the sands. As they approached, they could make out several carvings lining the walls near the roof and the base. Etched into the stone doors was the symbol of the Gerudo, displayed proudly even after millennia of abandonment. Snatch stood back with a grin on his face as the rest of the class walked up to inspect the ruin more closely. "Impressive, is it not?" Izuku hummed, standing farther back than the others. "It sure is something, to be sure. Have the symbols been linked to anything?" Snatch shook his head. "That is a large part of what makes it such a popular tourist spot. Nobody knows which era or civilization this was constructed in, and thus it is an intriguing mystery." Suddenly, a communicator on his belt beeped, and he paused, listening as the device let out a series of long and short noises in rudimentary code. "Apologies, Class 1A, but something has come up back at the agency that I must attend to. Eraserhead, I leave them in your capable hands." The hero quickly took off running, cresting the nearest dune before disappearing from sight. Izuku heaved a sigh of relief, before turning on his heel and walking up to the doors. "Sounds to me like he's expecting us to stay out here for a while, so he's not going to be back anytime soon. Which leaves us free to loot this baby." Ida coughed into his fist. "While tomb raiding does not sound like a pleasant hobby to partake in, I agree that now is your best chance at exploring the temple for anything useful." Ashido piped up, "Is it safe for us to come in with you guys? I'm dying to get out of this heat." Suddenly, ethereal turquoise fire rose from the sands and took the form of a tan-skinned woman wearing a white outfit reminiscent of those from ancient India. She chuckled and said, "What a shame. This weather is quite pleasant, by my standards. Vi must have grown weaker in the millennia since the fall of Hyrule." Izuku inclined his head with a grin. "Naburu." The Gerudo woman bowed her head in turn. "Hero. Accompanied by the princess for a change, I see." Momo hummed. "I suppose it could be seen as such." Naburu turned to Katsuki, an eyebrow raising. "This Vo. He seems to be a descendant of the noble Gerudo clan, albeit quite distant. And he carries the power of the former king." Katsuki grunted. "Triforce of power. It lets me access the guy's repertoire of spells too." Her eyes widened. "Soten." Vaba Kum and Vaba Kotek would be incensed that such a Vo had seemingly stolen their pupil's knowledge. She grinned. "I, however, am quite pleased. Dragmire was a despicable chief, so his magic being used to aid the princess and the hero is refreshing." Naburu scanned over the rest of the class, taking in their shocked expressions. "If you wish to bring the others along, I would advise that the Vo stay behind, while the Vi are free to join. My fellow Gerudo would not take kindly to Vo intruding on their resting place." Uraraka frowned. "Vo? Vi?" Katsuki grunted. "Men and women, respectively." The Gerudo were a primarily female race, only bearing a single man once every 100 years. Didn't stop him from being any less badass. Kaminari whistled. "A clan of badass warrior women? Sounds like paradise to me." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "You sure? Naburu did just say that letting any other guys tag along might be a bad idea." Kaminari shrugged. "Hey, I'm interested, okay? Besides, seeing all the lightning symbols and whatnot on the outside here kinda makes me wonder if I could learn anything from them." Naburu chuckled. "Well, if he wishes to try his luck, I won't stop him. Just be warned that many of the Gerudo are not easily impressed by acts of male bravado. Of course, the hero of Hyrule is more than welcome inside, as is the male descendant of the clan. And the Vi among your group would likely be accepted as well." Uraraka hummed. "If they were all warriors, then they probably knew a lot about fighting. And I could use some help in that department." The others quickly voiced their polite refusal. Kaminari and Uraraka moved to stand next to Katsuki and Momo. Naburu smirked and bowed, before sinking back into the sands underfoot. Izuku stepped forward and laid his palm on the stone doors, and the shape of the Triforce briefly glowed over the Gerudo crest, before fading away as the doors rumbled and opened. Cool air blew up from the staircase, and Izuku adjusted the belt carrying the Emsar sword. "All right, let's do this." Present Mike announced, "Welcome, one and all, to UA's first-year sports festival. While not as experienced as our older students, these kiddos are still among the best of their generation, so don't count them out too quickly. Co-hosting with me today is the incredible Vlad King." "Say hey, Vladdy." One BS homeroom teacher grunted. "Hey, I guess. Sorry, I'm not used to this sort of thing." Mike laughed. "Well then, it's a good thing that you have me here to show you the ropes, huh? In any case, normally we'd kick things off with our wonderful Class 1A of the Hero course, but due to an unfortunate turn of events, they're off campus for the foreseeable future. Shame we won't get to see how they compare to their peers in real time, but I'm sure they'll make their own mark on the industry. Anywho, let's hear a warm welcome for the incredible Class 1B of the Hero course. They may not be as anticipated as their counterparts, but don't count them out too soon. A good hero can turn any situation to their advantage." Vlad King grunted again. "There's something to be said for the element of surprise after all." "How true." In any case, coming into the stadium now is our illustrious general education course, Classes 1C, 1D, and 1E. Keep a close eye on these kiddos. Just because someone doesn't pass the Hero course exam doesn't mean they're out of the running already. Vlad King continued. "Following the Gen Ed classes is our esteemed support course, Classes 1F, 1G, and 1H. They're sure to have more than a few tricks up their sleeves, so be careful. If there's one thing to never underestimate, it's the variety of an inventor's arsenal." May chuckled to herself as she walked into the stadium, surrounded on all sides by her visibly unenthusiastic classmates. Nearly all of them had already surrendered their will to fight, thinking that they were just cannon fodder to show off how strong the hero kids were. But May was built from stronger materials than those pansies. She had something to prove. Her visible babies drew all sorts of stares, and her secret weapons hummed underneath her gym uniform, eager to be unleashed. Mike announced, finishing us off, it's the Immaculate Business Course, classes 1I, 1J, and 1K. These kids are known for their strategy and quick thinking, so while they may not be as physically strong, there's still a chance for one of them to cause a major upset. Vlad King added, acting as our referee for today's events, it's the R-rated heroine, Midnight. The cameras swiveled to the podium, zooming in on the woman in question, who blew a kiss to the crowd before tapping at the tiny microphone set into the collar of her costume. And now for the student pledge, give a warm welcome to Kendo Itsuka of 1B. May sized up the ginger-haired girl as she stepped up to the podium. Kendo cleared her throat and said, whether we like to admit it or not, it's a miracle that all of us are standing here in this stadium today. Only 2 weeks ago, this campus was attacked by a large force of villains, and it's only thanks to the quick thinking and equally quick actions of 1A that nobody was seriously harmed. We owe them the privilege of being able to gather here today, unafraid that this event might also be invaded by the evil that pervades society. We owe it to them to give this festival our best effort. Were it not for them giving their all against the attacking villains, there might not have been a sports festival. So I say it's a disgrace to their efforts to not give it our all today. Give it everything you've got, and then go even further beyond. In unison, the students and the audience roared, plus ultra. As Kendo rejoined her class, Midnight purred, my, such a firebrand. I love to see such passionate girls preparing to join the ranks of the elite. In any case, let's not waste any time and jump right into our first event. The heroine snapped her WHP towards the massive screen behind her, which flickered on to display a spinning roulette wheel. May tightened her fists, feeling the anxiety well up. This is it. This is my chance to show Dad that I can do more than just sit on the sidelines and make babies for the heroes. This is my chance to prove that I can be a hero. Hitoshi clenched his fists as the roulette began to slow. This is it. This is my chance to prove to everyone that I'm more than the villain they always make me out to be. This is my chance to prove that I can be a hero. Hisashi hummed to himself, scanning the crowd of students waiting on the pitch below. He hit the button to mute the microphones before turning to look at Kansas. So, without 1A here to overshadow your class, who do you think is gonna take home the gold this year? Ken grunted and crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair. Hard to say. There's a few students in my class that aren't quite ready for these sorts of scenarios, and some of those few are a little too eager to rush in, quirks blazing. I know Kendo has a good head on her shoulders and a decent quirk to fall back on, but she's not really the strongest in the class, combat-wise. Hananuki and Tokage are good contenders for the top spots, being recommendation students, but he's a little too stiff and she's a bit too relaxed. And that's not even considering what any of the other courses might pull out of nowhere. I honestly have no clue. Hisashi shrugged. Honestly, me neither. The blonde brightened. But hey, that just means things ought to be a bit more interesting to comment on this year, eh? Ken chuckled. Fair enough. Shoyuta watched the massive stone doors rumble shut, before sighing and reaching into the backpack he'd brought along. Ida, hand me the bundle that I asked you to bring along. The class glanced at him curiously, even as Tensei's brother moved to help Shoyuta set up the canopy. Mineta spoke up, sir? Shouldn't we be heading back to the agency? What's the point of setting up here when there's a perfectly air-conditioned building we could be in? Todoroki. Tough. If we went back to the agency with 5 students absent, that'd raise a lot of questions. Shoyuta nodded. Exactly. If we want to not raise suspicion, we need to hang out here until Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, Bakugou, Uraraka, and Kaminari finish up whatever they're doing inside. Otherwise, I'd have to come up with an explanation to snatch on why I left a quarter of my class behind with no adult supervision whatsoever. Mineta nodded. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So what are we going to be doing while we wait? Shoyuta set the final pole in the sand and stepped back, grunting as he placed his hands against the small of his back and popped his spine. Well, since I didn't get a good chance while we were at Mount Lady's agency, now seems like a good opportunity for a theoretical foundational heroics lesson. Yagi, grab the folding tatami mats from your pack and spread them out so there's room under the canopy for everyone. The tall blonde nodded and immediately started working on flattening out a sitting area underneath the sky blue canvas covering. Thankfully, the class had been read in on All Might's skinny form shortly after they'd left UA, so he didn't need to waste his buff time in order to help teach the students. After a few minutes, the class had spread themselves out on the mats, sitting together in their own little groups. The remaining girls had gathered together, and Mineta was a respectful distance away, with Jairu being the closest to him. Todoroki had tried to sit by himself, but Ida had forcefully taken a position beside the other legacy kid. The other boys were roughly spread around the section closest to the temple doors, leaving an open area for Shoyuta and Yagi to sit and address them all. Once all eyes were on Shoyuta, he grunted and said, "All right. As a hero, you always have one principal responsibility. What is it?" Satu's hand shot up. "Protect civilians, right?" Shoyuta nodded. "Exactly. Rule 1 of heroics is prioritize the rescue. Making sure civilians are out of harm's way is top priority in any situation, though the way you handle that can vary depending on the circumstances. Who can name a few variations of this?" Kirishima raised his hand. If there's a villain who's threatening to blow up a city block, you take him down quickly so that he doesn't have an opportunity to hurt anyone?" Shoyuta hummed. "True, that is one way to handle such a scenario. But how else could you prioritize the safety of nearby civilians?" Ashido's hand shot up. "If there's a range on the villain's quirk, the first thing you do is make sure there aren't any civilians within that range." Yagi nodded. "Precisely, young Ashido. Now, it's important to keep in mind which method of protecting civilians is most viable based on your own capabilities. For instance, young Ida might be more suited to evacuating the civilians from the blast zone, whereas young Kirishima might be more suited to taking the villain out quickly." Shoyuta waited until understanding had crossed everyone's faces before pulling out an information packet and flipping through it. "Now, there are 5 distinct categories of heroes in Japan. Who can give me one of these categories?" Kuda raised his hand nervously. Limelight, right?" Yagi nodded. "Correct. Limelight heroes are by far the most well-known type, as they're the kind most often seen in televised fights and have commercial deals or merch lines." "Who else?" Tokoyami raised his hand. "Underground." Shoyuta nodded. "Exactly. Underground heroes are often unheard of by the general majority of civilians, as most undergrounders actively avoid media attention. We feel that taking time to talk to reporters and appear on television takes up precious time that could be used to save more lives." "Anyone else?" Ashui raised her hand. "Rescue Karo." Yagi smiled softly. While not as celebrated or televised, rescue heroes are an important part of the industry. Most rescue heroes prioritize in saving civilians from natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, tornadoes, wildfires, hurricanes, etc. They're less likely to face villains, but sometimes may have to regardless. "Can anyone name a 4th? Ida raised his hand. "Support heroes, sir." Yagi nodded. "Indeed. Support heroes have the most variety within their designated category. Some support heroes are medical technicians, like Recovery Girl. Others are collaborative heroes whose abilities usually serve best as a boost for others. For instance, Present Mike employs a sidekick whose quirk allows her to enhance sound waves. In a one-on-one fight, she's not as effective, since it's only a multiplicative boost, so she usually supports Mike." "Anyone else?" Todoroki raised his hand tentatively. "Investigative heroes, correct?" Shoyuta nodded. Investigative heroes typically don't actively patrol like Limelight and Underground heroes do. Instead, investigative heroes are usually called in to lead planned efforts, like raids on villain bases or to act as spies within villainous organizations. Sir Night Eye specializes in the former, and I'm familiar with a few heroes who specialize in the latter. Jairu frowned. But Mike also does investigative work on occasion, and I'm pretty sure 13 sometimes patrols around UA. Doesn't that cross the boundaries between categories? Shoyuta huffed. They're not so much boundaries as simple groupings. For paperwork reasons, any heroic operation needs to be designated within one of these 5 categories. A hero can act outside of their primary field, but they need to have a declared specialty. For instance, underground heroes are never included in the hero rankings, even if they land commercial deals or perform investigative work. Funnily enough, there's very few non-underground, or limelight, heroes who actually perform underground work. There's a bit of a stigma attached to associating with the underground, so a majority of limelight stay away from night patrols and the like. Mineta frowned and raised his hand. If underground pros don't get rankings, then why would anyone choose that? Shoyuta hummed. It varies from person to person. Some heroes just don't like being in the spotlight. Others feel like they shouldn't be praised for what they think is the bare minimum of human decency. A few just like working in darkness, away from the public eye. But the main thread is that they don't want attention to be drawn to their efforts. Mineta hummed. I guess, but what's the point of being a hero if people don't see you doing it? Yagi chuckled. Just because a hero works underground doesn't mean nobody knows of them. Even if you never show up on the nightly news or never sell merchandise, you'll always be known by the people who you saved. And for some, that's all the recognition they need. Izuku grunted as he heaved the stone door up onto his shoulders, before straightening his legs and pushing it up into the receptacle in the ceiling that would hold it open. He stepped back and dusted his hands off, before humming and peering into the wall of darkness that was set a couple feet into the hallway. Well, that's not a good sign. Kaminari swallowed nervously. What do you mean by that? Izuku hummed, rubbing at his chin. In the last temple, a wall of darkness in a hallway usually meant there was some kind of encounter on the other end. He glanced over at Katsuki. Remember the door before the ice golem? The blonde nodded. Yeah. Same sheet as here. Think the mid-boss is gonna be in the next room. Momo hummed. It is a distinct possibility. Uraraka frowned. Well, I dunno if I want to keep going if there's gonna be a super strong monster waiting for us in the next room. Kaminari shivered. Me neither. All the creepy mummies and zombies in the previous rooms freaked me out. Watch, it's gonna be some freaky ghost thing, I'm telling you. Izuku grunted. Well, if you two don't want to get involved, you'd best stay behind. If there's an encounter, there's gonna be iron bars that block the entrance and seal us in until we beat whatever monsters are there. You'd be stuck with us if you came along. Kaminari went pale, then paused. Wait, but if we stay behind, then who's gonna defend us if more monsters show up? Phi emerged from the MSTR sword. I am detecting a strong presence beyond this hallway. Based on the enemies we have encountered, there is a high likelihood that it is some form of spiritual monster or ghost. Readings indicate it is more intelligent than the Gibdos and Redeads present. By my calculations, if these two were to remain outside, there is an 87.5% chance it will command undead monsters to attack them on the outside. However, if all 5 were to enter, there is only a 12.5% chance that these two would be attacked. This is because Izuku, Momo, and Katsuki have more noticeable presences due to the pieces of the Triforce. Uraraka hummed. So, we'd actually be safer if we came along? Phi bowed. That is most likely yes. She returned to the Instar sword, and Izuku frowned. Well, I'm not excited about bringing the two of you into the same room as a dangerous monster. Still, if it means we can keep an eye on you and lend a hand if you need it, then so be it. They walked through the darkness together, quickly coming out into a room lit by 5 candles set equidistant from each other around the rim of the circular room. Izuku frowned as he scanned the room, before glancing at Momo. Make a couple torches. I get the impression that those candles are going to be important. Momo nodded and immediately created 2 sticks with pitch-soaked cloth wrapped around one end, handing one torch to Kaminari and the other to Uraraka. Izuku continued forward, noting the coffins lining the walls and the larger one set on a pedestal in the center of the room. He took another step forward, and the ground rumbled, iron bars slamming up to block the entrance as predicted. The pedestal in the center lowered, the coffin shaking. As soon as the lid was flush with the surrounding tiles, 4 of the 5 candles suddenly went out, the one opposite the door remaining lit. Ghostly wailing echoed through the room, and a cloaked figure wielding a scythe and a lantern floated down from the ceiling. Pale blue orbs emerged from the coffins in the walls, before being esiki into the lantern. The Reaper howled before slowly beginning to float towards Izuku. The boy drew the MSTR sword, shifting the Hylian shield onto his left arm. Momo called out, "Be careful! If the scythe makes contact, it'll draw your soul from your body." Katsuki added, "We don't have time to wait for your reincarnation to show up, so you'd best not get your soul SCKD. Izuku grunted in acknowledgement, his eyes locked to the curved black blade of the Reaper's weapon. The spirit drifted closer, drawing back its arm. At the last second, Izuku hopped backwards, the scythe hissing through empty air. He quickly stepped forward and slashed, but his blade passed through the Reaper as if it wasn't even there. He quickly backed off as the spirit howled and swiped again. My guess is that the room has to be bright enough before it's solid enough to hit. Uraraka immediately hurried around the edge of the room, swiping the head of her torch through the lit candle and running the flame to the next one in line. The Reaper paid her no attention, its hood laser-focused on Izuku. She made it back to the doorway with no resistance, immediately laying her torch against Kaminari's and lighting it up. "Come on, Kaminari. We might as well be useful if it's not gonna pay attention to us." The electric blonde nodded and nervously hurried around the edge of the room, half his attention locked on the spirit as he passed the flame to the 2 remaining candles. The moment that all the candles were lit, the Reaper suddenly dropped a couple inches, its body solidifying. Izuku immediately lunged in, slashing the Emsar's sword through its body. Though there was no visible effect, it clearly inflicted pain, as the Reaper hissed and flew backwards out of his reach. It raised its lantern and howled, and 2 of the wall coffins slid open, revealing Gibdos resting inside with their arms crossed. The Reaper howled again, and the Gibdos pulled themselves upright, immediately ambling towards where the other 4 were standing by the entrance. 4 of the candles went out on their own, and the Reaper rose back into the air, its body becoming transparent again. Izuku shouted, "Get the Gibdos to charge at you," then dodged to the side at the last second. They should hit the wall and disorient themselves. Naburu rose from the floor, scowling. "This foul beast has taken the souls of my comrades hostage. These Gibdos were once proud Gerudo warriors, but this monster has bent their corpses to its will. The souls are contained in the lantern. If they're freed and the Gibdos are stunned, they'll keep their bodies still. I'll use my power as a sage to guard those who have been freed, but I sadly can't release those who are trapped." Izuku spun the MSTR sword in his grip. "We'll handle it. The lantern seems to be permanently solid." "Momo!" Immediately, an arrow slammed into the lantern, sending it swinging in the Reaper's grip. 2 souls flew out, before hovering over to float above the Gibdos' heads. Uraraka and Kaminari glanced at each other and nodded, before running in opposite directions. They each lit a candle, and the Gibdos stood upright, before raising their arms and charging towards the 2 torch holders. At the last second, they sidestepped, and the mummies slammed into the walls of the room, stumbling backwards before falling onto their backs. Immediately, the souls flew into their chests, and they fell still. Uraraka took the opportunity to light another candle, and Kaminari was quick to follow suit. Once again, the Reaper sank, and Izuku quickly struck, slicing straight down through its hood. It hissed and flew back, before raising its scythe and howling. 4 more Gibdos emerged from their coffins, each ambling towards a different person as the Reaper faced down Izuku. Katsuki shouted, "Ponytail, wait until they're stunned, then hit the lantern." At the sound of his voice, the Gibdos charged, but the group was wise to them by now and easily sidestepped. All 4 mummies hit the walls simultaneously, and the room trembled, dust falling from the ceiling. 2 more arrows slammed into the lantern, and the 4 released souls pinned down their bodies. Uraraka and Kaminari quickly relit the candles, and Izuku slashed at the Reaper the second its body solidified. The spirit howled, and 8 more Gibdos pulled themselves from their coffins. Izuku scowled and called out, "Don't let them all hit the walls at the same time, or they'll bring the ceiling down on our heads. You'll probably have 2 each to deal with, sidestep one and use something to delay the second." Uraraka frowned. "I've got a better idea." She tossed her torch into the air and shot forward, quickly tapping the 2 closest Gibdos. They rose off the ground, their arms and legs flailing uselessly. Uraraka quickly tagged the other 6, and Katsuki grabbed one by the leg, sending it flying into the other 7. They all hung limp in midair, and Momo sent 4s slamming into the Reaper's lantern, releasing the remaining souls. Kaminari ran around the perimeter, lighting candles as he went. The Reaper hissed and swung its scythe at Izuku, but he quickly ducked underneath, then stabbed upward in retaliation. Uraraka snagged her torch out of the air and lit the final candle, rendering the spirit solid just as the Emsar's sword penetrated its body and stabbed up through its head. It shrieked in pain, before falling limp and dropping the scythe and lantern to the floor, both shattering on impact. It burst into purple smoke, and the room was filled with light, the bars at the entrance retracting back into the floor. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, before glancing at his companions with a grin. Katsuki returned the expression, and the others quickly followed suit. Momo recollected the torches and snuffed them out, before pulling them back into her skin with the familiar pink and blue sparkles of creation, mixed with golden sparkles from the Triforce of Wisdom. Naburu bowed her head gratefully. "Sarkso, I doubt I would have been able to slay that demon on my own." Momo hummed, the Triforce of Wisdom glowing brighter. It used to be a regular Poe, but it grew stronger as it fed on the spiritual energy present in the temple. Thankfully, it did not consume any souls, so all Gerudo are present and accounted for, so to speak. Naburu sighed. "That's a relief." She glanced at the Gibdos littering the room and frowned. "Still, it's a shame that their bodies were defiled in such a way. It pains me that I'm unable to return them to their proper resting places." Uraraka and Kaminari exchanged a glance, and the electric blonde shrugged. "Hey, we're intruding on their sacred grounds, it's the least we could do." The 2 of them quickly set about retrieving the Gibdos and moving them back into their coffins, crossing their arms before closing the lids. As Kaminari slid the final coffin shut, a deep chuckle resonated throughout the room, and a large Gerudo woman's ghost floated up from the central coffin in the floor. "You impress me, Vo. You carry yourself with respect for the dead and Vi alike. You have earned the right to tread these halls." Izuku sheathed the Imsar's sword and bowed. "Chief Blyara, a pleasure to see you again." Blyara huffed warmly. "Hylian champion. Likewise. I have not forgotten what you did for Lady Riju. Even in another life, you still devote yourself to the aid of others. I thank you for protecting the souls of my fellow warriors. I was able to defend my own, but I despised that I could only watch as that fiend defiled their corpses for its own benefit. I am grateful for your aid." Izuku bowed his head. "Of course." Blyara shifted her gaze to Uraraka. "You handle yourself quite well on the field of battle, young Vi. Keep your fangs sharp and your blade even sharper." Uraraka nodded, her expression determined. "I don't plan on losing my edge anytime soon." Blyara let out a bark of laughter and thumped a fist over her heart. "Good. DSPLN is important for a growing warrior. Perhaps I could instruct you in the Gerudo training regiment." Izuku smirked. "Some other time maybe. But right now, we've got things to do." Naburu hummed and floated over to the coffin at the back of the room, which was suspiciously undisturbed. "Wait, is this?" The lid slid to the side in her presence, and she laughed with delight. "It is." Izuku walked over, raising an eyebrow at the bow sitting in the alcove, still in pristine condition. It looked similar to a golden bow, but instead of the normal swirls and curves, it instead bore a jagged lightning pattern, and the ends beyond the string formed comical lightning bolts. A quiver rested behind it, mostly made from navy blue leather with multiple lightning bolt patterns running down it in gold trim. Unsurprisingly, there were no arrows, but Momo could solve that problem easily. "You recognize it, Naburu?" The Gerudo sage beamed. "Recognize it? This used to belong to me. I'll have you know, I was a crack shot during my lifetime." I fashioned this thunder bow myself from a topaz deposit near the Gerudo fortress. Izuku hummed appreciatively. Let me guess, the arrows it fired were coated with electricity? Naburu nodded excitedly and reached out, only for her hand to pass through the grip. She pouted. Oh, I suppose I can't use it now. The sage perked up. However, I suspect it would be quite handy for you. As I remember, you also wielded a bow when you faced Dragmire. Izuku took hold of the bow, feeling electricity run up his arm as he corrected his grip. Oh yeah, this'll definitely come in handy. Naburu nodded. I trust you to use it well. Tamura glanced over at the Nomu sitting in the corner booth, before standing up and grunting. Alright, festival's in full swing, so let's warp to the quest marker while the coast is clear. Kurogiri nodded. Of course, Shigaraki Tamura. Tamura walked through the cloud of black mist, squinting his eyes as he was suddenly hit with ridiculously bright sunlight. Who turned up the brightness settings? It's like I got flashbanged. Kurogiri hummed. Your eyes should adjust in a moment. Fortunately, I do not see anyone in the vicinity. The bartender paused. Wait, there is a canopy set up by the entrance to the temple. And Yue's logo is emblazoned on the visible side. Tamura groaned. So the heroes beat us to this place. Great. Bet all the loot's already been claimed. Mission failure? Kurogiri hummed again. There may still be a chance to derive something productive from this excursion. I have heard rumors of mysterious creatures being sighted in these dunes recently. There is a small likelihood that one or more of these creatures will show up and draw their attention, at which point we may be able to sneak inside. Tamura raised an eyebrow. You can't warp directly in? Kurogiri shook his head. Some strange force is blocking my attempts to enter. It feels similar to the translucent purple wall at the unforeseen simulation joint. Tamura scratched at his neck. Great. It's FNG stealth mission. Hate those. Present Mike announced, and the cavalry battle has concluded. That was some intense back and forth there at the end. Coming in first place, we have Team Minoma. The blonde dude grinned in satisfaction as the crowd cheered. In second place, we have the underdog of the competition, Team Hatsum. May smirked as the crowd cheered even louder, and she glanced at the nearest camera crone, praying that Dad was watching. In third place, it's another underdog, Team Shinso. The purple-haired guy slid off his teammates' shoulders, walking away as they suddenly blinked and started glancing around. Finally, in fourth place, it's Team Kendo. The ginger-haired girl held up her enlarged right hand, and her three teammates all gave her a high five at the same time, eliciting a chuckle from both May and the crowd. The plain-looking girl on May's team giggled. It's nice to see Kendo-san relaxing a bit. She's usually so tense trying to lead the class, it's good for her to let that out once in a while. May hummed. She's pretty good. A handful of brains and brawn. The kid with the glue dispenser head snorted. You're not wrong. She's just got really big handfuls. The blonde guy, Minoma, walked up to their team with his arms spread wide. Kodai, Bando, Fukudashi, glad to see you. Made it to the finals. We'll be sure to prove our superiority. May looked the prat up and down before huffing. Not much superiority to look at. Minoma scoffed. You think you get to talk down to me just because you don't find me attractive? How barbaric. May raised an eyebrow. And when did I say that attractiveness played any part in it? The kid with the speech bubble head started laughing, and May smirked as Minoma started gasping like an asthmatic fish. Why you dash? May turned on her heel and started towards the stage where Midnight was standing, rubbing at her left shoulder. The baby underneath her gym uniform hummed in response, and she patted it gently. Soon. You'll get your chance to shine soon. I promise. One of her classmates, Shokamatsu, her brain supplied, walked up to May with a confused look on her face. So, I'm pretty sure the cavalry battle only started, like, a minute ago. I remember Mike giving the call to start, then my brain went all fuzzy, and the next thing I know, my team's moving on to the final event. Any ideas? May frowned and glanced over at the remainder of her classmates' former team. Green-haired guy had purple hair's collar in his fist, and he was yelling. Something about stealing my chance to get a good brawl, if May was hearing him correctly. Horn Girl had her hand on her chin and a confused expression on her face, and Purple Hair was giving Bug Boy an unimpressed stare. My best guess is that somebody took the wheel from you for a little while. Mind control, maybe? Foodie grunted and stuck her hands in her pockets. Yeah, that checks out. Honestly, I think I'm only aware of the fuzziness because I've got a mental quirk. Bug Boy let go of Purple Hair's collar and stomped over to the referee's stage, glaring up at midnight. I want to back out. I wasn't in control of myself during the cavalry battle, and I don't want to be carried to the final round. Purple Hair rolled his eyes. Just take the win, you big baby. May scowled. That's rude. Midnight hummed. Well, as much as I'd love to let you earn your win, we don't have the time or able teams to find a good replacement, kiddo. Sorry, but you're staying in. Bug Boy's scowl deepened, but then he took a deep breath and sighed, before looking back up at the heroine and nodding. Well, thanks for at least considering it. Present Mike announced, and with that, let's break for lunch while Cementos prepares the arena for our final event. Show's back on in 1 hour, everybody. And for those of you who didn't move on, don't worry, we'll have some recreational games going on during this interlude that everyone's free to participate in. May reached down and unbuckled her wire arrow setup, before shrugging her jetpack from her shoulders and stepping out of her hover boots. She collapsed her babies and picked them up, shooting a quick glance at Foodie. I'm gonna get these to the storage room for support items under the stands. They did good, but they're too worn out for the final event. Foodie grunted. Just make sure you get lunch. You're gonna need a good meal if you want to make it to the podium. Hitoshi noticed a familiar face sitting in an otherwise empty corner of the stadium cafeteria, and he quickly sat down across the table from her, gently setting his lunch tray down. You okay, Suji? Suji glanced up at him, before returning her attention to her lunch and sighing. Hey Hito. I know, logically, I should feel happy. I mean, I made it all the way to the final event. But... She sighed again, and Hitoshi frowned. You don't think it'll be enough to get transferred, right? Suji grunted. Yeah. She picked at her udon sullenly. Sometimes, I really wish I'd gotten a more useful quirk, you know? One that makes me stronger, not just other people. Sure, I'm helpful in team battles, but in a one-on-one fight, I'm basically quirkless. Hitoshi nodded and glanced at his hand. I get what you mean. There's been a lot of moments where I've hated the quirk I was born with. His classmate hummed. I know. You told me a little while after the attack on the USJ. Hitoshi leaned back in his seat, staring at the ceiling. Still, we're doing all right for ourselves so far, aren't we? I mean, both of us made it to the final event. If we play our cards right, we just might get to the podium. Suji scoffed. I doubt it. Even with all the physical training I've been doing, 1BS had 3 weeks of hero training. I don't think my weightlifting is gonna close that gap. Someone cleared their throat, and Hitoshi glanced up to see a pink-haired girl standing there with a lunch tray. Happened to overhear what the two of you were talking about. Mind if I sit here? Hitoshi glowered at her. He had it on good authority, Suji's, that he had a very good death stare. Beat it. This is a private conversation between 2 hero hopefuls. She huffed, clearly unfazed. I don't see why a 3rd hero hopeful should be left out. He and Suji exchanged glances, and his friend shrugged. Go ahead. Hitoshi scooted over, and the girl sat down next to him. Hatsume 1H. You. Suji stuck her hand out in greeting. QU Suji, 1C. Grumpy Pants over here is Shinso Hitoshi. Support course. Hatsum shook Suji's hand and nodded. Yep. But I want to help a little more directly than just supplying the heroes with gadgets. Suji smirked. Neato. Those funky eyes just for show, or is there a reason for the crosshairs? Hatsum shrugged. Nothing fancy, just magnification. Helps for zooming in while I'm making my babies, but not exactly the most useful on a battlefield. Suji sighed. I know how you feel. I can strengthen nearby people, but I can only give as much strength as I have, and whatever I give gets taken from me in return. Hatsum nodded, a hand on her chin. Good for a team-up or supporting another hero, but not really a boost in a one-on-one. Hitoshi grunted. Exactly. So she's nervous about how well she'll do in the final event. Every year so far, it's been a one-on-one tournament. Hatsum winced. Yeah, not great for proving that you belong in the hero course. But hey, cooperation's a big part of heroics, and your team got first in the cavalry battle. Maybe the teachers will look at that when they consider your request for a transfer. Suji sighed and picked at her noodles. Maybe. Hatsum took a bite out of her rice, chewing as she glanced at Hitoshi thoughtfully. She swallowed, then asked, "So what's your deal, tall, dark and brooding?" Hitoshi snorted, before composing himself and dryly responding, "That's for me to know and you to wonder about." Hatsum grunted. "People called your quirk villainous?" Hitoshi blinked. "How'd you dash?" She glanced down at her rice bowl with a scowl. "Knew a kid back in middle school. Good kid, was always nice to people. Problem was, his quirk let him manipulate shadows. If his shadow touched another person's, he could control what they did. He told me that the first thing he did was learn how to not control people, but everyone would claim that he would at every opportunity. Never gave him a chance to explain himself whenever they learned about his quirk. Last I heard of him, he accidentally ran into Death Arms on patrol, and the one moment of not being in control of his body set him off. The kid almost got arrested for villainy, but his parents negotiated the charges down to public quirk use. After that, he locked himself in his room and transferred to online schooling." Hitoshi winced. That hit a little too close to home for his liking. "Ish, I feel lucky about my own quirk, in comparison to that. At the very least, I can use sign language to communicate without risk. But there's not a lot you can do to keep your shadow from touching someone else's, save for having a lamp over your head 24/7 or something like that." Hatsum nodded, and her fist clenched, snapping her chopsticks in half. "It pisses me off sometimes that heroes can get mad at someone for an accident and almost get away with calling them a villain. I'm gonna get as far as I can in the sports festival for him." Hitoshi and Suji exchanged a glance, and nodded. Suji stuck her fist out over the table with a small smile. "Sounds like we've got a common goal. To get as far as we can and prove that the world's wrong about quirks. That anybody can find a niche to fill in the heroics industry." Hatsum blinked, even as Hitoshi bumped his fist against Suji's. "To prove that any quirk can be used to be a hero, even one that society deems villainous." Hatsum grinned and added her fist. "To prove that anyone can be a hero, even with a quirk that people say is useless." Kaminari cleared his throat. Midoriya?" Izuku blinked. "Yeah, Kaminari? Are you okay?" Izuku stood still, a large pot inscribed with the Gerudo symbol held over his head. "I'm totally fine. Why do you ask?" "It's just, you keep breaking all the pots we find in these rooms." "Why?" Izuku blinked, before glancing up at the pot he was holding in the air. "Why do I keep breaking them? It's just something I've been doing without thinking." Naburu appeared out of nowhere, giggling into her palm. "I can answer that. During the Age of Hyrule, it was common practice to use pots to hold valuables or supplies. As such, temples and dungeons were filled with pots holding items such as bombs, arrows, or rupees. Of course, these items were in high demand for the hero of courage, so smashing them quickly became a habit." Momo blinked. "Rupees? Like the Indian currency?" Naburu shook her head. "No. Rupees were small hexagonal gems in varying colors, with the rarity of the color determining the value of each individual rupee type. The most common varieties were green, blue, and red, with blues being worth 5 greens and reds being worth 20 greens. Uraraka whistled. "Wow. To use precious gems as regular currency? How come they aren't around anymore?" Naburu sighed. "We were greedy. The ore that bears rupees was mined in extreme excess, and the land was quickly stripped of its riches. Over time, the gems were shattered, crushed, and broken apart by the motions of tectonic plates and other natural phenomena, and were eventually incorporated into other minerals and ores." Uraraka frowned. "That's a shame. Though, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that there aren't any left. Diamonds may be forever, but other gems certainly aren't. Izuku nodded and threw the pot in his hands at the closest wall. Especially since I have a vague memory of one incarnation of Link shattering rupees with a kid's slingshot. Kaminari hummed. Still, isn't it, disrespectful to be breaking them? I mean, this place is basically one big cemetery for all the Gerudo. Wouldn't they get mad that you're destroying their stuff? Nobu shrugged. Pottery was a simple matter. Pots themselves aren't all that valuable, so we don't have much attachment to them. Besides, it's not like we have much use for them anymore. Kaminari shrugged. I guess that's fair. Present Mike announced. All right, everybody. With the new arena finished, it's time to announce the final event for the first year sports festival. Midnight, spin that wheel. The heroine snapped her WHP at the screen, and the roulette wheel started spinning, only to freeze. Oh, who am I kidding? The only way to end this off is with a one-on-one tournament. The screen displayed a cartoonish explosion, fading to reveal an empty tournament bracket. May grunted under her breath. Knew it. Midnight snapped her WHP again and announced, the first round has been organized so teammates from the cavalry battle won't face each other right off the bat. And here's our matchups. The screen shifted, the bracket filling with names. May hummed to herself, idly rubbing at her left shoulder. Well, this should be interesting. Kyu Suji vs Kendo Itsuka. Minoma Nito vs Tsunatori Pony. Bando Kojiro vs Komori Kinoko. Shinso Hitoshi vs Kaibara-san. Hatsum Mei vs Yanagi Reiko. Kodai Yui vs Shokumatsu Eiyo. Tsuburaba Kozai vs Kamakiri Taguru. Tokage Setsuna vs Fukudashi Manga. Mei glanced over at her two new friends, and they nodded in determination. At least one of us had better make it to the finals. Toshinori was watching Aizawa-san lead the students through an intelligence-gathering exercise when his phone went off. Quickly excusing himself, he hurried over the nearest dune to give himself some privacy before opening the text message from Nezu. Rodent of unusual smarts. I was checking on the stadium cafeteria during the lunch break, and I happened to notice a couple students of interest holding a conversation together. So I took the liberty of listening to the audio recordings from the closest security camera, and young Kyu said a couple things that I thought you might be interested in. Attached was an audio recording. Toshinori quickly connected his phone to his earpiece, ensuring that only he would hear it before hitting the play button. A teenage girl's voice said, "Sometimes, I really wish I'd gotten a more useful quirk, you know? One that makes me stronger, not just other people. Sure, I'm helpful in team battles, but in a one-on-one fight, I'm basically quirkless." The audio cut forward, and the same voice said, "I can strengthen nearby people, but I can only give as much strength as I have, and whatever I give gets taken from me in return." The recording ended, and Toshinori hummed, before typing out a response. Dread Hero Roberts, if you think it's safe for me to leave 1A with Aizawa for a little while, I could return to the school and offer her one for all. But she may have a longing to prove that she can be a hero with her natural quirk. Rodent of unusual smarts, true. But we will never know what she would prefer if we do not take the opportunity to ask, no? Dread Hero Roberts, I suppose not. Granted, I can only make the offer if you trust Aizawa and the students to be able to handle themselves in my absence. Rodent of unusual smarts, I trust Aizawa-kun to take care of the students by himself. Of course, young Midoriya, young Yaoyorozu, and young Bakugou would also be present to defend them, and you know how capable those three are. Dread Hero Roberts, fair enough. Though, I'd like to see how far she makes it in the tournament before making the offer. If she's able to get to the semi-finals, I'll offer her one for all. Rodent of unusual smarts, a fair point. In that case, I'll let you watch the festival on your phone and let you make your judgment. I do hope she accepts. Out of everyone I've observed thus far, she seems most qualified to take up your mantle. Toshinori pocketed his phone and stared up at the clear sky above. He sighed to himself. Inheriting my mantle may not be what she wants. Izuku slotted the golden skull figurine into the massive lock, and the mechanism fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The massive doors slowly creaked open, and the quintet cautiously walked through into a large, rectangular chamber, stretching far to either side. On the opposite wall sat a large mounted head of some kind, bearing a tall, ovular face with 6 dark eyes and 2 thick ears, one on each side. Izuku in a breath as he recognized it. Boris. But what is its head doing down here? A deep chuckle resonated from the head, and ethereal turquoise flames emerged from the center, rising to the top of the face and taking the form of a tall Gerudo woman, a sky-blue tunic tied around her waist. Hylian champion. It's been far too long. Izuku smirked. Gerudo champion Urbosa. You haven't changed. Urbosa snorted. Considering I was also dead last time, I'm not surprised by that in the slightest. So, what brings you here? Momo spoke up. The demon responsible for the calamity has fused with a man of great evil. We are traveling to the various temples in this land in search of tools to aid in the coming battle. Urbosa hummed and laid a hand on her chin. I see Sage Naburu has gifted you her thunderbow. So why are you still here? Katsuki grunted. We're clearing out the monster infestation, just to make sure they don't bother the nearby cities. Urbosa chuckled. Well, you won't find any monsters here. My power has persisted through death and time, and has done wonders for scaring off any beasts looking to make their homes in this room. Izuku frowned. So why is Boris' head mounted on the wall like a hunting trophy? Urbosa sighed. Sadly, even Sheikah technology cannot survive the desert forever. When I felt that she was nearing the end of her life, I appeared to the Gerudo chieftain at the time and instructed that her head be removed and brought to this temple. I joined her and my fellow fallen warriors in guarding these sacred grounds. Sadly, she is no longer able to combat the calamity as she once did. The spirit gently ran her hand along the top of the head, and Kaminari frowned. If you don't mind my asking, what exactly is your power, Lady Urbosa? Urbosa chuckled. How humble. To answer your question, young Vo, I command all manner of lightning and electricity. And, as the Hylian champion will tell you, I am capable of sharing said power with others, to aid them in battle. Kaminari's eyes widened. That's really cool. He held up his hand, electricity crackling around it. My quirk isn't nearly as versatile. I can discharge electricity, but I can't control where it goes at all. He frowned, lowering his hand and sticking it in his pocket. This sounds really selfish, but I came down here in the hopes that I'd be able to find something that could help me use it better. Not necessarily an extra power, but, like, advice at the very least. Urbosa smirked. Riju told me what you did for Bulyara and her soldiers, and the others have passed word to me of how you've carried yourself with respect for women and the dead. If it would aid the Hylian champion, I have no quandaries. She snapped her fingers, and lightning crashed down from the ceiling, hitting Kaminari directly and surrounding him in a crackling turquoise aura. This power is known as Urbosa's Fury. With it, you may strike foes with bolts of lightning or bathe the surrounding area in electricity. Use it well. Izuku raised an eyebrow with a smirk. As I recall, my predecessor had a use limit, recharge time, and just the burst. How come he doesn't? Urbosa chuckled. A champion's ability is stronger when used by a descendant or member of the same race. While distant, this Vo still has traces of Gerudo blood running through his veins. A pure Hylian had no such luck. Izuku shrugged. I guess that's fair. Suddenly, the ground rumbled, and the quintet was on their toes immediately, scanning the surrounding area. Katsuki growled, I thought you said you'd kept all the monsters out of this place. Urbosa scowled. Unfortunately, I could only chase them out of this specific room. The other Gerudo will help me to keep the rest of the temple clear, but we cannot do anything in the desert above. Sadly, 5 Maldukids escaped before I could strike them down. Uraraka hummed. Maldukids? What are those? Izuku grunted. Let me guess, smaller versions of Maldugas. Urbosa nodded. These tremors mean that the Maldukids are shifting in their sleep. Once night falls, they will awaken. Izuku hummed. Kaminari, you've got a watch, right? What time is it? Kaminari turned on his watch with a crackle of electricity, now accented by the turquoise glow of Urbosa's fury. Oh. Way easier to maintain a constant charge in a specific area now. Also, It's about 1 p.m. Izuku rubbed at his chin. So we've still got plenty of time before nightfall. However, if memory serves, the tournament round for the sports festival should be starting right about now. Maybe Aizawa-sensei will let us watch it on satellite TV. Besides, we've intruded on these sacred grounds for long enough. We'd best be heading out. Urbosa bowed with a smirk. May the desert winds carry you on your journey, Hylian champion. Suji walked up to the arena, rolling her shoulders and leaning her head from side to side. Mike announced, entering the arena, we have the supporting specialist of 1C, Kyuyu Suji. She did well in the cavalry battle, but so far she's floundered a bit on her own. Does she have what it takes to pull herself up by her bootstraps? Across the field, Suji watched her opponent calmly walk up the stairs to the arena. And here's her opponent, the heavy-handed harbinger of 1B, Kendo Itsuka. She's shown that she's more than just a pretty face, and she can do a lot more than just snap a few boards in half. Midnight called out, you win if you knock out your opponent, render them unable to move, or get them to either leave the boundaries or otherwise surrender. Fighters ready? Suji responded, ready. Kendo settled into a basic karate stance and called, ready. Midnight snapped her WHP. Begin. Suji dashed forward, balling her hands into fists as she ran forward. Kendo stood strong, holding her stance steady and staring firmly as Suji bore down on her. As she approached, Suji drew her right fist back, and Kendo's right arm shifted in preparation. Suji's fist shot forward, and Kendo moved her right palm out to intercept. But at the last second, Suji stamped forward with her left foot, sending her left fist slamming into her opponent's unprotected stomach. Kendo slid back a few feet, and Suji pressed her advantage, following up with a right hook to Kendo's face. However, the ginger was quick to recover, redirecting Suji's right fist with her left hand and retaliating with a blade kick to Suji's chest. Meeting no real resistance, Suji kept moving forward, but instead of letting that disrupt her balance, she redirected the momentum by planting her right foot and spinning around the kick. As Kendo started to tip back, Suji grabbed her opponent's leg and heaved it skywards, forcing Kendo off balance even further. The ginger fell onto her back, and Suji capitalized on it, lunging forward and pinning Kendo's right arm to the concrete while pressing her own right arm to Kendo's throat. Suji had a naturally tall build, and she used that to her advantage, pushing down on her opponent with all of her weight. Kendo reached for Suji with her left hand, but Suji quickly brought her right foot over and stamped down on her opponent's wrist. She shifted her left leg so that her shin was pressing down on Kendo's legs. Suji glared down at the ginger. Submit. Kendo wriggled her hands and feet, but Suji was no slouch, she'd well and securely pinned her opponent. Even if Kendo enlarged her hands like Suji knew she could, it wouldn't do her much good, as her arms were still forced against the ground. Suji was just too big for her to push off. Kendo sighed in resignation. You've got me good. You win. Midnight threw her hand up. Kendo has surrendered. Kyuyu wins. The crowd cheered as Suji released her opponent and moved back, standing a respectful distance away as Kendo rubbed at her joints. For what it's worth, you fought well. I wasn't expecting to be able to get you in that hold. Kendo grinned and held out a hand. Same to you. I was expecting you to be too off balance to dodge that kick. Shows how much I know. Suji smirked and accepted the handshake, before turning and heading towards her side of the stands. As soon as she was inside the tunnel and away from the eyes of the audience, she sagged against the closest wall and let out a sigh of relief. All right, 1 down, 3 to go. Nedu stared down at his classmate. Don't fight it. You're finished. Tsunatori wriggled, but Bando's quirk was too strong. The glue coating her body was stuck firmly to the arena floor. She sighed. Yeah. Done. Midnight declared, Tsunatori is no longer able to move. Monoma wins. Nedu quickly reached a hand out and pulled at the adhesive liquid coating Tsunatori's body. As he still possessed his copy of Bando's quirk, the substance didn't stick to him, and he was able to get her unstuck from the floor. She chuckled and rubbed at the back of her neck. I thought I would not win, but I wanted to try. You are strong, Monoma. Nedu scoffed. Of course I am. I'm in the superior class after all. Midnight tossed her hand up. Komori has been forced out of bounds. Bondo wins. Kinoko pouted and sat on the ground as her tall classmate slid down the side of the arena. As the glue stopped dripping from his face, he stuck a hand out. Come on, Komori, you at least tried. Kinoko huffed and crossed her arms. Yeah, but it didn't do anything. Bondo shrugged. Well, that just shows what you need to work on. Besides, better to learn now than at the hands of some angry villain. Kinoko sighed and accepted the large hand up. I guess. Hitoshi stuck his hands in his pockets, lazily walking up the stairs to his side of the arena. Mike announced, entering the arena now, it's the mauve mystery of 1C, Shinso Hitoshi. He hasn't done much to stand out in the first two events, so it's anyone's guess what he's got up his sleeves. Vlad King muttered, did you really use mauve instead of purple, just so that it'd be an alliteration? That doesn't even work in Japanese. Ignoring his co-commentator, Mike continued, and here's his opponent, the drill that will pierce the heavens, Kaibara-sen. Midnight announced, you lose if you are knocked out, rendered immobile, leave the ring, or surrender. Fighters ready? Kaibara called out, ready? Hitoshi shrugged. Let's just get this over with. Fight. Kaibara immediately shot forward, his arms already starting to rotate at incredible speeds. Hitoshi yawned, but his attention was locked onto his opponent. As Kaibara approached, Hitoshi lazily removed his right hand from his pocket, letting it hang loose by his side. Kaibara planted his right foot on the ground and lunged forward, his right arm becoming a drill pointed straight at Hitoshi's chest. At the last second, Hitoshi stepped to his right, avoiding Kaibara's wild charge completely. The slightly shorter boy stumbled, off balance, and Hitoshi smacked his free hand into his opponent's back. Kaibara stumbled forward a couple more steps, right over the boundary line. While the fighters could stand within any part of their side of the ring before the match started, everyone so far had stayed in the middle. Hitoshi, on the other hand, had deliberately remained close to the edge on his side. Midnight threw her arm up. Kaibara is out of bounds. Shinso wins. The crowd muttered in confusion, and Hitoshi smirked at Kaibara's confused expression. Some of us can't fight harder, so we fight smarter. Don't take it personally. He patted Kaibara on the back, before heading down the stairs towards the tunnel. He casually stuck his hand back in his pocket to hide the fact that it was shaking. Geez, that was scary. If I hadn't dodged. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. No point worrying about what-ifs or maybes. I gotta keep my head in the game. May cracked her knuckles, staring across the arena at her opponent. You know, they say white hair at a young age is a sign of stress. I can't imagine what'd be so stressful that you'd go full gray before you even graduate high school. Ghost Girl huffed, her hands hanging limp like a velociraptor. You are quite verbose, though your vocabulary is incredibly lackadaisical. May sniffed. That's a lot of words to say, you talk too much. Ghosty shrugged. Extravagant verbiage is enjoyable to me. May rolled her eyes. Whatever. Let's just get this going. Midnight cracked her WHP. Begin. May immediately whipped out her net gun, praying for a quick win that wouldn't strain her babies. Unfortunately, a flick of her opponent's wrist sent the net flying right back at her. Swearing under her breath, May bounced to the side with her now automatic omnipositioners, before launching upward. Ghost Girl stared up at her, before making a pulling motion with her left hand. May hit a button on her belt, and the net's magnets deactivated moments before it hit her, sending bits of string and metal flying through the air. She hit a different button, and the metal was drawn towards the net gun, leaving her opponent without any ammo. Ghost Girl frowned and May hummed to herself. Why isn't she just tugging me around like a puppet? She must have a weight limit to her quirk. And with all my babies on. May hit the ground and ran forward, snagging the multi-staff from the loop on her belt. The metal baton extended at the push of a button, and May planted her feet as she swung towards her opponent's head. If her quirk is telekinesis, then her head's a weak point. Suddenly, Ghost Girl ducked, the staff swiping harmlessly through the air above her. May scowled, before her face broke out in a grin. She clicked another button on the multi-staff's grip, and a thin wire shot out from the tip, a small metal cone at the end. The cone suckered to Ghost Girl's cheek, and May hit a third button, activating the taser and sending her opponent into a fit of convulsions. She quickly shut off the power and stepped back, and Ghost Girl dropped to her knees before falling limp. Her head would have hit the floor if May hadn't darted forward and caught her by the shoulders, before gently setting the other girl down. Midnight threw her arm up. Yanagi has fallen unconscious. Hatsum wins. The crowd cheered, and May quickly collapsed the multi-staff, sticking it through its designated loop on her belt. She glanced at the medicbots rolling a stretcher onto the arena, before collecting herself and heading towards her entrance. Ayo paled as her opponent shrunk one of the concrete blocks making up the arena floor, before plucking it out of the hole and tossing it up in the air a couple times. Yeah, no, that I don't want to get hit by a flying cubic meter of concrete. I concede. Midnight nodded. Shokumatsu has surrendered. Kodai moves on to the next round. Kodai replaced the block in the floor, before walking up to Ayo with a questioning glint in her eyes. But you got far. Ayo grunted and stuck her hands in her pockets. Only reason I did is, 'cause there wasn't much competition in the first round and I got carried through the second. Can't fight for sheet, anyways, and I've got no interest in hero work. But don't think that me conceding means you'll get much farther, you've still got my classmate to deal with. Kodai nodded. Tagaru laughed wildly as he slashed through Tsuburaba's flimsy defenses, forcing the shorter boy back towards the boundary line. Come man, put up a better fight. What's wrong with you today? Your walls are usually way stronger. Tsuburaba breathed. Well, excuse me, if I'm a little short of breath, right now. Tagaru rolled his eyes and cut another air wall in half, before lunging forward and planting his foot in Tsuburaba's chest. The shorter boy slid backward, right over the boundary line. Midnight threw her hand up immediately. Tsuburaba is out of bounds. Kamakiri wins. Tagaru sheathed his blades and patted Tsuburaba on the shoulder. Might want to work on that. Tsuburaba grunted and nodded. Yeah, I know. Midnight announced, Fukidashi is out of bounds. Tokage moves to the next round. Setsuna quickly sent out a hand to grab Fukidashi and keep him from falling backwards off the side of the arena. The crowd started cheering, and her opponent sighed in relief as she started recalling her various body parts. Thanks, Rek. Setsuna flashed a toothy grin. No problem, manga. Mirai frowned as he restarted the video. She has potential. But what is her quirk? Tsuji glared across the arena as Monoma swaggered into the ring. So, how many quirks did you borrow for this one? Monoma scoffed. I don't need anyone else's quirk. Yours should be plenty to finish you off, Gen Ed. Tsuji raised an eyebrow. Weird. I thought he knew my quirk from the cavalry battle. Why does he think it'll help him? Midnight yelled, Begin! Monoma took off at a run, both hands extended in a clear aim to grab Tsuji. Casually, she asked, What do you think my quirk is? Monoma scoffed. Isn't it obvious? It's a strength enhancer. When I copied your quirk during the cavalry battle, I could feel the power rushing through me. Tsuji laughed internally. This idiot actually thinks that my quirk enhances my own strength. Outwardly, she merely scowled and settled into a deliberately sloppy defensive stance. Well, let's see you try and take it. Monoma laughed wildly and lunged forward, right arm aiming for Tsuji's left. At the last second, she slammed her left knee into his solar plexus, sending him sliding back. As he tried to regain his bearings, she stepped forward and delivered a right hook to his face. Monoma slid back, then started laughing as he righted himself. You fool. My quirk functions on any skin contact. You've practically given me your quirk. Now, watch as I use it to utterly destroy you. Tsuji smirked, even as Monoma cackled and an orange aura coated his body. Suddenly, an identical aura surrounded her, and Monoma dropped to the ground, gasping for breath. Are you sure about that, you little copycat? Monoma's eyes widened, and he stared at his hand in disbelief. What? Impossible. But Tsuji knelt in front of him, and the blonde raised his fearful eyes to meet her own steely gaze. Wanna know a secret? My quirk doesn't boost my own strength. It lends my strength to other people. I've taken years to learn how to dole it out in small doses so that I wouldn't leave myself completely useless. But you, the fool that you are, cranked it up to full blast without knowing exactly what it does. Momo blinked. But your fight against Kendu. There's no way you managed to beat her while essentially fighting quirkless. It's impossible. Suji scoffed and stood upright, letting her arms hang limp by her side. That's the problem with society nowadays. Everybody seems to think they know exactly what is or isn't possible. Wolf, expectations. Precedent. And F, the idiots who say I'm just a benchwarmer. I'm charting my own course in life, and no puffed-up dumbass who thinks they know better than me can make me do otherwise. She planted her right foot on Monoma's head and shoved, and the blonde was sent flying out of the ring, crashing bodily to the grass below. Midnight tossed her arm up and shouted, "Monoma is out of bounds. Kyu is the victor." The crowd roared, and Suji drank in the cheers, before nodding to Midnight and heading for the tunnel into the stands. That felt really DMN good. Toshinori stared down at his phone, replaying young Kyu's match against young Monoma once again. She announced, "I'm charting my own course in life, and no puffed-up dumbass who thinks they know better than me can make me do otherwise." He rubbed at his chin, and a grin slowly stretched over his face. "Mstr, I think I understand now why you chose me. You saw a crazy kid with an impossible dream, but with ironclad conviction to see that dream through, no matter the cost or ridicule. And you wanted to see that dream come true with your help. I understand how you surely felt. I think I've found my own successor." Suddenly his phone buzzed, and Toshinori glanced at the caller ID, his eyes widening. He accepted the call and brought the phone up to his ear. Before he had a chance to say anything, Mirai said, "Look, I know you want to choose your successor yourself, but I promise I found a good candidate this time. And I swear that this choice wasn't based on a visual resemblance to you, even unintentionally." Toshinori chuckled. "Are you referring to young Kyu?" Mirai paused. "That's exactly who I was thinking of, actually. You saw her match against the Monoma boy." Toshinori chuckled. "To be fair, my choice was made based on what I heard more than what I saw, Mirai. She reminds me a little of myself before I met Nana and received One for All. A crazy kid with a crazy dream, but with rock-solid conviction to see it through. And I want to help that dream be realized, and know that I had a part in making it come true." Mirai chuckled. "So, you'll be leaving 1A and coming back to offer her One for All?" Toshinori nodded. "Yes. Though, I think I'll hold off on approaching her until tomorrow at the earliest. I also want to be clear that this is an opportunity, but not an obligation. If she doesn't want it, I don't want her to take it because she feels pressured into doing so." Mirai grunted. "Fair enough. Did you want me to be part of that?" Toshinori hummed. "I think I'd rather you didn't. While young Mirio knew you, young Kyu doesn't. However, I do want Netsu-san to be there. After all, with the showing she's made, I don't doubt that he'll approve her transfer to the hero course." Mirai chuckled. "I agree. Well, if we're on the same page, then I'll talk to you another time, Toshi." Hitoshi hummed to himself as glue began leaking from his opponent's oddly shaped face. "There's an innuendo here, but I'm not seeing it. What do you think?" Midnight immediately started giggling, and Bondo pouted. "It's glue." Hitoshi held his hands up in a placating gesture. "Okay, I get it. Though, did you ever hear that rumor that swallowing glue can clog your insides? Watch." He clapped his hands together, and Bondo went rigid, his quirk shutting off and the residue drying immediately. "Now step out of bounds." Bondo obeyed, and Midnight shouted, "Bondo is out of bounds. Shinso is the victor." Hitoshi released his control, and Bondo slouched slightly, glancing around before rubbing at the back of his neck. "Oops. Well, I wasn't excited about the prospect of fighting anyway. And by the way, you're thinking of gum, not glue." Hitoshi chuckled. "Of course. Silly me." Mei walked into the arena, staring down Kodai with determination, even without the tool belt from her last fight. Mike announced, "It seems that Hatsum has foregone the gadgets she made use of last round. What could she be planning?" Vlad King hummed. From what I've heard, she's almost never without her babies. She's likely got something up her sleeve that she's kept in the dark so far. May smirked. How right you are. Midnight announced, you lose if you are knocked out, rendered immobile, leave the boundaries, or surrender. Fighters ready? May called, ready. Kodai nodded. Begin. Kodai moved first, shrinking one of the concrete blocks in the floor, before throwing it at May and restoring it to its original size in midair. May's eyes widened, and she quickly dodged to the side, the block shattering into pieces as it hit where she'd been standing moments before. Kodai shrank 2 more blocks, rattling them in her hand like a pair of dice. She moved one on top of her thumb and flicked it like a seed, once again enlarging it mid-flight. May dodged again, only to pale as she found herself confronted by the 3rd block, flying at an angle that closed off all escape options. May scanned the area and, seeing no way out, sighed resolutely. I was hoping I wouldn't have to use this so soon. I was planning on winning this match barehanded, but if you insist. The block slammed into her, shattering on impact. The crowd gasped, and Midnight began to cautiously raise her arm. Suddenly, the whirring of machinery filled the stadium, and the dust settled to reveal May standing in place, her right arm outstretched. The tattered remains of her sleeve settled to the ground, revealing light pink metal encasing her right arm and forming a large circular shield in front of her palm. As the audience watched, the metal shrank back down and flowed up her arm to her shoulder, retreating inside a large rose gold patch on her shoulder with a green crosshair. May grabbed her left sleeve, tearing it off to reveal an identical patch on her left shoulder. Vlad King whistled in admiration. I'd say that counts as having something up her sleeve. May snapped her fingers, and metal cascaded down her arms, covering them in rose gold gauntlets with green accents. Wanna see what this baby can do? Kodai's eyes glimmered in excitement, and she shrank a concrete block, turning it between her fingers before tossing it into the air. It expanded back to full size and fell, but May was already gone, hissing across the arena and quickly getting in Kodai's face. She grabbed Kodai by the arm, and the metal snaked around the limb, locking it in place. May turned on her heel, planted her feet, and bodily threw Kodai over her shoulder, slamming the other girl into the concrete. Kodai gasped as the air was driven from her lungs, and May followed up by swinging her through the air. The metal retracted mid-swing, resulting in Kodai being flung through the air, soaring over the boundary line and falling to the grass. Midnight stuck her arm up. Kodai is out of bounds. Hatsum is the victor. The crowd roared, and May grunted as her gauntlets retracted into their housing. She dropped to the grass and walked up to Kodai, holding a hand out. You okay? I didn't hit you too hard, did I? Kodai smiled softly and accepted the hand up. No. Good fight. May nodded. Same to you. Setsuna cackled wildly as Kamakiri slashed wildly at her flying body parts, the boy growing increasingly frustrated when each attack only produced more parts to badger him with. Come on, man, haven't you seen One Piece? You can't beat me with swords. Her classmate snarled, that's the logic of a quitter. Setsuna rolled her eyes. Whatever, dude. Bye-bye. Her arm rocketed in from out of nowhere, slamming into Kamakiri's face and sending him stumbling back over the boundary line. Midnight stuck her arm in the air and shouted, Kamakiri is out of bounds. Tokage is the victor. Tsuji glanced around the stadium as she walked up the steps to the arena. The crowd was cheering wildly as she and Hitoshi took their places in the center of their respective sides. Man, with how loud these cheers are, you'd think it's the finale. Hitoshi shrugged, his hands in his pockets. I'd say the recognition feels pretty good, but I'm sure you knew that. You ready for this? Tsuji smirked, and Hitoshi snorted, shaking his head in resignation. DMN. Was hoping I'd get you with that. Midnight announced, you lose if you are knocked out, are rendered unable to move, leave the boundaries, or surrender. Fighters ready? They responded in unison, ready. Begin. Hitoshi shot forward, hands leaving his pockets and hanging by his hips. Tsuji shifted her feet apart and bent her knees, bringing her hands up in a basic defensive stance. He lashed out with a kick, aiming for the inside of her right ankle. She slid her foot out and moved in, letting his momentum carry him into her jab to his chest. Hitoshi slid back, coughing, and she pressed her advantage, lunging with a left hook to his face. He leaned back, letting her fist fly through the empty air, before grabbing her outstretched arm and throwing her over his shoulder, letting go partway through and flinging her across the ring. She slid across the concrete, bringing her hands up to block his follow-up kick as she slid to a stop. She forced his foot upwards and delivered 2 left jabs to his stomach, following up with a right hook that thankfully landed just slightly above his groin. Hitoshi slid back, and they took a moment to compose themselves, out of breath even after that short exchange. Tsuji called, "Ready to give up yet?" Hitoshi retorted, "You and I both know the answer to that question." Tsuji rolled her eyes, her mind racing. As things stand, this is gonna end up in a stalemate. We're evenly matched physically, and I know not to respond to him. Suddenly, she grinned, and Hitoshi's eyes widened. "Oh no. I know that look, Tsuji. Whatever you're thinking about, don't do it." She rushed in, crouched low with her arms at her sides. Hitoshi took a step back in fear, before gathering himself and flinging a hasty right hook at her face. Tsuji ducked to the side and activated her quirk, boosting Hitoshi's strength and causing him to fling himself across the arena. She deactivated her quirk and followed after him, darting from side to side with a grin on her face. Hitoshi lashed out with a kick, and she caught his foot, before throwing it skyward and forcing him to tip backwards. As he quickly regained his balance, she darted around behind him and raised her fist as though she was going to throw a punch. He swung out in a clumsy backhand, and she flashed her quirk again, sending him stumbling past her. As he passed, she helped him along with a roundhouse kick to the butt, sending him stumbling even further, and right over the boundary line. Midnight tossed her hand up immediately. "Shinso is out of bounds. Our first finalist is Kyu Tsuji." The crowd went wild as Hitoshi sighed in resignation, before walking up to her with a grin and an outstretched hand. "I knew I was gonna hate whatever you had planned." Tsuji snorted and accepted the handshake. "If it's stupid but it works, then it isn't stupid. And hey, at least we both got to the semifinals." Hitoshi shrugged. "Fair. I just hope that I put on a good enough show for the teachers to consider me for a transfer." Tsuji grinned. "Hey, if you don't, then I'll be sure to be enough of a hero for both of us, okay?" Hitoshi's grin widened. "Okay." Shoyuta glanced over as the temple. Doors rumbled open, the group walking out with grins on their faces. Midoriya's eyes snapped to the holographic display set in front of the class, and his eyebrow raised. "What's going on up here?" Shoyuta grunted. "We got through the lesson material for the day, so I figured I might as well let them watch the sports festival tournament." Bakugou rolled his eyes. "Yeah, because you're so nice." Shoyuta grunted. "I can be nice if I want to, brat." Ida chuckled and turned to face the group that was joining the rest of the class on the mats laid on the sand. The reasoning he gave was, it's important to be aware of your allies' capabilities so you can work with them and formulate strategies based on their strengths and weaknesses. But I don't doubt that he also wanted us to at least see part of the sports festival that we were forced to miss. Mineta glanced up. "Hey, you know that support chick that we met the day of the media break-in? Hatsum, right?" Midoriya perked up. "What about her?" Jairu chuckled. "She's been practically dominating the competition. She's already made it to the semifinals. I think her match is coming up now." Yaoyorozu frowned. "Wouldn't watching it live leave some kind of digital footprint?" Yagi shook his head. "Through some convoluted combination of technology that I have no hope of understanding, Principal Nedu is feeding us live footage through a private channel. Don't ask me how, because I genuinely don't know where to even begin." Midoriya shrugged and moved to sit at the front of the group. "Honestly, that's a completely reasonable attitude to have about Nedu. The rat's a bundle of secrets wrapped up in keratin-rich fur." Mei rolled her shoulders as the crowd cheered, staring across the arena at her opponent. She muttered to herself, "Immune to blades, huh? And if she can detach body parts, then hitting her with a taser wouldn't work, plus she can keep herself inside the arena no problem. Damn it. Might need to actually knock her out." Tokage grinned, revealing a set of unusually pointy teeth. Gotta admit, you're not half bad, Gadget Girl. I'd hate to be a villain going against you, but as things stand, you're at a bit of a disadvantage, huh? Mei nodded grimly. So it seems. But any good hero knows how to get themselves out of a bad spot, right? Tokage laughed wildly. You said it. Midnight called, you lose if you are knocked out, are rendered unable to move, are forced out of bounds, or surrender. Fighters ready? They both responded, ready. Begin. Mei was off like a rocket, having re-equipped her omni-positioners and shooting across the arena to get in Tokage's face right off the bat. To her credit, the moss-haired girl was quick to react, detaching her torso right as Mei swung out with the multi-staff and sent it flying. It soared through the air, only to fly back inside the ring and hover over the middle of the arena. Mike shouted, "Whoa! Is that even allowed?" Midnight tossed out a thumbs up. As long as part of her body doesn't touch the ground outside the ring, she's still in. However, if her entire body ends up in the air outside the boundaries, it will be considered a ring out. Vlad King grunted. Good luck getting all of her outside the ring. Tokage's notoriously tricky and quick-witted. As that interaction just proved, she's able to react on the spot and make decisions on the fly, though she tends to freeze up if something goes against expectations. Mei readjusted her grip on the multi-staff. All right then. Let's see just how quick-witted you are, lizard girl.